Section 27 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alan Lord. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 24. Faith rallied somewhat from the prostration that succeeded those days of anxiety. But then the fever again asserted its empire, and strength, little by little, but daily, lost ground rather than gained it. Though not ever very high, the fever came back with persevering regularity. It would not be baffled, and such always recurring assaults are trying to flesh and blood, and to spirit too. Be they of what they may. Faith's patience and happy quiet never left her. As the weeks went on, it did happen that the quiet grew more quiet, and was even a little bordering on depression. One or two things helped this uncomfortably. The sense of the extreme unpleasantness of such a meeting as her mother had wished for perhaps startled Faith to a fresh sense of what she had to do in the premises. She resolved to be as grave and cool as it was possible to be in Dr. Harrison's presence. She would keep him at such a distance as should wean him from any thoughts of her. Faith tried faithfully to do what she had purposed, but it was very difficult to keep at a distance a person who did not pretend to be near, or only pretended it in a line where he could not be repulsed. He must see her every day as her physician. He must be allowed the kindly expression of kind feelings. He could not be forbidden to bring to his patient, as her friend and physician, such things as he thought her strength or weakness needed. These instances of thoughtfulness and care for her were many. Birds, old wine from his father's cellar, flowers from the greenhouse, and fruit from nobody knows where, came often, and the manner of offering them, the quiet, unobtrusive, unexacting kindness and attention, it was scarce possible to reject without something that would have seemed churlishness. Faith took them as gravely as she could without being unkind. Her illness helped her, and also hindered the effect she wished to produce. Feeling weak and weary and unable for any sort of exertion, it was the easier for her to be silent, abstracted, unresponsive to anything that was said or done. And also her being so signified the less and testified the less of her real purpose. Faith knew it, and could not help it. She could not, besides, be anything but natural, and she felt kindly towards Dr. Harrison, with a grave kindness that yet was more earnest in its good wishes for him than any other, perhaps, that existed for Dr. Harrison in the world. Faith could not hide that, careful as she was in her manner of showing it, and there was one subject upon which she dared not be unresponsive or abstracted when the doctor brought it up. He brought it up now very often. She did not know how it was. She was far from knowing why it was. But the pleasant talk with which the doctor sought to amuse her, and which was most skilfully pleasant as to the rest, was very apt to glance upon Bible subjects, and as it touched, to brush them with the wing of doubt, or difficulty, or uneasiness. Dr. Harrison did not see things as she did. That was of old. But he contrived to let her see that he doubted she did not see them right, and somehow contrived also to make her hear his reasons. It was done with the art of a master, and the steady aim of a general who has a great field to win. Faith did not want to hear his suggestions of doubt and cavil. She remembered Mr. Linden's advice, long ago given, repeated it to herself every day, and sought to meet Dr. Harrison only with the slingstone of truth, and let his weapons of artificial warfare alone. Truly, she had not proved these, and could not go with them. But whatever effect her sling might have upon him, which she knew not, his arrows were so cunningly thrown that they wounded her. Not in her belief. She never failed for a moment to be aware that they were arrows from a false quiver, that the sword of truth would break with a blow. And yet, in her weak state of body, and consequent weak state of mind, the sight of such poisoned arrows flying about distressed her. The mere knowledge that they did fly, and bore death with them, a knowledge which once she happily had not. All this would have pained her if she had been well. In the feverish depression of illness, it weighed upon her like a mountain of cloud. Faith's shield caught the darts and kept them from herself. But in her increasing nervous weakness, her hand at last grew weary, and it seemed to Faith then as if she could see nothing but those arrows flying through the air. But there was one human form before which she knew this mental array of enemies would incontinently take flight and disappear. She knew they would not stand the first sound of Mr. Linden's voice, and her longing grew intense for his coming. How did she ever keep it out of her letters? Yet it hardly got in there, for she watched it well. Sometimes the subdued, "I want to see you very much," at the close of a letter, said more than Faith knew it did, and she could not be aware how much was told by the tone of her writing. That had changed, though that too was guarded, so far as she could. She could not pour out a light, free, and joyous account of all that was going on within and about her, when she was suffering alternately from fever and weakness, and through both from depression and nervous fancies. Most unlike Faith. And she tried to seem her usual self then, when she came most near it, in writing to him. But it was a nice matter to write letters for so many weeks out of a sick room, and not let Mr. Linden find out that she herself was there all the while. His letters, however, were both a help and a spur. Faith talked a good deal of things not at Pataquasset, and through all weakness and ailing, sent her exercises prepared with utmost care, regularly as usual. It hurt her, but Faith would not be stopped. Her sickness, she knew after all, was but a light matter, and nothing could persuade her to break in upon Mr. Linden's term of study with any more interruptions for her. And even to Mrs. Derrick, she did not tell the keen heart-longing, which daily grew more urgent, for that term to come to an end. Mrs. Derrick did sometimes connect the cause of her weariness with Dr. Harrison, and was indignant in proportion. Faith looked at him with different eyes, and her feeling was of very gentle and deep sorrow for him. It was by the appeal to that side of her character that Dr. Harrison gained all his advantage. Faith's shield caught his arrows of unbelieving suggestion and threw them off from her own heart. She could not put that shield between them and the doctor, and that was her grief. It grieved her more than he thought, and yet it was with a half-conscious, half-instinctive availing himself of this feeling that he aimed and managed his attacks with such consummate tact and skill. Faith would not have entered into controversy. She would not have taken up a gauntlet of challenge. Did he know that? His hints and questions were brought into the subject. Faith knew not how, but the point of view in which they always presented themselves was as troublers of his own mind. Difficulties he would willingly have solved, questions he would like to see answered. And Faith's words, few or many, for she was sometimes drawn on, was said in the humble yearning desire to let him know what she rejoiced in, and save him from an abyss of false, fathomless depth. It was more than she could do. Dr. Harrison's subtle difficulties and propositions had been contrived in a school of which she knew nothing, and were far too subtle and complicate in their false wit for Faith's true wit to answer. Not at all for lack of wit, but for lack of skill in fencing and of experience in the windings of duplicity. So she heard things that grieved her, and that she could not chew up to the doctor for what she knew them to be. "I am no better than this little knife," she thought bitterly one day as she was looking at her favourite silver banana carver. "It can go through soft fruit well enough, but it isn't strong enough or sharp enough to deal with anything harder." Faith did herself injustice. It takes sometimes little less than a ethereal spear to make the low, insidious, unobtrusive forms of evil stand up and shew themselves what they are, the very devil. "Reuben," said Faith one time when they were alone together, "did you ever hear any of the mischievous talk against the Bible, of people who don't love it?" "Yes, Miss Faith, I never heard a great deal at a time, only little bits now and then, and I felt sometimes, from a word or two, what other words the people had in their hearts." "Don't ever let people talk it to you, Reuben, unless God makes it your duty to hear it," she said wearily. Reuben looked at her. "Do you think he ever makes it our duty, Miss Faith?" "I don't know," said Faith, a little as if the question startled her. "But you might be where you could not help it, Reuben." He was silent, looking rather thoughtfully into the fire. "Miss Faith," he said, "you remember when Christian was going through the valley of the shadow of death? The fiends came and whispered to him all sorts of dreadful things which he would not have thought of for the world. But, as Mr. Bunyan says, he had not the discretion either to stop his ears, or to know from whence those blasphemies came." Reuben blushed a little at his own advice-giving, but made no other apology. There was much love and respect and delight in Faith's swift look at him. Her words glanced. "Reuben, I am glad you are going to be a minister," she added with the sorrowful look stealing over her face. "I wish the world was full of ministers, if they were good ones." His face was very bright and grateful and humble too. "Miss Faith," he said, taking up her words, "don't you love to think of that other definition of minister? You know, ye ministers of his, that do his pleasure." "In that way, the world is full now," said Faith, "in all things except men. But by and by the great trumpet will be blown, and they that were ready to perish shall come from everywhere. It's good to know that." "It's such a beautiful thing to know, just by believing," Reuben said. "Don't you think so, Miss Faith? And then whatever people say or do, and if we can't find a word to answer them, we know, down in our hearts, that the Bible is true, and so, by faith, we stand. But we ought to find words to answer them, Reuben, or else, though we stand, they fall." "Yes, ma'am, sometimes," Reuben said rather hesitatingly. "Only I've heard Mr. Linden say that a Christian must take care of his own standing first, and do nothing to shake that, or else he may have his own light blown out while he's trying to light other people's. You know, Miss Faith, the 5 wise virgins would not give their oil to the others. I've heard Mr. Linden talk about it very often," Reuben added softly, as if he wanted to screen himself from the charge of presumption. If Faith was bringing charges, it was against herself, for she sat very silent and thoughtful, and weary also. For when, for the 5th or 6th time, Reuben brought his eyes from the fire to her face, he saw that she had fallen asleep. Mr. Linden's letters about this time told 2 or 3 things, among the rest that he might soon be looked for instead of letters. Moreover, that he felt sure he was wanted, and further, that Faith's letters had changed. These 2 last things were not said in words, but Faith read them none the less surely. Read thus first that her letters really were different. Just what cause Mr. Linden assigned to himself she did not know, nor whether he had fixed upon any, but it was clear that nothing but the fact that his freedom was so close at hand kept him from freeing himself at once and coming to Pataquasset. And second only to Faith did Mrs. Derrick long for his appearance. She had heard bits of the doctor's talk from time to time, but for a while with some doubt of their meaning, as whether he was reporting what other people said, or whether she had heard him correctly. But when by degrees the goodness of her hearing attested itself, then Mrs. Derrick's indignation began to follow suit. The doctor's object she did not at first guess, perhaps made it, if possible, worse than it was. But that made little difference. On this particular afternoon, when Faith woke up, she found Reuben gone and her mother keeping watch. The fair look that always greeted Mrs. Derrick was given her, but otherwise the face she was studying was not satisfactory. The roundness of the cheek was much lessened, the colour was gone, and the lines of expression were weary, though she had slept. Or rather, perhaps, they were too gravely drawn. "Faith," said her mother decisively, "you want your tea? Can you eat a broiled pigeon if I broil it myself?" "I can eat a piece of one, if you'll take the rest, mother," she said with a smile at her. "I ate a whole banana just before I went to sleep." "Well, this ain't the doctor's pigeon, so I guess it will be good," said Mrs. Derrick. "Sam Stoutenberg brought it, and I'm going to cook it here, pretty child, because I want to be here myself. I suppose the smoke won't trouble you if it goes up the chimney." "I like it, smoke and all, mother," said Faith, changing the resting place for her head. "But you needn't slight the doctor's birds. They were as fine birds as could be, when I could eat them." "Birds of a feather," said Mrs. Derrick laconically, and she drew out some of the glowing and winking embers and set thereon the tiny gridiron with its purplish plump pigeon. "Sam's home now, Faith, and you'd think he'd been through every degree of everything, but the first thing he did was to go off and shoot pigeons for you." Faith was inclined to think he had not got above 1 degree. She sat in her easy chair and watched the play cookery with amused, pleased eyes. "I should like to be in the kitchen again, mother, doing something for you." "You shall do something for me presently," said her mother, as the pigeon began to send out little puffs of steam and jets of juice, which the coals resented. "This one's fat, anyway, and there's a half-dozen more. The fun of it is, child, that Sam was afraid there weren't enough. He wanted to know if I was sure they'd last till tomorrow. So I guess he's not in a fainting-away state. I told him we'd roast beef in the house for you to fall back upon, child," she added with a little laugh as she turned the pigeon. But her face was very grave the next moment with the sorrowful reality. "Pretty child," she said tenderly, "do you feel as if you could eat a muffin or a biscuit best?" "Mother, that pigeon is making me hungry. It smells so nice. I'm sure I can eat anything." "Well, I made muffins," said Mrs. Derrick, bustling softly about with the little table and the tea things. "Faith, I'm afraid to have Mr. Linden come home and find your cheeks so thin." "I'm not," said Faith quietly. "My," said her mother, "you never were afraid of anything he'd a mind to do, child. But for all I know, he may carry you off to Europe in the next steamer. He's up to most anything," said Mrs. Derrick, stooping down by the pigeon and giving it the persuasion of a few more coals. Faith said languidly that she did not think there was much danger, and Mrs. Derrick, for the present, concentrated her attention upon the tea preparations. Cindy came up with a little tea kettle, and Mrs. Derrick made the tea. and then went downstairs to superintend the first baking of the muffins, leaving the tea kettle to sing Faith into a very quiet state of mind. Then presently reappearing, with a smoking plate of cakes in her hand, Mrs. Derrick took up the pigeon, with due applications of butter and salt and pepper, and the tea was ready. It was early. The sunbeams were lingering yet in the room. The air wafted in through the window the sweet, dewy breath of flowers and buds and springing grass over the pigeon and muffins. And by Faith's plate stood the freshest of watercresses in a little white bowl. These Reuben brought her every day, wet from the clear stream where they grew, shining with the drops of bright water, and generally sprinkled too with some of the spring flowers. Today, the plate on which the bowl stood had a perfect wreath or crown of mouse ear, the pale pink blossoms saying all sorts of sweet things. The room was well off for flowers in other respects. Dr. Harrison's hothouse foreigners looked dainty and splendid, and Mrs. Stoutenberg's periwinkle and crocuses and daffodils looked spring-like and fresh, while in another glass a rich assortment of dandelions spoke a prettier message yet, from Charles XII and his little compeers. "And the mouse ear is come," said Faith, as she applied herself to the refreshment of salt and watercresses. "I wonder whether Reuben does this because he loves flowers himself, or because he knows I do. I guess it's both. How lovely they are! How my dairy must want me, Mother," which was said with a little recollective, patient sigh. "I guess it can wait," said her mother cheerfully, "and I guess it'll have to. You needn't think you'll be let do anything for one while, Faith." "I guess I shall, Mother. I'm sure I'm stronger today, and Dr. Harrison said I had less fever, and your pigeon is good. Besides, I must, if I can," said Faith, with an anticipative glance this time. "It's my belief, child," said her mother, "that if Dr. Harrison had stayed away altogether, or never stayed here more than 5 minutes at a time, you'd have been better long ago. But I think you are better in spite of him." Of the two subjects, Faith preferred the pigeon to Dr. Harrison, and discussed it quite to her mother's satisfaction. But if silent, she thought nevertheless. Both Reuben Taylor's words and her mother's words quickened her to thinking, and thinking seemed of very little use. The next day, when the doctor came, she was as grave and still and unresponsive as she could be, and it had no effect on him whatever. He was just as usual. He talked just as usual, and Faith could but be grieved and be silent. It did not enter her gentle imagination that the very things which so troubled her were spoken on purpose to trouble her. How could it, when they made their way into the conversation and into her hearing as followers of something else, as harpies that worried or had worried somebody else, as shapes that a cloud might take and be a cloud again, only she could not forget that shape. It was near now the time for Mr. Linden to come home, and Faith looked for his coming with an hourly breath of longing. It seemed to her that his very being there would at once break the mesh Dr. Harrison was so busy weaving, and in which she had no power to stop him. But the doctor's opportunity for playing this game was nearing an end, and he knew it. He did not know that Mr. Linden was coming. He did know that Faith was getting well. A day or two after the talk with Reuben, it happened that Mrs. Derrick was detained downstairs when the doctor came up to see Faith. The room was full of a May warmth and sweetness from the open windows, and Faith herself, in a white dress, instead of the brown wrapper, looked May-like enough. Not so jocund and blooming, certainly. She was more like a snowdrop than a crocus. Her cheeks were pale and thin, but their colour was fresh, and her eye had the light of returning health, or of returning something else. "You are getting well," said the doctor. "I shall lose my work, and, forgive me, my pleasure." "I will give you some better work to do, Dr. Harrison." "What is that? Anything for you." "It is not for me. That little lame child to whom you sent the rose tree, Dr. Harrison. She's very sick. Would you go and see her?" "Did you think I would not?" he said, rather gravely. "I want to see her very much myself," Faith went on, "but I suppose I could not take so long a ride yet. Could I?" The doctor looked at her. "I think the mother of the Gracchi must have been something such a woman," he said with an indescribable grave comic mien. "And the other Roman mother that saved Rome and lost her son, or that lady of Sparta who made the affectionate request to her son about coming home from the battle on his shield. I thought the race had died out." Faith could not help laughing. He had not been sure that she would understand his allusions, but his watchful eye saw that she did. "Were you educated in Patacosset?" he said. "Pardon me." All Faith's gravity returned, and all her colour too. "No, sir," she said. "I've never been educated. I'm studying now." "Studying?" said he gently. "You have little need to study." "Why, sir?" "There are minds and natures so rich by their original constitution that their own free growth is a fuller and better harvest than all the schoolmasters in the world can bring out of other people." Again Faith's cheek was dyed. "I was poor enough," she said, bowing her head for a moment. "I'm poor now, but I am studying." In which last words lay, perhaps, the tiniest evidence of an intention not to be poor always. A suspicious glance of thought shot from the doctor's mind, but as it had happened more than once before, the simplicity of Faith's frankness misled him, and he dismissed suspicion. "If you want an illustration of my meaning," he went on without change of manner, "permit me to remind you that your paragon of character, the rhododendron, does no studying. My conclusion is plain. The rhododendron does all it can." "Well," said the doctor, "it is impossible to trace the limits of the influences of mignonette." Faith looked grave. She was thinking how very powerless her influences had been. "Don't you see that I've made out my position?" "No." "What sort of studying, may I ask it, do you favour most?" he said with a smile. "I like all kinds, every kind." "I believe that. I know you have a love for chemistry and Shakespeare and natural history, but I should like to know Mignonette's favourite atmosphere." "The study I like best of all is the one you like least, Dr. Harrison." "What may that be, Miss Faith?" "The study of the Bible." "The Bible? Surely you know that already," he said in an interested voice. "Did you think so?" said Faith quickly, and with secret humbleness. "You made a great mistake, Dr. Harrison, but there is nothing I take such deep lessons in, nor such pleasant ones." "You mistake me too, Miss Faith. I do like it. You are strong enough for it today. I wish you would give me one of those lessons you speak of." "If you loved it, sir, you would not ask me. You would find them for yourself." "Another mistake," said the doctor. "I might love them, and yet ask you. Won't you give me one?" She lifted to his a look so gentle and grave that he could not think she was displeased, or harsh, or even unkind, but she answered him, "No." "Don't you feel strong enough for it?" he said with a shade of concern. "Yes." "You think you have given me one lesson already," he said, smiling, "which I am not attending to. I will go and see your little sick child immediately, but I don't know the way. I wish you were well enough to pilot me. I can't find her by the sign of the rosebush." "Reuben Taylor will take you there, Dr. Harrison, if you will let him. He goes there often. If I will let him, say if he will let me, your knight does not smile upon me, Miss Faith. Why not? I'm sure I'm not qualified to give evidence, said the doctor, half laughing at having the tables turned upon him, unless his chivalric devotion to you is jealous of every other approach, even mine. But you say he will guide me to the rosebush? I'm sure he will, with great pleasure, Dr. Harrison. And I will go with great pleasure, for you. He was standing before her, looking down. There was something in the look that made Faith's colour come again. She answered seriously, No, sir, not for me. Why not? I can't reward you, said Faith, trembling, for she felt she was speaking to the point. Do it for a better reason. Will you show me a better? She answered instantly with a bright little smile. Give, and it shall be given unto you, full measure, pressed down, heaped up, and running over, shall men give into your bosom. In another world, said the doctor. No, in this. The promise stands for it. It's your part of this world, not mine. And unless you shew me the way, Miss Faith, I shall never get into it. Then more gently, taking her hand and kissing it, he added, Are you tired of trying to help me? Faith met his keen eye, reddened, and drooped her head. For indeed she felt weak, and her words were low and scarce steady. I will not be tired of praying for you, Dr. Harrison. What swift electric current along the chain of association moved the doctor's next question? He was silent a minute before he spoke it, then spoke in a clear, even voice. May I ask you, is it impertinent, what first led you to this way of thinking? Sophie says you were not always so. The colour deepened on Faith's cheek. He saw that, and deepened more. The teaching is always of heaven, sir, but it came to me through the hands of the friend who was so long in our house last year. And has that adventurer counselled you to trust no friend that isn't of his way of thinking? The doctor said with some haughtiness of accent. Faith raised her eyes and looked at him, the steady, grave look that the doctor never liked to meet from those soft eyes. It fixed his, till her eyes fell with a sudden motion, and the doctor's followed them with her, to that loved forefinger which he had often noticed was kept covered. Faith was slowly drawing the covering off, and something in her manner or her look kept his eyes riveted there. Slowly, deliberately, Faith uncovered the finger, and in full view the brilliance sparkled, danced and leapt, as it seemed to Faith, whose eyes saw nothing else. She did not dare look up, nor could, for a double reason. She sat like a fair statue, looking still and only at the diamond sign, while the blood in her cheeks that bore witness to it seemed the only moving thing about her, that rose and deepened from crimson to scarlet, and from her cheeks to the rim of her hair. She never saw the changes in her neighbour's face, nor what struggles the paleness and the returning flush bore witness to. She never looked up. She had revealed all. She was willing he should conceal all that he could. It was but a minute or two, though Faith's measurement made it a more indefinite time. And Dr. Harrison took her hand again, precisely in his usual manner, remarked that it was possible he might be obliged to go south in a day or two, for a day or two, but that he rather thought he had cured her, and so went off, with no difference of tone that any stranger could have told, and Faith never raised her eyes to see how he looked. End of chapter 24.
Section 28 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal Volume 2 by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 25. Dr. Harrison sent away his curricle and walked home, slowly, with his hands behind him, as if the May air had made him lazy. To anyone that met him, he wore as disengaged an air as usual. His eye was as coolly cognizant of all upon which it fell, and his brow never looked less thoughtful, while his head never had been more busy. He kept the secret of his pride. He had kept and would keep it. Well, no one should guess what he bore, but he bore a writhing brain and a passion that was heaving with disappointment. To no end, except to expose himself, he had worked at his mining operations all these months. Nothing could be more absolute than the silence of Faith's answer. Nothing could be more certain than the fixedness of her position against the very impassableness of the barrier. The doctor's will chafed, even while his hope gave way. He ruthlessly called himself a fool for it too, at the minute, but he was unused to be baffled. And no man pursues long, with such deliberate energy, a purpose upon which he has set his heart, without having all the cords of his will and his passion knit at last into a cable of strength and tenacity. The doctor's walk grew slower, and his eyes fell on the ground. How lovely Faith had looked, even then, when she was putting him and herself to pain. How speakingly the crimson hues had chased each other all over her face and neck. How shyly her eyelashes had kept their place on her cheek. With how exquisite grace her still attitude had been maintained. And withal, what a piece of simplicity she was! What a contrast those superb diamonds had made with the almost quaint unadornedness of her figure in its white wrapper. A contrast that somehow was not inharmonious, and with which the doctor's artistic taste confessed itself bewitched, though Faith's only other remotest ornament was that very womanly one of her rich brown hair. A piece of simplicity? Could she be beyond his reach? With duty between, yes; otherwise, no, as all the doctor's experience told him. And he walked leisurely past his own door, past the houses of the village, on almost to the entrance of the woody road, then turned and came with a brisker pace back. He still called himself a fool, secretly, but he went into the library and wrote a letter, which in course of time was received and read by Mr. Linden between two of his pieces of work. It appeared the next day that Dr. Harrison had changed his mind, or his plans, about going south, for he came as usual to see Faith, in every sense as usual. To her astonishment, no traces remained of the yesterday's conversation. The ease and kindliness of his manner had suffered no abatement, although a little touch of regretfulness, just allowed to appear, forbade her to doubt that she had been understood. Spite of herself, she could not help being presently again almost at ease with him. Nevertheless, Faith wished he had gone south. She did not feel sure that Mr. Linden would be pleased with the state of matters as days went on, and she was sure she was not pleased herself. There was something she did not understand. The doctor's manner was not presuming, in a way, neither did he obtrude even his sorrow upon her. Yet he took the place of a privileged person. She felt that, and she was obliged to see his pain in the very silence and in the play of words or of face which she thought assumed to conceal it. She was very sorry for him, and in the same breath thought she must have been wrong in something, though she could not see how, or things would have never come to such a point. She could not guess. How could she? that the doctor was playing a desperate game and had thrown his last stake on the chance of a flaw in Mr. Linden's confidence towards her, or in hers towards him, or of a flaw in the temper of either of them, or a flaw in their pride, or affection. There are flaws in so many characters. Did but either of them lack moral courage, or truth, or trust, or common sense, like a great many of the rest of the world, and the doctor had gained his ground, for Dr. Harrison had determined that Faith's religious opinions should not stand in his way. She should think as he did, or he would think with her. Of all this Faith knew nothing. She had only an intuitive sense that something was not right, and doubt and annoyance kept her strength back. She lost ground again. All summed itself up in a longing for Mr. Linden to come. Meanwhile Mr. Linden had received and read the following dispatch, and studied and taught before and after it as best he might. Petaquasset, April 18. My dear Linden, I do not know what impulse prompts me to write this letter to you. A very strong one, probably, that makes fools of men. Yet even with my eyes open to this, I go on. I have unwittingly become your rival, not in fact, indeed, but in character. I have been so unfortunate as to love a person you are somehow concerned in, and before I knew that you had any concern of the kind. That is a very simple story, and only one to be smothered, not to be brought to open air, were it all. But the course of the months past, which has too late brought me this knowledge of myself, has also made me believe that, had I a fair field, were there no contrary ties or fetters of conscience, I should not love in vain. What those ties are, I know nothing. I have not asked. But the existence of some obligation I have been given to understand, with certain natures of truth and duty. That is a barrier impassable. You would be safe, were I to act out of honor. I am a fool, I believe, but I am not yet such a fool as not to know that there is but one man in the world to whom I could write such a confession. Nothing better prompts it than pure selfishness. I am aware, but with me that is strong. I have that notion of you that you would not care to keep what you held only by priority of claim. I may be wrong in the supposition upon which I am going, yet it is my chance for life, and I cannot yield it up. That were the lady free, in conscience as well as in fact, she might be induced to look favorably on me. I ought to add that I believe such a consciousness has never shaped itself to her mind. The innocence with which she may at first have entered into some sort of obligation would not lessen or alter its truth or stringency to her pure mind. The game is in your own hands, Linden. So is your unworthy friend, Julius Harrison. P.S. One thing further I ought to add, that a somewhat delicate state of nerves and health, over which I have been for some time watching, would make any rash broaching of this subject very inexpedient and unsafe. I need not enforce this hint. End of section 28. Section 29 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2 by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 26. The spring opened from day to day, and the apple blossoms were bursting. Mr. Linden might soon be looked for, and one warm May afternoon Faith went in to make his room ready. It was the first day she had been fit for it, and she was yet so little strong that she must take care of her movements. With slow and unable fingers she did her pleasant work, and then very tired, sat down in her old reading window seat and went into a long dream meditation. It was pleasant for a while, in harmony with the summer air and the robins in the maple. It got round at last into the train of the last weeks. A fruitless reverie ended in Faith's getting very weary, and she went back to her own room to put herself on the couch cushions and go to sleep. Sleep held on its way after a peaceful fashion, yet not so but that Faith's face shewed traces of her thoughts. Mrs. Derrick came softly and watched her, and the spring air blew back the curtains and fanned her, and brushed her hair with its perfumed wings, and 1 or 2 honey bees buzzed in and sought honey from the doctor's flowers, and forsook them again for the fields. Up there, at last, following Mrs. Derrick, came Mr. Linden, with few reasons asked or told of his sudden appearance, with little said even of Faith's illness but the mere fact. He went up to the sunlit room and there stayed, not restingly in Faith's easy chair, but standing by the low fireplace, just where he could have the fullest view of her. Mrs. Derrick came and went. He never stirred. The sunbeams came and went, wrapped Faith in their bright folds and lay at his feet, then began to withdraw altogether. They had shewed him the unwontedly pale and worn face, and lit up the weary lines in which the lips lay asleep. And just when the sunbeams had left it all, Mr. Linden became aware that 2 dark eyes had softly opened and were gazing at him as if he were a figure in a dream. So perhaps for a minute he seemed, touched with the light as he was, which made a glorification in the brown locks of his hair and gleamed about pleasant outlines, standing as fixed and still as a statue. But they were not statue eyes which looked into hers, and Faith's dreamlike gaze was only for a moment. Then every line of her face changed with joy, and she sprang up to hide it in Mr. Linden's arms. He stood still, holding her as one holds some rescued thing, for Faith was too weak to be just herself, and weariness and gladness had found their own very unusual expression in an outflow of nervous tears. Something seemed to have taken away Mr. Linden's power of words. He did place her among the cushions again, but if every one of her tears had been balm to him, he could not have let them flow more unchecked. Perhaps the recollection that they were tears came suddenly, for with very sudden sweet peremptoriness he said, "Faith, hush, are you so glad to see me?" She was instantly still, no answer. What then? The intonation was most tender, so rather than by any playfulness, cancelling his own question, she raised her head. She had dismissed her tears, yet the smile with which her glance favoured him was a sort of rainbow smile, born of clouds. "That is a very struggling and misty sunbeam," said Mr. Linden. "Is that why I was kept out of its range so long?" Faith's head drooped. Her forehead lay lightly against him. He could not see what sort of a smile she wore. Whereupon it goes into seclusion altogether. Mignonette, look up and kiss me. How much longer do you suppose I can wait for that? He had no longer to wait at that time, and the touch of her lips was with a tremulous gladness which was tale-telling. And then the position of the lowered head and the hand which kept its place on his shoulder shewed him that she was clinging, though with shy eagerness, like a bird that with tired wing has found her nest. With one of those quick impulses which today seemed to have taken the place of his usual steadiness, Mr. Linden bent down and blessed her, in words such as she never remembered from other lips. Not many indeed, but deep and strong, as the very depth and strength of his own human and religious nature. Words that stilled Faith's heart as with the shadowing of peace, so that for the time she could not wonder, but only rest. They made her tremble a moment, then she rested as if the words had been a spell, but the rest wrought action. Faith drew back presently and looked up at Mr. Linden to see how he looked, and then she could not tell. Her puzzled eyes found nothing to remark upon. "Indy, I thought you would not be here for 2 or 3 days yet." "It was nearly impossible." "My child, when did you get sick?" "Oh, a good while ago." "A good while," Mr. Linden repeated with grave emphasis. "Well, do you think it would have lengthened the time to have me come and see you?" Faith's heart was too full, and her answer, looking down, was a tremulous, quiet, and tender, "I don't think it would." "Then wherefore was I not permitted?" "I didn't want you to come then." And again, "Wherefore?" "Why, you know, Indy, I couldn't want you till you were ready to come." "I should have been most emphatically ready." "What sort of medical attendance have you had?" "Good, you know. I had Dr. Harrison." "And he did his duty faithfully?" "I guess he always does. His medical duty," said Faith somewhat quietly. "Duty is a sort of whole-souled thing, to my mind," said Mr. Linden. "Do you think all his ministrations did you good?" There was pain and wonder, and even some fear in Faith's eyes as she looked at Mr. Linden. "They ought not to have done me any harm," she said meekly. "Did they, Faith? I thought—" Very softly and thoughtfully his fingers came about her hair, his eyes looking at her. Faith could hardly tell how. The pain of those weeks stung her again, the sorrow and the shame and the needlessness. Faith's head sunk again upon Mr. Linden's breast, for the tears came bitterly, though he could not know that. He only knew that they came, holding her with a strong arm, as if against someone else, soothing her with grave kisses, not with words. Mr. Linden waited for her to speak. "Child," he said at last, "you will do yourself harm. Has he brought on this state of the nerves that he talks about? And in what possible way?" "Don't talk about it, Indy," said Faith, struggling for self-command. "I am foolish, and wrong, and weak. I'll tell you another time." But Faith's head kept its position. "Do you think I can wait? To know what has made my coming home such a tearful affair?" "Yes, because it's all over now." "What is over?" "All that you wouldn't like." "Faith, you talk in perfect riddles." "It is well that what I can see of this very pale little face is less puzzling." "Did you tell Dr. Harrison of your claim upon me?" "What?" she said, looking up. "Well, you know what that claim is. Did you tell him, Faith?" Her eyes fell again. "Yes, at least, I shewed him my ring." "In answer to his suit, Faith?" "No. He was talking as I did not like, one day." Faith's cheeks were growing beautifully rosy. "Was it to protect yourself, or me?" said Mr. Linden, watching her. Faith's glance up and down was inexpressibly pretty. "Myself, I think. You have a strange power of exciting and keeping down my temper." "At one and the same time," said Mr. Linden. "What did he dare say to you?" "Nothing about me. It was something about you, which I did not choose to have him say." Mr. Linden smiled, and called her a little crusader, but the grave look came back. Dr. Harrison had known, then, just what ties he was trying to break, had felt sure, must have felt sure, that they were bonds of very deep love and confidence, and thereupon had coolly set himself to sow mistrust. Mr. Linden was very silent, the keen words of indignation that rose to his lips ever driven back and turned aside by Faith's face, which told so plainly that she could bear no excitement. He spoke at last with great deliberation. "You may as well show it to all Petaquasset, Mignonette, for all Petaquasset shall know before I have been here much longer." "What? Why?" she said, startling. "For what you will, love. I think you need the protection of my name." Faith could not deny it. Howsoever, she looked quaintly grave upon the proposition. "Do you know how you will have to scour the country now, and make yourself as much as possible like cowslips and buttercups and primroses and mouse-ear?" said Mr. Linden, smiling. "One day you may be a spring beauty, and the next meadow sweet, and when I see you a wild pink I shall feel comparatively happy." Faith, with a very little laugh, remarked that she did not feel as if she ever could be anything wild. "What is your definition of wild?" "Not tame." "Does that meek adjective express the kind of pink you intend to be?" "I didn't say what I should be. I only spoke of what I am. Shall I tell you the future tense of this very indicative mood?" he said, touching her cheeks. "If you know it." "If I know it? You will be, some months later, a linden flower. Whether wild or tame remains to be been." Unless linden flowers can be sometimes found a good deal deeper colored than pinks, there was at least very little present resemblance. The only notice Faith took of this prophecy was an involuntary one. The door softly opened at this point, and Mrs. Derrick came in to announce tea. She stood still a moment, surveying them both. "How do you think she looks, Mr. Linden?" His eyes went back to Faith, giving a quick reply which he did not mean they should. "She looks like a dear child, as she is, Mrs. Derrick. I cannot say much more for her, but I shall take her down to tea." Mrs. Derrick went joyfully off for shawls and wrappers. Mr. Linden was silent. His eyes had not stirred, but he amused himself with taking some of the violets from the table near by and fastening them in her belt and hair, the very touch of his fingers telling some things he did not. "Sunbeam, do you feel as if you could bear transportation?" "Not as a sunbeam. I could walk down, I think," said Faith. Mr. Linden remarked that the truth of that proposition would never be known, and then she was muffled in a large soft shawl, and carried downstairs and laid on the sofa in the sitting-room. The windows were open for the May wind, but there was a dainty little fire still. Everything looked strangely familiar, even Mr. Linden, though his face wore not just its most wonted expression. He had laid her down among the cushions and loosened her wrapping shawl, and paid a little attention to the fire, and now stood in Dr. Harrison's favorite place, looking at her, perhaps trying to see whether she looked more like herself downstairs than she had done above. He could not find that she did. Faith felt as if a great cloud had rolled over and rolled off from her, yet in her very happiness she had a great desire to cry. Her weakness of body helped that. Her head lay still upon the cushions, with fingers pressed upon her brow. She hardly dared look at Mr. Linden. Her eye wandered over less dangerous things, yet it saw him not the less. How sweetly the wind blew! Mr. Linden went off to the window and picked 3 or 4 of the May roses that grew there, and then coming to sit down by Faith's sofa softly pushed one of the buds in between her fingers, and made the rest into a breast knot which he laid on the white folds of her dress. He put other roses in her cheeks then, but it was all done with a curious quietness that covered less quiet things. Faith took the flowers and played with them, venturing scarce a look of answer, with the wasted cheek, the delicate flush on it, and all the stirred fountain of feeling which she was not so able as usual to control. Faith was very lovely, to which effect the roses and violets scattered over her lent a help of their own. Mr. Linden looked at her, giving now and then a little arranging touch to flowers or hair, with an unbending face, which ended at last in a very full bright smile. Though just why it rouged her cheeks so instantly Faith did not feel quite sure. She felt the rouge. "I am glad you feel like yourself again," she remarked. "How do you know that I do?" "I think you look so." "Quite a mistake. I am only bewitched. That is somewhat like myself." I must own." Faith's face made a remonstrance, not at all calculated to be successful. "Please don't bewitch me, then," said Mr. Linden, answering the look. "You know I cannot help it, and on the whole you don't wish I could. What do you think of her now, Mrs. Derrick?" he added, getting up to roll the tea-table close to the sofa. The folding of Mrs. Derrick's hands was significant. "Yes, but you must not look at her so," said Mr. Linden, demurely arranging the table and sofa angles in harmonious relation. "You should look with cool unconcern, as I do." "You?" said Mrs. Derrick. "Well, I should like to see that for once." Faith laughed again, and was ready for her supper after a new fashion from what she had known for many a day past. There is no doubt but cresses and broiled pigeon were good that night. End of section 29. Section 30 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 27. What a twitter of birds was in Faith's ears as she awoke next morning. Perhaps they were not really more noisy than usual, but she seemed to hear them more. And then it was a soft, balmy morning, with a joyous spring sunshine and a dancing spring air, which gave full effect to all the bird voices. Faith listened to the chorus, the choir, the concert, the solos, with a charmed ear. The minutes' hush, the low twitter, answered softly from bush and tree, the soft chiming in of other notes, the swelling, quickening, increasing song, till every sparrow and killdeer in all Pettaquasset drew his bow and clattered his castanets with the speed and the eagerness of 20 fiddlers. Only in this orchestra the heads turned gracefully on swelling throats, and for the angular play of elbows there was the lifting flutter of joyous wings, and the audience of opening leaves clapped their little hands for an encore. Such were the sounds that came to Faith from without. Within her room, Mrs. Derrick moved silently about, lighting the fire, arranging the window curtains, the table and couch, laying out Faith's dressing gown to air, but not saying a word to her yet, lest she might be asleep. Faith could see the relief and gladness in every step her mother took, and well knew why. On the white spread before her lay a glowing little bunch of spring flowers, the last night's dew yet hiding in the depths of the violets, and sprinkling the leaves of the May roses, and making the wind flowers look at her with wet eyes. Faith grasped these and held a considerably long conversation with them, then found it in her heart to speak otherwise. "Mother," said she, with a little smile upon the contented languor of convalescence, "you feel better?" Mrs. Derrick came quick to her side, and kissed her and stroked her face. "Pretty child," she said, "so do you." Which fact Faith confirmed by setting about the business of dressing with more energy and good will than she had for many a day brought to it. The pale cheeks were not quite so pale this morning. The white dress was tied round the waist with that blue riband of long ago, never yet spoiled with wearing, and in it the roses and violets made a spot of warmer color. When at last she was ready, and had stepped out into the hall, Mr. Linden met her there as he had done the night after the fire, and as then stayed her for a minute and scanned her face, with a different look from then, with a different sort of gravity, which gladness did not quite cover up. He asked her no questions but with his eyes, and did not say much but with his lips, then carried her down to the breakfast room. "Mignonette," he said, "what time today will it please you to take a drive?" The pleasure of the idea brought the color to Faith's cheeks. "I suppose I had better ask Dr. Harrison first whether I may go," she said gravely. Not at all. He has nothing whatever to say about it. Then as soon as he is gone, I am ready. We will not wait for him, said Mr. Linden. But Indy, later will do just as well, won't it? No, love, not half so well. Why? Principally because I want you to be out when Dr. Harrison comes. And quitting that subject, Mr. Linden wheeled her round to the nearer consideration of biscuits and coffee, leaving Dr. Harrison, for the time, quite out of sight, out of his own sight, that is, for Faith plainly did not forget him. She was a delicious thing to take care of this morning, in that delicacy of bodily condition to which the strong loved to minister, and a tenderness of spirit which grew out of other things, and which today she had no force to hide. And there was an apprehension which Mr. Linden could see behind her eyes every time they came to his face. Faith was gathering her powers for a struggle, yet she had no mind to begin it, and waited after breakfast till Mr. Linden should bring up the subject again. He seemed in no haste to bring it up. For some reason or other, he was in a mood that could not do enough for her. It was a mood Faith must try. As the morning had worn on and she saw some preliminary movement on Mr. Linden's part, which looked like action, she put her hand in his and lifted her eyes to his face with a gentle plea in them, speaking in musical softness. Indy, will you let me wait till Dr. Harrison has made his visit? The little hand was clasped and held fast. He would not wish to see you with me, Mignonette, and I certainly will not let him see you without. Oh, why, Indy? Because, Mignonette, I cannot tell you. Don't ask me. Faith flushed and looked troubled, but somewhat timid too, and asked no more. She puzzled over the subject. Then, Indy, suppose we don't go out to drive today? Suppose we do. What are you rouging your cheeks for? He added, smiling. Faith, I know I have no legal right to control your actions, and yet in this case you must let me say for you what I should for my sister or my wife. How Faith wished to know why. The rouge grew bright, but forbidden to ask. She dared not ask. Would you care if we did not go out today? She said with some timid hesitation. Very much. She was silenced. That Mr. Linden had some strong reason it was plain. Not the less the thought of Dr. Harrison grieved her. But she said nothing, nor did he, upon that subject. Threw it to the winds apparently. The first move was to take her upstairs again and bestow her daintily among cushions, then to sit by her and spice her cup of chicken broth with pepper and talk, till both it and Faith were warm, and Mrs. Derrick in a state of delight, the good, sweet effect of which mode of treatment was shewn in the way the fringed curtains of Faith's eyes were by and by dropped by sleep herself. When she awoke, Mr. Linden was gone, and Mrs. Derrick sat there keeping watch. Has the doctor been here, mother? Why, child, said her mother, he's slipped off, stranger, in some of his capers, and hurt his ankle. So Reuben says he won't come till tomorrow. Shall I tell Mr. Linden he may come up? Yes. Faith felt it a relief. Mr. Linden came to tell her the carriage was ready. It seemed to Faith as if Jerry knew his old driver. With such good will did he set forth, with such little snorts of high spirit and tossings of head and mane, down the old farm road, among fields of fresh grain and fresh ploughing, where bluebirds sat on the fences, and jocund dandelions sunned themselves by the wayside. The breeze came fresh into Faith's face, tossing back her hair, and presently with the scent of buds and flowers and ploughed land came a mingling of the sea breeze. For Mr. Linden was driving that way. He was right to make her come. Faith felt it in her heart, and so did he. There had been few words spoken hitherto, but now he turned to her with a smile of great satisfaction, saying, Mignonette, this breeze is telling upon your cheeks. It is going all through me, said Faith, drawing an eager breath of appreciation. Mr. Linden gave her shawls and cushions some arranging touches, and to her a glad word or two of answer, then drove on down to the shore, not at their usual bathing and picnic place, but at the further out Barley Point, where the breeze came in its full freshness and the waves rolled in white-crested. There he made Jerry stand still for a while, and Faith leaned upon him and so rest. They were somewhat elevated above the sea, where the barren face of the land broke down suddenly some 20 feet. With what a sweet dash the waves broke upon the beach, chasing up the wet sand and laying down a little freight of seaweed here and there. How the water sparkled and glittered, and was blue and white and green and neutral tint. How the gulls soared and stooped, and flapped their wings in the gay breeze, before which the white-winged vessels flew on a more steady course. Jerry pawed the turf, and shook his head in approbation, and Faith's head lay very still. Perhaps Mr. Linden thought she had done talking enough that day, for he was rather silent, only watching her lest she should be tired, or have too much of the air. What he watched her for all the rest of the time was best known to himself. Her brow had its old quiet again now, though her face was grave beyond its old wont, and the eyes, as he could see them, were softly grave and softly glad together, intently going from the white-tipped water to the white-winged gulls and the clouds gray and white that sailed above them. Suddenly, after a long roaming over the fresh life that was abroad there, the eyes were lifted to his face. "Endicott, if I don't say anything, it is because I can't say anything good enough." "Faith," he said with the same glad look at her, "your face says that you are getting better every minute. Not tired yet?" "I feel as if I was in a grand dream." "Do you?" said Mr. Linden. "I am glad I do not. It brings me out of a dream to see you begin to look like yourself. I have not felt so real before since I came home." "You are real enough," said Faith, "and so is everything else. It is only my feeling that is dreamy, and this air will wake me up if I stay here a little while longer. How good it is! Do you see that dark rock in the midst of the waves, and how the waves half cover and then leave it bare?" "Yes. I was thinking of what Rutherford says of the changing, swaying, unsteady tide of life joys and sorrows. Our rock doth not ebb and flow, but our sea." Faith thought her own life had not been much like that changing tide, then remembered his had, in nearer measure. The next question was not far off. She put it, looking up anxiously and regretfully. "Endicott, what are you working so hard for?" A very gay change of face answered her. "So hard as what?" "As you do. What makes you think I am working so hard?" "Little Mignonette, have I given you that impression?" "I did not mean it. Do I look overworked?" "No," said Faith, "I think not. But that is not the thing. Why do you, Endicott?" It was a very gently put question, but put with eyes and lips as well as the sweet voice, dainty in its half timidity mixed with the sweetness. Mr. Linden looked down at her till the question was finished, but then he looked off at the dancing water, the smile which had been drawing upon his lips breaking out into very full sunshine. It was a strange smile, very enjoying and yet a little moved. "Mignonette," he said, looking down at her again, "do you know what a dear little child you are?" Her eyes wavered, then faced him again with a sort of smiling gravity, as not relinquishing their answer. "You will be dreadfully shocked if I tell you." "Shall I?" she said, not believing him. "Yes, but what do you suppose I am doing? What has put all this into your head?" "I heard it," said Faith. "From whom?" "I don't know, but somebody that wondered what you were doing it for." "Most enigmatical information. What id did somebody say I was doing? Working hard, giving lessons, said Faith, dropping her voice. Well, what else was I doing when I was here? That should not shock you, dear child. You were not doing anything else when you were here. That is the very thing, Endicott. Mignonette, I have done nothing to hurt myself. As you may see, I am very strong to work. She gave a little grave glance at him, grave with a background of regretfulness, and placed herself back in her former position, pushing her questions no further. But Mr. Linden did not look grave. I am quite willing to tell you all about my work, he said. That I did not long ago was for 2 or 3 reasons, which you will understand. I told you once, dear Faith, upon a night which I shall never forget, that I had means enough to carry me through my studies, but 2 things made me take measures to earn a good deal more. One was, that I would always rather work than not to have what I want to spend in various good and pleasant ways. Yes, she said a little eagerly. He looked at her with that same smile coming over his face. It will shock you, he said. However, the other reason was this. We agreed how I should choose between 2 gardens wherein to place my mignonette, but it may chance that for even the offer of one I shall have to wait, and for mignonette I cannot. Voyez-vous, mademoiselle? Yes, plainly enough, as he could tell by the bright flush which mounted up to her forehead and made her a Rhodora again, and doubtless Faith would have said several things, only she could not, and so sat like the stillest of scared mice, with no more words at command. Mr. Linden laughed, telling her he thought there was no hope of benefiting her cheeks any further that day, and that to judge by her eyelids sleep would be the next thing, and so turned the little carriage round and Jerry's head towards home. End of section 30. Section 31 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 28. Dinner was ready when they reached home, so that Faith was taken at once to the table, and when dinner was over, upstairs to go to sleep. And sleep held her well nigh all the afternoon. The sunbeams were long, the light of day was growing gentle, when Faith at last awoke and arose, with a tinge in her cheeks and a face getting to be itself again. She put her hair and her dress in fresh order, and went softly about doing the same office for several things in the room, thinking all the while what Mr. Linden had been working for, and how shut her mouth was from saying anything about it. Where is Mr. Linden, mother? Downstairs. I am going down too. I am quite well enough without being carried. Come, mother. He won't like it, child. You'd better let me call him. No, indeed, said Faith. I'll just take your arm, mother. It will do me good. So softly and with a little wilful pleasure on Faith's part, the stairs were descended, and not content with that, Faith went into the tea-room and began, as of old, to give a delicate hand to the tea-table arrangements. Then, when all was done, slowly made her entrance into the other room. But there, to Faith's dismay, were 2 gentlemen instead of one, standing in the middle of the floor in earnest conversation. Both turned the minute she opened the door, and Squire Stoutenburg came towards her, exclaiming, "Why, Miss Faith, nobody gave me any hope of seeing you. My dear, are you as well as you look?" Faith's instant extreme desire was to quit the field she had so rashly ventured upon. Her answer to Mr. Stoutenburg, if made, was too unintelligible to be understood or remembered, and meanwhile she was as the squire had hinted, looking very well, and a picture of dainty confusion. It might not help the confusion, though it did put her face more out of sight, to be rescued from the squire's hands and placed in the easy-chair. No, she is not as well as she looks, Mr. Stoutenburg, and therefore you must not keep her standing. I won't keep her, nor you neither, long, said the squire. Miss Faith, I hope you'll keep him, standing or kneeling or something, all summer. How long are you going to stay? Sure enough, till I must go. Faith heard the smile with which it was spoken. Then I shall go home a happy man, said Mr. Stoutenburg, with a sort of earnest heartiness which became him very well. My dear, I'm as glad as if you were my own daughter, and you'll let me say that, because your father and I were such friends. With which original and sincere expression of feeling the squire went off. You naughty child, Mr. Linden said, coming back to Faith's chair. Who gave you leave to come downstairs? I shouldn't be at all surprised if you had been after cream. No, I haven't, Indy, said Faith, lifting up her face, which was in a sort of overwhelmed state. What is the matter? He said, smiling. Don't mind me, said Faith, passing her hands over her face. I am half ashamed of myself. I shall be better in a day or two. How do you feel after your ride and your sleep? Oh, well, nicely, she said in happy accents. What made you try to walk downstairs? I thought I could do it, and knew I would not let you. Will you be in a talking mood after tea? I am now. I have been wanting to talk to you, Endicott, ever since you got home. What about? About these weeks. The summons to tea came then, however, but when tea was disposed of, and Faith had come back to her sofa in the sitting-room, Mr. Linden took his place at her side. Now I am ready for these weeks, he said. Faith was less ready than he, though she had wished for the talk. Her face darkened to something of the weary look with which he had found her. Endicott, I have wanted to see you dreadfully. He looked pained, not merely, she knew, because of that, but the thought had no further expression. What has been the matter, my dear child? Faith's hand and head went down on his shoulder, as on a rest they had long coveted. I am afraid you will be ashamed of me, Endicott, but I will tell you. You know, since I have been sick, I have seen a great deal of Dr. Harrison, every day, and twice a day. I couldn't help it. No, and Indy, he used to talk to me. Yes, the word was short and grave. I don't know why he did it, and I did not like it, and I could not help it. He would talk to me about Bible things. Well, he used to do that long ago, and long ago you told me not to let him talk to me of his doubts and false opinions. Endicott, I didn't forget that. I remembered it all the while, and yet he did talk to me of those things, and I could not tell how to hinder it. And then, Endicott, the things were in my head, and I could not get them out. The manner of Faith's slow words told of a great deal of hard work. Mr. Linden did not start, but Faith felt the thrill which passed over him, even to the fingers that held hers. Clearly this was not what he expected. Faith, he said, has he touched your faith? Faith's head drew nearer to his, with a manner half caressing, half shrinking, but the answer was a low, no, never. Child, he said with a sort of deep terror in his voice, I think I could not have borne that. I would rather he had won away your heart from me. Faith did not move, and seemed to herself scarce to breathe. Such a spasm of various feelings was upon her heart. It did not. Indy, she whispered. He stooped to kiss her, as if that was the only answer he could give just then, merely saying, Tell me all about it. I don't know how he did it. Faith went on, hesitatingly, as if the words were not easy to her, and always before I knew it was coming, it was said, something that troubled me, almost every time he came. I don't know whether it troubled him too, or whether, but no matter what it was said for, he would tell me of some question that had occurred to him, or some difficulty that he could not understand, or else it was a contrary fact that somebody else had stated, or a cunning explanation that somebody had found out, or a discovery that was against the truth, or some train of consequences and inferences that would undermine it. And these things were always so curiously put, that though I knew they were false, Indy, I never doubted that. I knew they were not the truth, yet I could not shew him that they were not, and that hurt me. It pained me by day and by night, but that was not all. Faith hesitated. These things never did touch my faith, Endicott, but it seems to me now as if they had shut it up in a fortress and besieged it. I hadn't a bit of comfort of it except by snatches, only I knew it was there for ever so long. When I tried to read the Bible, often I could think of nothing but these thoughts would push themselves in between, like a swarm of gnats humming in my ears, and often I had no good of prayer. She added in a yet lower voice, "Have you now?" Mr. Linden said. "Has that passed away?" She hesitated again, perhaps struggling with some emotion which she would not let get the better of her. Her words were quiet. "It is passing. Earth and sky are all cleared since you came, as I knew they would be." Mr. Linden was silent and motionless, looking down at her, curbing as he best might the grief and indignation which were by turns as much as he could manage. He did not speak for some time. "I think, Indy," said Faith, "I shouldn't have felt so if I had been well and strong. I am almost sure it was partly that. I wasn't strong in mind or body, and how I wanted you, and where was my place in the world if not here? I didn't want you till you came," she said in a very sweet low tone. "Ah, child, you do not know what you are talking of, nor what a snare was spread for you." "Do you think that, Indy?" she said in a scared way. "What else? But he always seemed, I always hoped, he was really interested in those things himself." "No man carries truth in one hand and falsehood in the other," said Mr. Linden sternly. Faith was sitting upright, looking very thoughtful and very grieved. "But you do not think, Endicott, you do not think there was no truth in it?" His face caught her grieved look. He answered slowly, "Child, you must leave all that. I only know that he tried to get rid of every barrier in his way." "And how in this, Endicott?" "What? He doubtless thought your belief stood between him and your favor, and that if he could change that—" Faith's head sank with a low word of pain. Mr. Linden was silent. She looked up again, with a face of yearning sorrow which it was a pity perhaps Dr. Harrison could not see. "And now," she said, "we can never do anything more for him." But Mr. Linden was not ready for the wish. The sternness of his face did not relax this time even under the power of hers, until as he looked, with the sight of all her loveliness and the thought of all the wrong done her, came the keen realization of why it had been done. Then his look changed and saddened. "Endicott," she said after a while, humbly, "do you think anyone who loves Christ could be brought to disbelieve him?" "No, not really and permanently. The promise says, 'Because he hath set his love upon me, therefore will I deliver him.'" "Then what did you fear so much for me, Indy?" She had cause for the question. He had spoken and looked and listened with that intentness of sense which shews some hidden anxiety. measuring jealously every look and word of hers by some old, well-remembered standard. "You remember, dear Faith," he said, "that when the thief set upon one of the pilgrims, though he made out to keep his jewels, yet they took from him all his spending money, and in the want of that he went to the end of his life. But the smile that answered him was an answering smile, though there was sorrow in it, and humbleness, and even fear. Its fullest burdens were the free guarantee that she was not hurt, and an untold wealth of affection that almost breathed out of the moving and parted lips. Indy, it was only a cloud. I knew at the time it would scatter away just as soon as you came. I knew it was a cloud, but I wasn't well." Mr. Linden lifted her face, gazing at it intently. "My little mignonette," he said, "are you sure that you hold fast the beginning of your confidence? Are you sure that he has not dimmed the light that used to shine so bright in your heart? That he has not made heaven seem less real, nor the promises of less effect? Are you sure, Faith? If he has, find it out now." She had never seen him look so, never heard him speak with such earnestness. The words seemed to come from the very depths of his heart, freighted not only with their own moment, but with the pain which the raising such questions had stirred in him. Faith knew little of even the pictures of angels. If she had, she might have thought of one then. Her child nature would have thrown itself into his arms to give the answer. As it was, the woman drew a little back and spoke with veiled eyes. "If he has, I don't know it, Endicott. It was a cloud that hindered all enjoyment from me. I knew at the time it was no more. It is gone, or almost. It was wrong to be on me at all, but I was weak and not well." Her speech was very humble, and the innocent trembling of the lips was as one might answer an angel. His eyes changed as she spoke, watching her still, but less clearly, and bringing her where she had not dared to place herself. Mr. Linden kissed her again and again, as one rejoices over what has been lost or in deadly peril. Not many words, and those low and half-uttered, of deep thanksgiving, of untold tenderness, but Faith hid her face in her hands, and though she did not shed any tears, shook and trembled. "This will not do, for you nor for me," said Mr. Linden. "Mignonette, have my words grieved you? They need not. There was not a breath in them harsher than a summer wind." "I didn't think it, Indy." "What are you thinking of, my child?" "Nothing. Never mind me," she said deprecatingly. "Tell me, Faith," he repeated. But she did not. The quivering emotion passed away or was overcome, and then her answer was a very grave and sweet look and smile, still such a one as might without any force have been given to an angel. "Faith, what will make you speak? This? Tell me what you were trembling about. I shall begin to think you have grown afraid of me." "I don't think I have," she said very quietly. "You are a sort of willow branch, so very pliant that you glide out of reach on the very breath that comes after you. Now I think the very profound confidence I reposed in you this morning deserves some return. I'm afraid I cannot ask for it with such persuasive eyes." "It's no confidence," said Faith. "I didn't know I had been in such danger, and," she spoke with some difficulty, "I didn't know what it would be to offend you." "Did you think you could, if I did wrong?" "Faith," he said, "do you know what I should expect, if I did wrong, as you say? That you would break your heart, perhaps, but never that you would be offended. I should expect to find you more than ever my sweet ministering spirit." A look of intense grave earnestness followed and echoed his thought with one or two of her own. Then her gravity broke in a radiant little smile. "I am not exactly like you, Endicott," she said. "What is the precise bearing of that remark?" "You might be offended, where I should have no right," she said with slow utterance and consideration of her words. "But why, little Arabic poem?" The color started into Faith's cheeks, but she answered, "You are better than I, and besides, you know, Indy, it would be right for you to do what it wouldn't be right for me to do." Her color deepened to brightness and her eyes were very cast down. Mr. Linden looked at her, smiling a grave, sweet smile. "Faith," he said, "I have heard, or imagined, that a man might have an angel for his wife, but I never heard yet of a woman who had an angel for her husband. Did you?" Faith endeavored to shield her eyes and cheek with a very insufficient hand. "You put me in the witness box. What can I do?" she said. "You can do one thing as well as anybody I ever saw," Mr. Linden said, taking her hand down. "Faith, where did you get such pink cheeks?" "What is an Arabic poem?" said Faith gravely. "A pretty thing that requires translating. Faith, I have a great desire to take you all about Pataquasset and tell everybody what you are to be." "Endicott?" said Faith with a startled glance. "What?" he answered, laughing. "Why do you say so? Just imagine the delight of all Quapaw and the full satisfaction of the Roscombs. Shouldn't you like to see it?" Faith looked at him in a sort of frightened mood of mind, discerning some earnest in the play. Mr. Linden's face did not reassure her, though he carried the play at that time no further. End of chapter 28.
Section 32 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 29. If the fears of the night before had not quite been slept off, if the alarming ideas had not all been left in dreamland, still it was hard for anything but peace and pleasure to show its head that morning. In at Faith's window came the sunbeams. The tiny panes of glass showed each a patch of the bluest sky, and through some unseen open sash the morning air swept in full sweetness. When Faith opened her own window, the twitter and song of all manner of birds was something to hear, and their quick motions were something to see. From the sweetbriar on the house to the trees in the orchard, from the mud nest under the eaves to the hole in the barn wall, what darting and skimming and fluttering! Off in the orchard the apple trees were softly putting on their nonpareil dress of blossoms, feeding the air with nectar till it was half intoxicated, and down in the garden a little bevy of bells stood prim and soft and sweet, ringing their noiseless spring chimes under Faith's window. Under her window, too, that is within close sight of it, stood Reuben Taylor and Mr. Linden, not watching for her just then, as it appeared, but intent upon their own concerns, or rather Reuben, in his usual dark, neat dress and straw hat, with hands neither busy nor at rest, but waiting and ready, was intent upon Mr. Linden, and Mr. Linden upon his work. His hat was off on the grass beside him, and he himself, half sitting, half leaning upon an old crooked apple tree, had his hands full of cowslips, though what he was doing with them Faith could not tell. Only from a fluttering end of blue riband that appeared she could guess their destination. The two friends were talking busily and merrily with little cowslip interludes, and the yellow blossoms sprinkled the grass all about the tree, some having dropped down, others been tossed off as not worthy a place in the ball. For that was the work in Mr. Linden's hands, something which Faith had never seen. It was so very pretty a picture that Faith sat down to look at it, and, thoughtless of being found out, looked on in a dream. Mr. Linden's threats of yesterday did come back to her shrinkingly, but she threw them off. The time was too happy to bear the shadow of anything weightier than apple blossoms. Faith looked out through them admiringly, marvelling anew how Mr. Linden had ever come to like her, and while her soft eyes were studying him, her heart made many a vow before the time. She only felt the birds fly past. Her mind was taking strange glimpses into the future. Stepping jauntily out from the house, Sam Stoutenburg came next upon the scene, the springtime of this man's attire suiting well enough with his years, but not so well with his surroundings. Too desperately smart for the cowslips, bright and shining as they were there in the sun, too new for the tulips, though they had been out of the ground but a few days. For, in a little bit of garden ground, where many a lovely plant was found, stood a tulip in gay attire. His pantaloons green as ever were seen, his cap was as red as fire. But the tulip was at least used to his cap, which was more than could be said of Sam, and his hat. "Mrs. Derrick told me to come out here and find you, sir," he said. "But what are you doing, Mr. Linden?" "I'm making a ball." "A ball?" "Yes," said Mr. Linden, gratifying one of my youthful tastes. "Sam, I'll lend you my hat." "Why, what for, sir?" said Sam, a little confused and a good deal puzzled, while Reuben smiled. "Just to save you from the headache while you stand there in the sun," said Mr. Linden, tying the ends of his riband together. "It's a man's hat, Sam. You need not be afraid of it. That's a good lesson in whistling," he said, looking up into the tree over his head, where a robin had just come to exercise his powers. But as Mr. Linden's eyes came back from the robin, they caught sight of Faith at her window, and instantly he was on his feet and made her a most graceful and low reverence. Instinctively the two boys turned and followed suit, the one with his straw hat, the other with his beaver. Faith's contemplative quiet was broken up, and her face grew shy and flushed as she gave her tiny grave signs of recognition, but a soft "good morning" floated down to them, followed, nobody knows why, by a more particular "good morning, Sam." "Miss Faith," said Sam affectingly, "are you always going to stay upstairs?" "No, I am coming down presently. You're early today, Sam." "Not earlier than I've been some other days, Miss Faith." Faith nodded at him and left the window, threw round her the light shawl which she was expected to wear because she'd been sick, rather than because the May air called for it, and prepared to go down. But in the second of time which all this took, she heard her name called from the orchard, not very loud, but very distinct. "Faith!" She knew who called, and it was with a little startled thrill that she presented herself at the window to answer the summons. Mr. Linden stood close beneath it. "Can you catch this?" he said, looking up at her with laughing eyes, and the soft cowslip ball came whirling up to bury its golden head in her hands. If Faith saw anything else, it was the very evident astonishment of one of the standers-by, but nevertheless she bravely put her bright blushing face out again. "Thank you, Mr. Linden," she said. "It's too pretty to be thrown more than once." "Are you ready to come yourself?" "Yes, I'm coming." He bowed and turned away, passing on into the house with so quick a step that he was at the head of the stairs as soon as she was. "You're not going to carry me down today," said Faith, starting back. "I can walk down as well as you can, or at least I can as well walk down." "There is no one in the parlour, Mignonette." "Then I'll not go there," said Faith, smiling. "I'll take you to the garden, if you prefer it. Is the supposed fact of your being able to walk downstairs any reason why you should not bid me good morning?" There was neither that nor any other existing reason, to judge by the quiet grace with which Faith drew near to give the required good morning, or rather to permit Mr. Linden to take it, and then placed her hand in his, as willing to have so much aid from him as that could give. He held it fast, and her too, for a minute, while his other hand busied itself with fastening in her belt a dewy, sweet, sonsy-looking little sprig of May roses. "How do you feel this morning?" he said, when he was gravely considering the effect. "Very much like spring." Faith looked so with her other hand full of primroses. "And otherwise?" "I don't feel otherwise," said Faith, laughing, the first really free, merry look of laughter he had seen on her face since he came home. "You are the sweetest of all spring blossoms," Mr. Linden said, carrying her off with perfect disregard of the supposed fact of her being able to walk. At the foot of the stairs, however, she was permitted to find her feet again. "Where will you go, dear child? The orchard is very wet, but you may venture as far as the door." "No, I have something to do," said Faith. "What have you to do?" "What I used to take care of, part of it. I'm so glad to do it again." "Not today. You ought not, nor tomorrow. You must come in here and sit quiet till breakfast, and for a few days more be content to be love in idleness as well as Mignonette. "Will you promise?" he said, seating her in the easy-chair with open window and breakfast-table and a gay little fire to make the captivity pleasant. "But I like work, Andy, and a little won't hurt me. Those boys want you, and I'll make the coffee. Do you know, Mignonette, how pale you would be if I were away?" She shook her head. "I do," said Mr. Linden, "and as I am in a mood for roses this morning, I want you to let me bring those boys in here. Then they can see me, and I can see you." The roses came, started and brightened, and her eyes looked a soft protest, but it was a minority protest and gave way, and her face after all told him he might do what he liked. He gave her a reassuring smile and went back to the orchard, presently returning with Reuben and Sam, the one wearing a face of unqualified pleasure, the other of almost as unqualified shyness. Sam was not quite sure that his ears had reported correctly, but the doubt and the new idea were enough to discompose him thoroughly. He listened eagerly to the answers Reuben's words called forth, but seemed afraid to venture many himself. As for Mr. Linden, he was combining another handful of flowers, covering his amusement with very grave composure. It was not bad amusement, for the exquisite simplicity in Faith's manner, with the contrast of the coming and going colour and the shy eyelashes, made a picture that anyone claiming interest in it would have been a little proud of, and the roses in her belt and the cowslips in her hand and the delicate lines of her face which health had not yet rounded out again, all joined to make the vision a very fair one. She was mostly shy of Sam, and did not look at Mr. Linden. "I haven't thanked you for your pigeons, Sam," she said, after a few lively words with Reuben. "No, Miss Faith, please don't," was the gallant rejoinder. "Weren't they worth thanks?" inquired Mr. Linden. "I thought they were when I was eating them, and Mother said they were the best I had. Don't you like to be thanked, Sam?" "When it's worth while," said Sam. "But you know, Mr. Linden, it's thanks enough to do anything for Miss Faith." "I know that very well." Quiet as the words were, they brought all Sam's ideas to the ground like his own pigeons. "Where are you now in college, Sam?" Faith went on, perhaps because she felt herself a coward. Sam made answer in a more subdued state of mind than was usual when he announced his sophomorical distinctions. "What are you going to do when you come out?" "Oh, I don't know, Miss Faith. Father says I can do just what I like." "And you don't know what that will be, Sam?" "No," said Sam. "I can't even guess." "A man who can do what he likes ought to do a great deal," said Mr. Linden. "Reuben, will you take the upper road home and give these flowers to N.C. Stevens for Miss Faith?" "Oh, yes, sir," Reuben said. "No, Reuben, I didn't send them," said Faith eagerly. "Tell her," said Mr. Linden, smiling, "that they come from Miss Faith's garden, and that I shall bring Miss Faith herself to see her just so soon as she can bear such a long drive." The bunch of flowers was laid lightly on her hands for her disposal. "Now I must send you 2 collegians, present and future, away, for you have had your breakfast and we have not had ours." At which remark Sam took Faith's hand with a bow of great perplexity and reverence, and Reuben drew near and waited for the flowers. "Give them to her from Mr. Linden," said Faith, rosy red as she put them in his keeping. "She will like that best, Reuben." Reuben thought he knew how to combine the 2 messages, and the boys went off just as the coffee pot came in. "Faith," said Mr. Linden, coming back to sit down by her, "here's a rosebud so much like you that I think I ought to wear it. What do you consider the most appropriate way?" "How do gentlemen wear flowers? You'll have to stick it in a buttonhole," said Faith, half grave and half laughing, "if it must be worn. But that is to treat it as a common flower." "You'll have to treat it so," said Faith, glancing from the rosebud to him. "Look at it," said Mr. Linden. "Do you see how very lovely it is?" She did look at it more closely, and then at him with an appeal of grave remonstrance, deep though unspoken, but it was met defiantly. "If I am to wear this mignonette, you must put it in place." Faith was a little shy of even doing so much, and besides was aware that her mother as well as the coffee-pot had come upon the scene. However, she took the flower and succeeded in attaching it securely where she thought it ought to go, on the breast of Mr. Linden's waistcoat, by which time the resemblance between the 2 rosebuds was perfect and striking, and Faith drew back to her breakfast, glad to have everybody's attention diverted to coffee, which she declared was good with cowslips. It may be said that the diversion was not immediate, for though her chair was at once wheeled round to the table, yet Faith had to take her thanks then and there, in full defiance of Mrs. Derrick's presence. After that, however, Mr. Linden, to do him justice, did change the subject. Cowslips and coffee went on well till near the end of breakfast, which, to say truth, had been rather prolonged as well as delayed, and then there came a front door knock. It was of no use for Faith to start, for breakfast was not absolutely finished, and the next minute who should come in from the hall but Miss Essie Distaff, as fresh as possible in white dress and black silk apron, her black hair from which she had drawn off the sunbonnet in shining order, the black eyes as well. Perhaps they dilated on first seeing the party, more sparkling they could not be. She advanced at a moderate pace towards the table, looking and speaking. "Mrs. Derrick, I didn't know you were such late people. I have come to run away with your daughter, and thought I should find the coast clear. Mr. Linden, I didn't know Pataquasset was so happy as to have you back, sir." "We have breakfast late for Faith's sake," said Mrs. Derrick, while Mr. Linden rose and gave the lady first his hand and then a chair, remarking that the happiness of Pataquasset was pleasant news to him too. "But Faith's well again, isn't she?" said Miss Essie, waiting to get breath mentally. "She's better," said Mrs. Derrick. "She goes out?" "She has been once." "Is that all? Well, it will do her good to go again. Sophie Harrison and I made up our minds that she and I and Faith would spend the day together, so I've come to fetch her." "Do you believe in the possibility of ladies falling in love with ladies, Mr. Linden?" "I have more knowledge of gentlemen's possibilities. Who is supposed to be in danger, Miss Essie?" "Faith cannot go out to spend the day," said Mrs. Derrick decidedly. "Is it danger?" said Miss Essie. "Mrs. Derrick, why can't Faith go with me? Faith, won't you go?" She had come up close to the table and stood by Faith's side, whom her eyes were now reading, or at least endeavouring to spell out. "Not today, Miss Essie, thank you." "Thank me? You ought to apologize to me." Miss Essie took a chair in that place where she could rake the whole table. "Here will be Sophie and me, horribly disappointed. We'd counted on you. Sophie is all alone, you know. Faith, the doctor is laid up?" "We heard of it," Faith answered, not very easily. "Well, do you know he says he's going south?" "I heard so," said Faith. Miss Essie could not make much of the rising colour in her cheeks. It came and went so easily. "What takes him off just now in such haste? Business?" Faith looked up and gave her inquisitor a full, clear look, such as curiosity never cares for, while she answered with quiet dignity, "He did not tell me, Miss Essie." "It's a pity Dr. Harrison's just going now that you're just come," said the lady of the black eyes, shifting her ground. "You used to be such friends." "What is a friend?" said Mr. Linden. "By the way, Miss Essie, you should make these cresses an excuse for at least eating salt with us, so prove your title to the name." "Dear me," said the lady, taking a handful. "I thought a friend was something more ethereal than that." "Than what, if you please?" "A person who eats your salt. I don't love cresses. I am not one of Nebuchadnezzar's family. Where did you get the fashion? It's French. Dr. Harrison eats them. Did he teach it to you, Faith?" "I think I had that honour," said Mr. Linden. "I dare say you gave more lessons than were given in school," said Miss Essie significantly. "What else did you learn of him, Faith?" Faith gave the lady only a glance of her soft eye, but her face and her very throat were charged with varying colour. Her attention went from cresses to cowslips. "I am saucy," said the lady. "Mr. Linden, are you coming back to the bona fide school here? There'll be a great many glad." A very involuntary lesson to Miss Essie herself came longingly to Mr. Linden's lips, but except from the slight play and compression of the same, she had not the benefit of it. He spoke as usual. "She has never learned the art of self-defence, Miss Essie, therefore I pray you attack me. No, I am not coming back to the school, and to say truth, I think there would be some pretty sorry, as well as glad, if I did." "You're bad scholars?" said the lady, not intent upon her question. "No, my good friends." "I should be glad," said Miss Essie. "Who are your friends that would be sorry? Dr. Harrison, for instance?" "The friends who like my present work better." "And you are going to be a clergyman," said Miss Essie, leaning her elbow on the table and studying Mr. Linden. "Perhaps some other things, too," with her eyes. He smiled under the scrutiny, but merely bowed to her question. "It's dreadful hard work," said Miss Essie. "Dreadful? Miss Essie, you have not studied the subject." "No," said she, laughing. "I said dreadful hard, and so it is, I think." There be some sports are painful, but their labour, delight in them sets off. Is not that equally true of some work? Said Mr. Linden, making one or two quiet additions to the breakfast on Faith's plate, which means of assistance Faith inadvertently disregarded and pushed her plate away. Do you suppose anybody delights in them? Said Miss Essie. I can't understand it, but perhaps they do. A minister is very much looked up to. But one thing is certain, of all things the hardest it is to be a minister's wife. Of all things. He must be a poor sort of minister who lets his wife have a harder life than his own. He can't help it, said Miss Essie, walking her black eyes about. Of course he don't wish it, but women always do have a harder time than men, and a minister's wife particularly. It's a comfort to think he don't wish it, said Mr. Linden, with a sort of resigned gravity. Well, it would not be much comfort to me, said Miss Essie. When a woman marries, she naturally expects her husband to belong to her, but a minister belongs to everybody else. I see. I have not studied the subject, said Mr. Linden. Miss Essie, you are giving me most important information. Is this so inevitable that I ought in conscience to warn the lady beforehand? Miss Essie smiled graciously. It would be no use. She wouldn't believe you. I might warn her. I've seen it. What have you seen? Why, that a woman who marries a minister needn't expect to have any more of her husband than his clothes to mend. Melancholy statement, said Mr. Linden. It's of no use to tell it to a man, said Miss Essie, but I have seen it. Not in my house. I shall see it in your house if you ever let me in there, but it will be too late to warn then. Very likely you will not see it. Faith sat with one hand shielding her face from this speaker, though by that means it was more fully revealed to the other. Her other hand and her eyes, as far as possible, were lost in the bunch of cowslips. Her colour had long ceased to be varying. She sat still as a mouse. No, I shall not see it. To what end would your warnings be directed if they could reach her in time? To keep her from taking such a trying position. Oh, said Mr. Linden, have you no feeling for me, Miss Essie? It's very plain why you scrupled to eat salt with me this morning. I'll eat salt with you as a single man, said Miss Essie, but if you're going to be a minister, be generous and let your wife go. Any other woman will tell you so. Let her go? Where? With me? That is just what I intend. Yes, said Miss Essie, and then you'll never know it, but she will sit alone upstairs and sew while you are writing your sermons, and she'll sit downstairs and sew while you're riding about the country or walking about the town, and she'll go out alone of your errands when you have a cold that keeps you at home, and the only time she hears you speak will be when you speak in the pulpit, and if you ask her whether she's happy, she will say yes. Despite all her desperate contusion, the one visible corner of Faith's mouth showed rebellion against order. Mr. Linden laughed with most unterrified amusement. If she says that, it will be so, Miss Essie. My wife will be a most uncompromising truth-teller. But in your picture I am the one to be pitied. Will she never sit on the same floor with me under any circumstances? More than you deserve, said Miss Essie. You to be pitied indeed. You know the man has the stir and the talk and the going from place to place and the being looked up to and the having everybody at his feet, and what is she? Mr. Linden did not answer even with his eyes, which were looking down, and the smile which came at Miss Essie's last words was clearly not meant for her. His wife would have something, so it said and asserted, and his wife was not an indefinite imaginary person. It said that too. And she was worth all that could be laid at her feet. How much he had to lay there, what homage his homage was, even of this the face gave unconscious token. Miss Essie looked and read it, or at least felt it, much more than she could well have put into words. Then, taking in review Faith's bowed head, she turned and spoke in quite a different tone. There's no use in talking to people, Mrs. Derrick. After all, mayn't I have Faith? To spend the day? Oh, no, Miss Essie, she's not strong enough, said Mrs. Derrick, rising from the table and beginning to put the cups together. Faith left the party and went to the fire, which in the advanced state of the May morning needed no tending. Yet she must spend the days somewhere, said Miss Essie, wheeling round. Faith, what are you going to do with yourself? Nothing, Miss Essie, came softly from the fire-mender, but as her hand moved to and fro with the tongs, the sparkle of the diamonds caught Miss Essie's eye. Child, how did you get that? She exclaimed, springing to her side and arresting the tongs. Faith's low, "I don't know, ma'am," was inimitable. It was well neither lady had sight of Mr. Linden's face. "It's very beautiful," said Miss Essie, controlling herself into some order and poring over the little hand she had made captive. "I never saw a greater beauty of a ring. Never. Do you know what it means, Faith?" She dropped her voice and tapped significantly the finger. Faith answered like a person put to the question. "Yes." "Do you?" said Miss Essie, in the same low aside, and half laughing. "I'm so glad. I always thought it. But this is splendid, Faith. You don't know how handsome it is. It is easy to know where this came from. I needn't ask." "I must ask you both to sit down," said Mr. Linden. "Faith is not strong enough for much standing, Miss Essie." "I can't sit down. I'm going away," said the lady. "I'll tell Sophie she may expect you the first day you can go out for so long," she went on, renewing her half-whisper to Faith. "Does she know of this?" touching the diamonds which Miss Essie had not yet let go. "No, Miss Essie." Faith stood in great confusion. Mr. Linden left the table and, gently disengaging her from Miss Essie, placed her in the great chair and stood resting one hand on the back of it. "Miss Essie," he said, "Faith belongs to me, and therefore, if I take care of her strength in a somewhat summary way, you will forgive me." Miss Essie paused and looked at him in most bewildering confusion. He had spoken, and she had heard, very clearly. "I don't believe it," she said with an attempt at jocularity, in which there mingled somehow, inexplicably, a quality that was not pleasure. "Faith, no double-dealing. 2 is too much." "Or even the suggestion of 2, Mr. Linden said. "Do you mean," said Miss Essie, looking at him with a semi-comical endeavour to cover up discomfiture and other things, "do you mean to say that I have made nothing here but an abominable mistake?" "I should give it a different adjective." Miss Essie made a despairing gesture. "Oh, I might well say it's no use talking to people. Will you ever forgive me, Mr. Linden, for all the mischief I have tried to do you? I didn't know both parties were within hearing of me, you know, sir. Miss Essie, I hope you may always be as successful." Perhaps Miss Essie wondered, as she glanced at Faith, whether she had done any mischief or no, but she ventured no sort of repartee, being altogether in an uncomfortable and somewhat odd state of mind. She made hurried adieus to Mrs. Derrick, more formal and extremely civil leave-taking of Mr. Linden, parted in a sort of astonished wise with Faith and the diamonds, which evidently bewildered her yet, and made what was also evidently an escape out of the house. While Mr. Linden attended the lady to the door, Faith softly and swiftly passed behind them and made her escape too, upstairs. She was gone before he turned. It was perhaps an hour after this when Cindy entered Faith's room and gave her a note. "I'm free to confess," said Cindy, "that Mr. Linden gave it to me, but who writ it I don't know. But Faith did." It ran thus, quote, "Mademoiselle, with great impatience I have waited for my sunbeam to break through the gloomy clouds of doubt which surround me, but I perceive the warning has taken effect. In keeping with this is the state of the outer world, which is even rainy, so that my purpose to take said sunbeam out to drive is for the present thwarted. Conceive of my state of mind. In vain I repeat to myself the comforting truth, that my sunbeam is shining somewhere, if not on me. There are circumstances where philosophical truths lose all their power. I remember that the warning contains some notable mistakes, as for instance that I should ever, my pen refuses to write the words, or I do. As well might it be said that I should. Mademoiselle, you must perceive the obvious bearing of these two upon each other. If your interest in the writer has carried you so far, perhaps he may indulge the hope that at some future time it may carry you further, even to the head of the stairs, where it is needless to say you will be received with open arms. It is also needless to sign this. It could come but from one person." End quote. Some 2 minutes after, Faith's room door opened, and a very flashing bright sunbeam came out upon the place indicated, only a little peach-blossom tinge in her cheeks witnessing to any consciousness. She was met according to promise, then held off and looked at with serio-comic eyes. "What a cruel child you are," Mr. Linden said. "What do you want, Endicott?" said Faith, trying to be serious. "How can you have the heart to sit upstairs and sew while I'm downstairs in my study?" Faith instantly came so close, taking the nearest refuge, that he could not very well see her face, but that she was laughing still, he knew. "Endicott, don't talk so. I didn't know where you were. Will it be in this sort of weather that you will go out to do errands and leave me at home?" "Endicott, if you don't want anything more of me," said Faith, lifting up a face which was an array of peach blossoms, "I'll go back again." "Will you?" with a little tightening of his hold and signification of his approval of peach blossoms. "Faith, you are a lovely child. Will it distress you very much if I go off and ride about the country alone?" But now, seeing she could not get away, she stood graver, and the answer was very gentle, almost tender. "No." "Then you will not confess that you were frightened out of your wits at the picture?" said Mr. Linden, smiling, though with an answering change of tone. "Did you think I was?" "No, you're too much of a woman for that, even if you had believed it true." "Then you were not frightened?" she said with some comicality. "I? Desperately. My note did not give you any idea of the state of my mind. Imagine me sitting downstairs and saying to myself words naturally suggested by the state of the weather. 'Oh, how this spring of love resembleth the uncertain glories of an April day, which now shows all the beauties of the sun, and by a cloud takes all away.'" One of the soft flashes of Faith's eye came first to answer him, and then she remarked very coolly, nota bene, her face was not so, "I think it will clear at noon, Endicott." "Do you?" he said, looking towards the window with a counterfeit surprise that was in comical antithesis to his last words. "Does it rain still?" Faith's eye came back quick from the window to him, and then, for the first time in many a long day, her old mellow sweet laugh rolled over the subject, dismissing make-believes and figures of speech in its clear matter-of-fact rejoicing. "My dear little mignonette," Mr. Linden said, "that does my very heart good. You are really getting better, in spite of lessons and warnings and all other hindrances. Do you want to know what I have truly been thinking of since you came upstairs? Shall we exchange thoughts?" "Please give me yours," she answered. They sprang from Miss Essie's question. Faith, when she asked me what my wife would have, I could not tell her. I could not answer it to myself afterwards very definitely. Only so far, she will have all I have to give. His hand was smoothing and arranging her hair as he spoke, his look one that nobody but Faith ever had from Mr. Linden. She had looked up once and seen it, and then she stood before him so still and silent as if she might have had nothing to say. But every line of her brow, her moved lip, her attitude, the very power of her silence contradicted that, and testified as well to the grace of a grave and most exquisite humility which clothed her from head to foot. Mr. Linden was as silent as she, watching her, but then he drew her off to the low couch in the wide old-fashioned entry window and seated her there in a very bath of spring air and struggling sunbeams. "I suppose it's useless to say, 'Please give me yours,'" he said, smiling. "Mignonette, we have had no reading today. Do you like this time and place? And shall it be with you or to you?" "It will be both, won't it?" said Faith, and she went for her Bible. End of section 32. Read by Sandra, Montreal, 2021.
Section 33 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 30. The day was struggling into clearness by the time dinner was over. Patches of blue sky looked down through grey, vapoury, scattering clouds, while now and then a few raindrops fell to keep up the character of the morning, and broad, warm, genial sunbeams fell between them. It was not fair yet for a drive, and Mr. Linden went out on some errands of business, leaving Faith with a charge to sleep and rest and be ready against his return. He was but a little while gone when Jem Waters made his appearance and asked for Faith. Mr. Simlins had been ill, that Faith knew, but Jem brought a sad report of how ill he had been, and a message that he was tired of not seeing Faith, and wished she would let Jem fetch her down. She might go back again as soon as she'd a mind to. He wanted to see her real bad, according to Jem, for he had ordered the best waggon on the premises to be cleaned and harnessed up, and the best buffalo robe put in, and charged Jem to bring Miss Faith if she could anyways come. And there was Jem and the waggon. Faith demurred. She had not had her sleep and didn't know, or rather did know, how the proceeding would be looked upon. But she also fancied more meaning in the summons than Jem had been commissioned to make known, and perhaps another little wee feminine thought came in to help her decision. "Mother," she said, "I shall go. You need not say anything about it unless you are asked. It isn't far to Mr. Simlin's. I shall be home in time for my ride." So, quickly ready, Jem drove her down. Mr. Simlin's she found sitting up, in a nondescript invalid's attire of an old cloak and a summer waistcoat, and warm as the day was, with a little fire burning, which was not unnecessary to correct the damp of the unused sitting-room. He was, as he said, fallen away considerable, and with no more strength than a spring chicken, but for the rest looked as usual, and so spoke. "Well, why ain't you been to see me before?" "I have been sick, sir." "Sick?" said he, his voice softening unconsciously towards her sweet tones. "Sit there and let me see. I believe you have, but you ain't far from well now." He had some reason, for the face he had turned to the sunlight bore all the quiet lines of happiness, and its somewhat faint colour was replaced under his scrutiny by a conscious deep rose. "Don't you know," he said, settling himself back in his chair, "I don't think I see the sun and moon when I don't see you, or the moon anyways. You ain't but the half of my zodiac." "What did you want to see the moon for, Mr. Simlin's?" said Faith, willing to interrupt him. "Well, you see, I've been a kind of latitudinarian too," said Mr. Simlin's doubtfully. "It pulls a man's mind down, as well as his flesh, and I got tired of thinking to-day and concluded I'd send for you to stop it." His look confessed more than his words. Faith had little need to ask what he had been thinking about. "What shall I do to stop it, sir?" "Well, you can read, can't you, or talk to me?" There was a strange uneasy wandering of his eye, and a corresponding unwonted simplicity and directness in his talk. Faith noted both, and silently went for a Bible she saw lying on a table. She brought it to Mr. Simlin's side, and opened its pages slowly, questioning with herself where she should read. Some association of a long-past conversation perhaps was present with her, for though she paused over one and another of several passages, she could fix upon none but the parable of the unfruitful tree. "Do you mean that for me?" said the farmer a minute after she had done. "Yes, sir. And no, dear Mr. Simlin's," said Faith, looking up. "Why is it yes and no? How be I like that?" he growled, but with a certain softening and lowering of his growl. "The good trees all do the work they were made for. God calls for the same from us," Faith said gently. "I know what you're thinking of," said he, "but I ain't done it. Whoever heard a man say I had wronged him, or that I've been hard-hearted either? I never was." It was curious how he let his thoughts out to her, but the very gentle, pure and true face beside him provoked neither controversy nor mistrust nor pride. He spoke to her as if she had only been a child. Like a child, with such sympathy and simplicity, she answered him. "Mr. Simlin's, the Bible says that the fruits of righteousness are by Jesus Christ. Do you know him? Are you in his service?" "I don't know as I understand you," said he. "I can't make you understand it, sir." "Why can't you? Who can?" he said quickly. "It is written, Mr. Simlin's, they shall be all taught of God." She showed him the place. "And it is written, come and let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, and to the house of the God of Jacob. And he will teach us of his ways, and we will walk in his paths." That is it. If you are willing to walk in his paths, He will show them to you. Faith looked eagerly at the farmer, and he looked at her. Neither heart was hid from the other. But supposing I was willing, which I be, so far as I know, I don't know what they be no more'n a child. How am I going to find them out? Faith's eyes filled quick as she turned over the leaves again. Was it by sympathy alone that occasion came for the rough hand to pass once or twice hastily across those that were looking at her? Without speaking, Faith showed him the words. If any man will do his will, he shall know of the doctrine. That is the question, dear Mr. Simlins. On that, if, it all hangs. The farmer took the book into his own hands and sat looking steadily at the words. Well, said he, putting it back on her lap, supposing the if's all right. Go ahead, Faith. Then the way is clear for you to do that, and it's all easy. But the first thing is here, the invitation of Jesus himself. Come unto me, all ye that labour and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you, and learn from me. For I am meek and lowly in heart, and ye shall find rest unto your souls. For my yoke is easy, and my burden is light. You see, she went on very gently, he bids you learn of him, so he is ready to teach you. If you are only willing to take his yoke upon you, to be his servant and own it, he will show you what to do, step by step, and help you in every one. I don't see where's the beginning of the way yet, said the farmer. That, said Faith, be the servant of Jesus Christ and own it, and then go to him for all you want. He is good for all. There was a pause. I suppose you've been going on in that way a good while. A good while, yes, Faith almost whispered. Well, when you are going to him sometime, ask something for me, will you? He had bent over, leaning on his knees, to speak in a lower growl than ordinary. Faith bowed her head at first, unwilling to speak, but tears somehow started and the drops followed each other as she sat gazing into the black fireplace. She could not help it, till a perfect shower of weeping brought her face into her hands, and stirred her not very strong frame. It stirred the farmer, robust as he was in spite of illness. He shifted his chair most uneasily, and finally laid down his head on his folded arms on the table. Faith was the first to speak. Mr. Simlins, who takes care of you? Ugh! A most unintelligible grunt. They all do it by turns, Jenny and all of 'em. What have you had for dinner today? Didn't want anything. He sat up and brushed his cloak sleeve across his forehead. Mr. Simlins, I shall send you down something from home, and you must eat it. The doctor said I was to take wine, but I ain't thought of it today. Where is it? He nodded his head in the direction of the cupboard. Faith went rummaging, poured him out a glass, and brought it. You see, said he, after he had taken it, I've been pretty well pulled down. I didn't know, one time, which side of the fence I was going over, and I didn't see the ground on the other side. I don't know why I should be ashamed to say I was afeard. There was a strong, stern truth-telling about his speech that thrilled his hearer. She sat down again. You had best take some yourself, he said. Do, Faith. No, sir, I'm going. I must go, she answered, rising to make ready. It was strange how the door could have opened and she not heard it, neither she nor Mr. Simlins, in fact, perhaps because their minds were so far away. That the incoming steps were unheard was not so strange nor new, but the first thing of which Faith was conscious was the soft touch of a hand on either side of her face. She was a prisoner. Faith's instant spring to one side brought her face to face with everybody. Mr. Simlins looked from one to the other, and his first remark was characteristically addressed to Faith. Why didn't you tell me that? Has she told you everything but that? Said Mr. Linden, smiling, and giving the farmer's hand good token of his presence. Where under the sun did you come from? Said the farmer, returning his grasp with interest, and looking at Mr. Linden as if indeed one of the lights of the solar system had been out before his arrival. Faith sat down mutely and as quietly as possible behind Mr. Linden. From under the sun, very literally just now, before that from under a shower. I have been down to Quawpaw, then home to Mrs. Derrick's, then here. Mr. Simlins, I am sorry to see that you are nursing yourself instead of me. What is the matter? I'd as lieves be doing this of the two, said the farmer with a stray smile. There ain't much the matter. How long have you been in this meridian? 2 days. And stepping from before Faith, Mr. Linden asked her if she had come there in a dream. Do you ever see such good-looking things in your dreams? Said the farmer. My visual pictures are all broken down fences, or Jem or Jenny doing something they ain't ought to do. How long are you going to stay in Pataquasset, Dominie? Some time, I hope. Not quite so long as the first time, but longer than I have been since that. Do you know, Mr. Simlins, your coat collar is a little bit turned in, and why don't you give the sunshine a better welcome? You two sick people together want someone to make a stir for you. Which office Mr. Linden took upon himself, lightly disengaging the collar, and then going to the window to draw up the shade and throw back the shutters, stopping on his way back to straighten the table cover, and followed by a full gush of sunlight from the window. It is so glorious this afternoon, he said, and standing silent a moment in that brilliant band of light, looking out at the world all glittering and sparkling in the sun, Mr. Linden repeated, Unto you that fear my name shall the Son of Righteousness arise, with healing in his wings. What a promise that is! Where did you get those words? Said Mr. Simlins, after the sunlight and the silence had given them their full effect. From the Bible, God's book of promises. Do you want to see the place? Mr. Simlins turned down a corner of the leaf and laid the book, still open, on the table, then looked at Mr. Linden with a mixture of pleasure and humour in his eyes. Are you any nearer being a minister than you was a year ago? Nearer in one way, but I cannot lay claim to the title you gave me for another year yet, Mr. Simlins. You're say and seal as much as ever. What more fixing have you got to do? A little finishing, said Mr. Linden with a smile, and he got up and went for Faith's shawl and gloves, which were on the table. Mr. Simlins watched the shawling and gloving with attention. You can tell Jem he won't be wanted again, Faith, he said. I guess you'll see him at the gate. Mr. Linden smiled, but some other thought was on his mind. The face that he turned to Mr. Simlins showed concern that was both grave and kind. What can I do for you? He said. This ain't the prettiest place in Pataquasset, but maybe you'll come and see me sometimes, till I can get out myself, Mr. Simlins said considerately. You may be sure I will. And will you let me pray with you now, before I go? The farmer hesitated, or was silent, one instant, then with a sort of subdued abruptness said, I'm ready. They knelt there in the sunlight, but when the prayer was over, Mr. Simlins felt half puzzled to know for whose sake it had been proposed. For with the telling of his doubts and hindrances and wants, things which he had told to no one, there mingled so much of the speaker's own interest, which would not be content to leave him but in Christ's hands. There was not a word spoken after that for a minute. Mr. Linden stood by the low mantelpiece, resting his face on his hand. The farmer, busy with the feelings which the prayer had raised, sat with downcast eyes, and Faith was motionless with a deep and manifold sense of happiness, the labyrinth of which herself could not soon have threaded out. The silence and stillness of his two companions drew the farmer's eyes up. He read first, with an eager eye that nobody saw, the sweet gravity on one half-hidden face, and the deep, pure joy written in all the lines of the other. And secret and strong, though half unknown to himself, the whole tide of his heart turned that way. If not before, then at least something like Ruth's resolution came up within him. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God. Mr. Linden was the first one that moved. Are you ready, dear child?" The farmer's eyes were on her too, even while he wrung Mr. Linden's hand. But he only said before he let it go, "Give a glass of wine to her when she gets home." Out in the sweet afternoon air, and driving through the gate which opened on the highway, with Jem Waters on hand to shut it, Mr. Linden brought Faith's face round towards him and scanned it earnestly. "My child, how tired you are! I wish I knew whether it would do you most good to go straight home, or to breathe this air a little longer." "I hope you won't conclude to take me home," said Faith. "I have been looking for this all day." "Do you think you deserve to have it?" said Mr. Linden, turning Jerry's head, however, the way that was not straight home. "Why didn't you sleep and wait for me to bring you down here?" "One reason was, Endy, that I half guessed Mr. Simlins wanted to talk to me, and that it might be better for him to see one than two." "I could have left you there for a while." "No, you couldn't," she said, "and I couldn't have driven off Jerry and left you, though that would have been better." "You could have driven me off. What was the other reason?" "The other reason isn't really worth your hearing. Don't you think this afternoon is too pretty to spoil with bad reasons?" she said, with gentle eyes, half fun, half confession. "Entirely. Faith, I think you would bear the ride better if you had a sort of afternoon lunch. Shall we stop at Miss Bezak's for a glass of milk?" "Oh, no," she said hastily. "Oh, no, Endicott. I don't want anything but to ride." "And to hide," said Mr. Linden laughingly. "Another bad reason, Faith." She gave him a little blushing look, very frank and happy, that also bore homage to his penetration. "Stop anywhere you please, Endy," she said honestly. "I was very glad you came to Mr. Simlins's." "Would you rather get it from Mrs. David's?" he inquired demurely. "No, not rather. Whichever you like, Endicott," Faith said, hiding the start which the question in this real form gave her. The afternoon sun through which they were riding was very bright. The washed leaves were brilliantly green, sweet scents of trees and buds filled the air, and opening apple blossoms were scattering beauty all over the land. Nothing could spoil that afternoon. Faith had a secret consciousness besides that the very thing from which she shrank was by no means disagreeable to Mr. Linden. She did not care what he did, and he, in the joy of being with her, of seeing her grow stronger every hour, Mr. Linden was in a holiday humour, in the mood for work or play or mischief, and took the road to Miss Bezak's for more than a glass of milk. "Mignonette," he said, "what varieties of pride do you consider lawful and becoming?" "I know only a few innocent sorts," said Faith, "that I keep for myself." "Luxurious child! A few innocent sorts of pride that you keep for yourself? You must divide with me." How Faith laughed. "You wouldn't thank me for one of them all, Endicott. And yet—" she stopped and coloured brilliantly on the sudden. "Explain and finish," said Mr. Linden laconically. "If I told you what they are, you would laugh at me." "That would not hurt me. What are they, Mignonette?" She spoke gravely, though smiling sometimes, answering to the matter of fact as she had been asked. "I am proud, a little, of very fine rolls of butter, or a particularly good cheese. I think I am proud of my carnations, and perhaps," she went on, colouring, "of being so good a baker as I am, and perhaps I think I am of such things as sewing and dressmaking. But I don't think there is much harm in all that. I know myself sometimes proud of other things, where I know it is wrong." "How do you know but I am proud of your rolls of butter too?" said Mr. Linden, looking amused. "But, Mignonette, what called forth such a display of the carnations you are not proud of? What was the force of that 'and yet'?" It brought the colour again, and Faith hesitated and looked puzzled. Then she tried a new way of escape. "Don't you mean to let me have any of them for myself?" "You? Haven't you them almost all?" My dear, I beg pardon. One for every carnation. But I did not know that I had so nearly made the tour of your mind. I was under the impression that my passports were not yet made out, and that my knowledge of your thoughts was all gained from certain predatory excursions, telescopic observations, and such like illegal practices. I am sure all my attempts to cross the frontier in the ordinary way are met by something more impassable than a file of bayonets. Faith looked up at him as if to see how much of this was meant for true. But, she said naively, I feel as if I have been under a microscope. My dear, said Mr. Linden again, with an air at once resigned and deprecating. But then his gravity gave way. Faith, is that your feeling in my company? I wonder you can endure the sight of me. Why? Said she timidly. If I seem to you like a microscope. Only your eyes, like those power glasses. Not for size, said Faith, laughing now herself. Ah, little mignonette, he said, smiling. Some things can be seen without microscopic vision. And do not you know, my child, that carnations must draw attention to the particular point round which they bloom? Endy, you shall know what I was thinking of, she said. You touched it already. It was only that perhaps sometime you would be a little proud even of those little things in me, because now you can punish me for being proud in earnest. It was said in great confusion. It had cost Faith a struggle. The white and red both strove in her downcast face. Mr. Linden might not fathom what was not in a man's nature, but Faith had hardly ever perhaps given him such a token of the value she set upon his pleasure. Punish you, he said, leaving Jerry to find the road for himself for a minute. How shall I do it? So? And how much punishment do you require? I think a little is not enough. Because what, love? Endy, she said under her breath. You know, don't ask me. Then if I exceed your limits, you will not blame me? Limits of what? Limits of this species of executive justice. I don't think you would keep limits of anybody else's setting, said Faith with a little subdued fun. Look, Endy, we are coming to Miss Bezak's. Most true, said Mr. Linden. Now shall you see, perhaps, one of the innocent sorts of pride that I keep for myself. What have we come for? He added, laughing, as Jerry trotted up the side hill to the cottage. Is it butter, or carnations, or dressmaking? They all make a rare combination in my mind at present. She is at home, said Faith. If she wasn't, the window curtains would be down. Now she is going to be pleased, and so am I, for she will give me something to eat. Faith looked as if she wanted it, and she softly opened the door of the dressmaker's little parlour, or workroom, and softly went in. The various business and talk of the afternoon had exhausted her. Miss Bezak, having in her young days been not only rich, but also a first-rate needlewoman, now that she was older and poor, plied her needle for a different purpose. Yet something of old habits clung to her still. She could not take the common work of the village. But when Mrs. Stoutenburg wanted a gay silk dress, or Mr. Staff a delicate muslin, or Mrs. Summers an embroidered merino, then Miss Bezak was sure to have them go through her hands, and for these ladies she took the fashions and dispensed them exceeding well. Strangers, too, in Pataquasset for the summer often came to her, and had not Miss Bezak made the very first embroidered waistcoat that ever Squire Deacon wore, or Sam Stoutenburg admired himself in? So her table was generally covered with pretty work, and on this particular afternoon she was choosing the patterns for a second waistcoat for the young member from Quillipeak, a mantilla for his mother, and a silk apron for Miss Essie, all at once. In deep cogitation Faith found her, and Faith's soft salutation, "Dear Miss Bezak, will you let strangers come in?" How gloriously Faith blushed. "Strangers!" cried Miss Bezak, turning round. "Why, Faith, you don't mean to say it's you, though I don't suppose you mean to say it's anybody else. Unless, I declare I don't know whether it is you or not," said Miss Bezak, looking from her to Mr. Linden, and shaking hands with both at once. though if it isn't I ought to have heard, only folks don't always do what they ought. At least I don't, nor much of anything. It is nobody else yet, said Mr. Linden, smiling, whereat Miss Bezac laid one hand on the other, and stepping back a little surveyed the two as a whole. Do you know, she said, you wouldn't think it, but sometimes I can't say a word. You must not expect Faith to say much. She is tired, said Mr. Linden, putting her in a chair. Miss Bezac, I brought her here to get something to eat. Well, I don't really believe that anybody but you would ever do such a kind thing, said Miss Bezac. What shall I get? Faith, what will you have? And you're well enough to be out again, and it's so well I'm not out myself. I'll run and see if the fire ain't. The kettle ought to be boiled, for I wanted an early cup of tea. No, dear Miss Bezac, don't, said Faith. Only give me some bread and milk. Miss Bezac stopped short. Bread and milk, she said. Is that good for you? The bread's good, I know, baked last night, and the milk always is sweet, up here with the cowslips. And most things are sweet when you're hungry. But ain't you more hungry than that? And somebody else might be if you ain't, and one always must think of somebody else too. But you do, I'll say that for you. And oh, I didn't say long ago. A funny little recollective pause Miss Bezac made, her thoughts going back even to the night of the celebration. Then she ran away for the bread and milk, and she came back and put her head in at the door. Faith, do you like a cup or a bowl? I like a cup because I always think of a cup of comfort, and I never heard of a bowl of anything, but you can have which you like. I like the cup too, said Faith, laughing, but even the bowl will be comfort today, Miss Bezac. The cup came, and a little pitcher for replenishing, and a blue plate of very white bread and very brown bread, and one of Miss Bezac's old-fashioned silver spoons, and a little loaf of 1, 2, 3, 4 cake that looked as good as the bread, all of which were arranged on a round stand before Faith by Miss Bezac and Mr. Linden jointly. He brought her a footstool too, and with persuasive fingers untied and took off her bonnet, which supplementary arrangements Miss Bezac surveyed with folded hands and great admiration, which also made the pale cheeks flush again, but that was pretty to look upon. Faith betook herself to the old-fashioned spoon and the milk, and gave Mr. Linden something to do in the shape of a piece of cake, and then, resigning herself to circumstances, broke down bread into the milk, and ate it with great and profitable satisfaction, leaving the conversation in the hands of the other two. The sun sank lower and lower, sending farewell beams into the valleys, and shaking out gold pieces of Miss Bezac's little brown sitting-room, like the will-o'-wisps in the Tale of Tales. Through the open door her red cow might be seen returning home by a winding and circuitous path, such as cows love, and a little sparrow hopped in and out from the doorstep, looking for 1, 2, 3, 4 crumbs. Faith from her seat near the fire could see it all, if her eyes chose to pass Mr. Linden. What he saw she found out whenever they went that way. It was not wonderful that Faith turned from the table at last with a very refreshed face. Miss Bezac, you have made me up, she said, smiling. Have I? Said the little hostess. Well, that comes pretty near it. Do you know, when I saw you, I mean when I saw both of you, I really thought you had come for me to make up something else, and I must say I wish you had. Not that I haven't dresses enough, and too many, unless I had a new pair of eyes, but I always did set my heart on making that one. And I haven't set my heart upon many things for a good while, so of course I ain't used to being disappointed. You won't begin, will you, Faith? Faith kissed her, hastily expressing the unsentimental hope that her tea would be as good as her bread and milk, and ran out, leaving Mr. Linden to follow at his leisure. Faith was found untying Jerry. What do you mean? Said Mr. Linden, staying her hands and lifting her in the most summary manner into the wagon. Bread and milk is too stimulating for you, child. We must find something less exciting. What will you see fit to do next? "I can untie a bridle," said Faith, "or slip your head through one, but you should have seen the delight with which Miss Bezac entered upon the year of patience that I prescribed to her, and the very innocuous pride that lay hid in the prescription. Do you feel disposed to punish me for that, mignonette?" One of Faith's grave, childish looks answered him, but then, dismissing Mr. Linden as impracticable, she gave herself to the enjoyment of the time. It was a fit afternoon. The sunbeams were bright on leaves and flowers, and that fairy brightness which belongs peculiarly to spring. The air was a real spring air, sweet and bracing, full of delicate spices of May. The apple blossoms, out and bursting out, dressed the land with the very bloom of joy, and through it all Mr. Linden drove her, himself, in a holiday humour. Bread and milk may be stimulating, but health and happiness are more stimulating yet, and Faith came home after a ride of some length, looking not a bit the worse, and ready for supper. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette Calkins, Monument, Colorado. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 31. A month passed away, with apple blossoms, strawberry flowers, now with strawberries themselves, roses coming into splendor, carnations in full force, and both re-established in the cheeks of Faith Derrick. What a month it had been! Of weather, of work, of society. Lessons after the old fashion, reading aloud, talking, going round the country at Jerry's heels, or on the back of Mrs. Stoutenburg's pony, for there she was put, just so soon as she could bear it, passing by degrees from a gentle trot on level ground to a ladylike scamper over the hills. Faith had not been so strong for many a day as the longest day of that summer found her. Coming home from their afternoon ride by way of the post office, Mr. Linden found there a letter from Europe, the seal of which he broke as they entered the house, just in time to give Faith a little enclosed note to herself as she went upstairs to change her dress. Its words were few. Referring Faith to Mr. Linden for particulars, it asked her to let him come to Germany without delay. The aunt with whom Miss Linden lived was at the point of death, apparently, she herself in danger of being left quite alone in a strange land. Yet with all the urgency of the case, the whole breathing of Miss Linden's note was, "Faith, can you spare him? Will you let him come?" The question was settled before it was asked, in Faith's mind, but what a laying down of pleasure, and what a taking up of pain was there! The rest of the vacation was gone at once, for Mr. Linden could not go to Europe and come back, even on the wings of steam, and have a day left before study would begin again. No more of him, except, at the best, snatches, till next year, and next year was very far off, and who could tell what might be next year? But at the best, she must see little more of him until then, and in the meantime he must put half the world between them. Nobody saw how fast the roses faded on Faith's cheek. She sat and looked at the matter all alone, and looked it through for one few minutes, and then she rose up and began dressing slowly, looking at it still, but gathering all her forces together to deal with it. And when her dressing was done, she still stood leaning on one hand and her head on the dressing-table, thinking over all that was to do. She had remembered, as with a flash of remembrance, what day the next steamer would sail, from what port. She knew the hour when Mr. Linden must leave Pataquasset, and when her mind had seen all the preparations to be made, and she thought she was strong enough, she turned to go downstairs. But then, feeling very weak, Faith turned again and kneeled down to pray. and in a mixed feeling of strength and weakness, she went downstairs. First to the kitchen, where she quietly looked after the state of the clothes in the wash, and desired Cindy to have all Mr. Linden's things ready for ironing that evening. Then attended to the supply of bread and the provision for breakfast, saw that one or two things about the supper were in proper order and progress, asked Mrs. Derrick to make the tea when it was time, and finally, as quietly as if the afternoon's ride had been the only event of the afternoon, opened the door of the sitting-room and softly went in. For a while after reading his own letter, Mr. Linden had sat absolutely still. Then, with a sort of impatience to see Faith, to give her what comfort he could, at least to have her with him every minute, he had paced up and down the sitting-room till she appeared. Now he took her in his arms with all sorts of tender caresses, with no words at first but, "My little mignonette." Faith herself was quite still and wordless. Only once, and that suddenly and earnestly, she gave his cheek the salutation she had never given him before, unbidden. From her it was a whole volume, and thoroughly peace-speaking, although it might intimate a little difficulty of words. Keeping one arm around her, Mr. Linden began again his walk up and down the room, beginning to talk as well, telling her what was in his letter, how long the journey would take, and more than all, what she must do while he was away. How long the absence would be, when he should be at home again, that was little touched upon by either. The return might be very speedy, that seemed most probable, but neither he nor Faith cared to put in words all the uncertainties that hung about it. From every point he came back to her, with injunctions about her strength and directions about her studies, and charges to take care of herself for him, with other words of comfort and cheering, spoken cheerfully from a very sorrowful heart. One other charge he gave: "My little sunbeam, my dearest Faith, keep both your names unclouded. I have had one lesson, Endy." She was a little pale, but had listened to him quietly, as intently, voice and smile both ready to do their part, albeit gravely, whenever there was a part for them. "I shall not forget," she added now with a smile, a rare one, after a little pause. He brought her back to the sofa then, kissing the pale cheeks as if he missed their carnations, yet with the stringency of the old law which saith that doublet and hose must show itself courageous to petticoat. Mr. Linden gave her bright words, although they were words of a very grave brightness, not contradicted, but qualified by his eyes. "Mignonette," he said, "I did not think next year could gain brightness from anything, but I cannot tell you how it has looked to me within these last 2 hours. If I could but call in Mr. Summers, and then take you with me." It brought a rush of the carnations, but Faith did not think so extravagant a wish required any combating, neither did she say what she thought of next year. That evening at least they had quietly together. What Faith did after they separated for the night, Mr. Linden never knew, but the morning saw everything ready for his departure, ready down to the little details which a man recognizes only, for the most part, by the sense of want, and if cheeks were paler than last night, they were only now and then less steady, till he was gone. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2 by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 32. Dr. Harrison took passage in the steamship Vulcan, C.W. Cyclops commander, for the Old World, having come to the conclusion that the southern country was not sufficiently remote, and that only a change of hemispheres would suit the precise state of his mind. Letters of combined farewell and notice-giving reached Pataquasset too late to cumber the doctor with a bevy of friends to see him off, but his sudden motions were too well known, and his peculiarities too long established, to excite much surprise or dismay by any new manifestations. The Vulcan lay getting her steam up in that fair June morning, with very little regard to the amount of high pressure that her passengers might bring on board. Nothing could be more regardless of their hurry and bustle, the causes that brought them, the tears they shed, the friends they left behind, than the ship, with her black sides and red smoke pipe. Tears did indeed trickle down some parts of her machinery, but they were only condensed steam, which might indeed be true of some of the tears of her passengers. Punctual to her time, she left her moorings, steaming down the beautiful bay with all the June light upon her, throwing back little foamy waves that glittered in the sun, making her farewell with a long train of blue rollers that came one after another to kiss the shore. What if tears sprinkled the dusty sidewalks of Canal Street? What if that same light shone on white handkerchiefs and bowed heads? The answering drops might fall in the staterooms of the Vulcan, but on deck bustle and excitement had their way. So went on the miles and the hours. Then the pilot left the vessel, taking with him a little handful of letters, and the passengers who had been downstairs to write were on deck, watching him off. In the city business rolled on with its closing tide. Far down on the Long Branch shore people looked northward, towards a dim outline, a little waft of smoke, and said, "There goes the Vulcan." The freshening breeze, the long rolls of the Atlantic, sent some passengers below even now. Others stood gazing back at the faint city indications. Others still walked up and down, those who had left little or cared little for what they had left. Of these was Dr. Harrison, who paced the deck with very easy external manifestations. Some change of mind, some freak of fancy sent him at last to the other side of the ship, then to the prow. Here sailors were busy, here one passenger stood alone, but if there had been 20 more, Dr. Harrison could have seen but this one. He was standing with arms folded, in a sort of immovable position that yet accommodated itself easily to the ship's slow courtesying, as regardless of that as of the soft play of the sea breeze, looking back, but not to the place where the Vulcan had lain a few hours before. He was rather looking forward, looking off to some spot that lay north or northeast of them, some spot invisible yet how clearly seen. Looking thither, as if in all the horizon that alone had any interest. So absorbed, so far from the ship, his lips set in such grave, sad lines, his eyes so intent as if they could by no means look at anything else. Nay, for the time there was nothing else to see. Dr. Harrison might come or go. The sailors might do their utmost, far over the rolling water, conscious of that only because it was a barrier of separation. The watcher's eyes rested on Mignonette. If once or twice the eyelids fell, it was not that the vision failed. Dr. Harrison stopped short unseen, and not wishing at that moment to meet the consequences of being seen, yet he stood still and looked, the first feeling being one of intense displeasure and disgust that the Vulcan carried so unwelcome a fellow passenger, the second of unbounded astonishment and wonder what he did there. He putting the ocean between him and Pataquasset? He setting out for the old world with all his hopes just blossoming in the new? What could be the explanation? Was it possible, Dr. Harrison asked himself for one moment, that he could have been mistaken? That he could have misunderstood the issue of the conversation that morning in Faith's sick room? A moment resolved him. He recalled the steady, dauntless look of Faith's eyes after his words, a look which he had 2 or 3 times been privileged to receive from her and never cared to meet. He remembered how daintily her color rose as her eyes fell, and the slow, deliberate uncovering of her diamond finger from which the eyes were not raised again to look at him. He remembered it with the embittered pang of the moment. No, he had not been mistaken. He had read her right. Could it be, it crossed the doctor's mind like a flash of the intensest lightning, that his letter had done its work of separation? But the cool reminder of reason came like the darkness after the lightning. Mr. Linden would not have been at Mrs. Derrick's, as the doctor had heard of his being there, if any entering wedge of division had made itself felt between his place there and him. No, though now he was here in the Vulcan, and Dr. Harrison noticed anew, keenly, that the expression of the gazer's face, though sorrowful and grave, was in no wise dark or desponding. Nothing of that. The grave brow was unbent in every line of it. The grave lips had no hard set of pain. The doctor read them well, both lips and brow. Mr. Linden was no man to stand and look towards Pataquasset if he had nothing there, and with a twinge he now recollected the unwonted sound of that name from the pilot's mouth as he took charge of the letters and went off. Aye, and turning with the thought, the doctor paced back again, as unregardful now of the contents of the Vulcan, animate or inanimate, as the man himself whom he had been watching. What should he do? He must meet him and speak to him, though the doctor desired nothing less in the whole broad earth. But he must do it, for the maintenance of his own character and the safety of his own secret and pride that hung thereby. That little piece of simplicity up there in the country had managed to say him no, without being directly asked to say anything, thanks to her truthful honesty, and perhaps a twinge or two of another sort came to Dr. Harrison's mind as he thought of his relations with her, yes, and of his relations with him. Not pleasant, but all the more, if possible, Dr. Harrison set his teeth and resolved to speak to Mr. Linden the first opportunity. All the more that he was not certain Mr. Linden had received his letter. It was likely, yet Dr. Harrison had had no note of the fact. It might have failed. And notwithstanding all the conclusions to which his meditations had come, curiosity lingered yet, a morbid curiosity, unreasonable, as he said to himself, yet uncontrollable, to see by eye and ear witness, even in actual speech and conversation, whether all was well with Mr. Linden or not. His own power of self-possession Dr. Harrison could trust. He would try that of the other. Yet he took tolerably good care that the opportunity of speaking should not be this evening. The doctor did not come in to supper till all the passengers were seated, or nearly so, and then carried himself to the end of the apartment furthest from his friend, where he so bore his part that no mortal could have supposed Dr. Harrison had suffered lately in mind, body, or estate. Mr. Linden's part that night was a quiet one, the voluntary part of it, and strictly confined to the various little tea-table courtesies, which with him might indeed be called involuntary. But it so happened that the Vulcan carried out quite a knot of his former friends, gentlemen who knew him well, and these from their various places at the table spoke either to him or of him frequently. Dr. Harrison, in the pauses of his own talk, could hear, "Linden, Endicott Linden. John, what have you been doing with yourself?" in different tones of question or comment, sometimes caught the tones of Mr. Linden's voice in reply, but as they were both on the same side of the table, eyesight was not called for. The doctor sat in his place until the table was nearly cleared, then sauntered forth into the evening light. Fair, bright, glowing light upon gay water and a gay deckful, but Dr. Harrison, gaining nothing from its brightness, stood looking out on its reflection in the waves more gloomily than he had seen another look a little time ago. Then a hand was laid lightly on his shoulder, making its claim of acquaintanceship with a very kind, friendly touch. The doctor turned and met hand and eye, with as far as could be seen his old manner, only perhaps his fingers released themselves a little sooner than once they would, and the smile was a trifle more broad than it might if there had been no constraint about it. "I'm not altogether taken now by surprise," said he, "though surprise hasn't yet quit its hold of me. I heard your name a little while ago. What are you doing here, Linden?" "Rocking in the cradle of business as well as of the deep," said Mr. Linden. "The last steamer brought word that I must sail by this, and so here I am." "Who rocks the cradle of business?" said the doctor, with the old comical lift of the eyebrows with which he used to begin a tilt with Mr. Linden. "Duty and interest rock it between them, singing of rest and keeping one awake thereby." "A proper pair of nurses," said the doctor. "Why, man, they would tear the infant business to pieces between them, unless one of them did as much for the other in time to prevent it." "Never, unless inclination took the place of interest. Don't make any difference, said the doctor. Inclination always follows the lead of interest, except in a few extraordinary specimens of human nature. Mr. Linden turned towards the scattered groups of passengers. In so doing, his eye caught the shining of that very star which was rising over Pataquasset as he and Mignonette rode home 2 nights before. Only 2 nights. For a minute everything else might have been at the antipodes. Then Mr. Linden brought at least his eyes back to the deck of the Vulcan. "What sort of a motley have we here, Doctor? Do you know many of them?" "Yes," said the doctor slightly. "The usual combinations of interest and inclination. I wonder if we're exceptions, Linden." "The usual combination is not perhaps just the best. It is a nice matter for a man to judge in his own case how far the proportions are rectified. He can't do it. Human machinery can't do it. Can you measure the height of those waves while they dazzle your eyes with gold and purple as they do now?" "Nay, but I can tell how much they do or do not throw me out of my right course." "What course are you on now, Linden?" said the doctor with his old-fashioned assumption of carelessness, dismissing the subject. "Now?" Mr. Linden repeated. "Do you mean in studies, travels, or conversation?" "In conversation you have, as usual, brought me to a point. I mean, if I mean anything. The other 2, but I mean nothing, unless you like." "I do like, just now, then. I'm in the vacation before the last year of my seminary life. For the rest, I'm on my way to Germany." "Finish your course there, eh?" said the doctor. "Why, man, I thought you'd found the 4 azure chains long ago." "No, not to finish my course. If I'm kept in Germany more than a few weeks, it will not be by azure chains," said Mr. Linden. "That it will not," said one of the young men coming up, fresh from the tea-table and his cigar. "Azure chains? Pooh! Linden breaks them as easy as Samson did the green withes. How biblical it makes one to be in company with such a theologian. But I shouldn't wonder if he was going to Europe to join some order of friars. He'll find nothing monastic enough for him in America." "Mistaken your man, Motley," said the doctor, who for reasons of his own did not choose to quit the conversation. "The worst I have to say of him is that if he spends another year in Germany, his hearers will never be able to understand him." "Mistaken him," said Mr. Motley, "at this time of day? That'll do. Where did you get acquainted with him, pray?" "Once when I had the management of him," said the doctor coolly. "There's no way of becoming acquainted with a man like that." "Once when you thought you had," said Mr. Motley. "Well, where was it? In a dark passage when you got to the door first?" "Whenever I've had the misfortune to be in a dark passage with him, he has showed me the door," said the doctor gravely but gracefully, in his old fashion admirably maintained. "If one of you wasn't Endicott Linden," said Mr. Motley, throwing the end of his cigar overboard, "I should think you had made acquaintance on a highway robbery." "Instead of which it was in the peaceful town of Pataquasset," said Mr. Linden. "Permit me to request the reason of Mr. Motley's extraordinary guess," said the doctor. "So natural to say where you've met a man, if there's no reason against it," said the other coolly. "But you don't say it was in Pataquasset, doctor. Were you ever there?" "Depends entirely on the decision of certain questions in metaphysics," said the doctor. "As for instance, whether anything that is, and the matter of personal identity, which you know, is doubtful. I know the appearance of the place, Motley." "Are there any pretty girls there?" said Mr. Motley, carelessly, but keeping his eye rather on Mr. Linden than the doctor. "Mr. Linden can answer better than I," said Dr. Harrison, whose eye also turned that way, and whose tone changed somewhat in spite of himself. "There are none there that could not answer any question about Mr. Linden." "By the help of a powerful imagination," said the person spoken of. Mr. Motley looked from one to the other. "I don't know what to make of either of you," he said. "Why, Dr. Endicott Linden is a mere— I don't like to call him hard names, and I can't call him soft ones. However, to be sure, the cat may look at the king, even if his majesty won't return the compliment. Well, you and I were never thought hard-hearted, so I'll tell you my story. Did it ever happen, or seem to happen, doctor, that you, seeming to be in Pataquasset, went not to church but along the road therefrom, preferring the exit to the entrance, as you and I too often do?" "It has seemed to happen to me," said Dr. Harrison, as if mechanically. "Well, George Alcott and I— do you know George? No great loss. We were kept one Sunday in that respectable little town by a freshet. Whether it was one of those rains that bring down more things from the sky than water, I don't know. George declared it was. If it wasn't, we made discoveries." "If you and George both used your eyes, there must have been discoveries," said Mr. Linden. "Did you take notice how green the grass looked after the rain, and that when the clouds were blown away, the sun shone?" "You're not all theology yet," said Mr. Motley. "Be quiet, can't you? I'm not talking to you. We were sauntering down this same road, Doctor, after church, falling in with the people so that we could see them and be taken for churchgoers. But there wasn't much to see. Then George declared that here was the place where Linden had secluded himself for nobody knows what. Then we fell naturally into lamenting the waste of such fine material, and conned over various particulars of his former life and prospects, the great promise of past years, the present melancholy mania to make money and be useful. Upon which points George and I fought, as usual. Then we grew tired of the subject, and of the mud, turned short about, and beheld, what do you suppose, Doctor? How far you'd come for nothing? Imagine, said Mr. Motley, taking out a fresh cigar and a match and proceeding to put them to their respective uses. Imagine the vision that appeared to Balaam's ass, and how the ass felt. Nay, that we cannot do, said Mr. Linden. You tax us too far. In both requisitions, added the doctor. There stood, said Mr. Motley, removing his cigar and waving it gracefully in one hand. There stood, close behind us on the mud, she could not have been in it, an immortal creature, immortal merino. We, transfixed, mute, stepped aside, right and left, to let her pass. I believe George had presence of mind enough to take off his hat, and she, severe in youthful beauty, glorious in youthful blushes, walked on, looking full at us as she went. But such a look, and from such eyes, fabulous eyes, Doctor, upon my honour. Then we saw that the merino was only a disguise. Imagine a search warrant wrapped up in moonbeams. Imagine the blending of the softest sunset reflection with a keen lightning flash. And after all you have only words, not those eyes, Linden. Seems to me your imagination serves you better here. Your own eyes are worth looking at. It has had more help from you, Mr. Linden said, controlling the involuntary unbent play of eye and lip with which he had heard the description. Well, George raved about them for a month, Mr. Motley went on, and stayed in Pataquasset a whole week to see them again, which he didn't. So he made up his mind that they had escaped in the train of events, or of ears, and now seeks them through the world. Some day he will meet them in the possession of Mrs. Somebody, and then hang himself. And Mr. Motley puffed out clouds of smoke thereupon. According to your account, he could not do better, said the doctor cynically. I suppose the world would get on if he did, said Mr. Motley with philosophical coolness. But the queerity was, he added, removing the cigar once more, what made her look at us so? Did she know by her supernatural vision that we had not been to church? For I must say, Linden, she looked like one of your kind. Or were her unearthly ears charmed by the account of your unearthly perfections? For George and I were doing the thing handsomely. It was probably that, said Mr. Linden. Few people, I think, can listen to your stories unmoved. Hang it, said Mr. Motley, I wish I could. This vixenish old craft is behaving with a great deal too much suavity to suit my notions. I don't care about making a reverence to every wave I meet if they're going to tower up at this rate. But I guess you're right, Linden. The description of you can be made quite captivating, and her cheeks glowed like damask roses with some sort of inspiration. However, as George pathetically and poetically remarks, I only know she came and went. The last part of which illustrious example I shall follow. Linden, if any story don't move you, you're no better than the North Cape. Can you stand it? Asked the doctor suddenly of his remaining companion. Yes, I've known Motley a long time. Pshaw! No, I mean this wind. I beg your pardon. Yes, for anything I have felt of it yet. If you will excuse me, I will get something more on. I have come from a warmer part of the world lately." The doctor disappeared and found something in another part of the boat to detain him. Dr. Harrison had stood one conversation, but he had no mind to stand a second. He did not think it necessary. If by any possibility he could have put himself on board of another steamer or packet, or leaped forward into France or back into America, he would have done it. But since he must see Mr. Linden from time to time in their present situation, he contrived that should be all. Even that was as seldom and as little as possible. The art not to see Dr. Harrison could practice to perfection, and did now, so far as he could, without rendering it too obviously a matter of his own will. That would not have suited his plans. So he saw his one-time friend as often as he must, and then was civil invariably, civil with the respect which was Dr. Harrison's highest degree of civility, and which probably in this instance was true and heartfelt. But he was cool. After his slight gay surface manner, and even when speaking, kept at a distance. For the rest, it is notable, even in so small a space as the walls of a steamer shut in, how far apart people can be that have no wish to be near. Days passed that saw at the utmost only a bow exchanged between these two. Many days that heard but one or two words. Mr. Linden's own plans and occupations, the arrangement of his time, helped to further the doctor's wish. There was many an hour when Dr. Harrison would not have found him if he had tried. But when they were really together, the non-intercourse was the doctor's fault. For all that had been, Mr. Linden was still his friend. He realized more and more every day the value of the prize for which Dr. Harrison had played and lost, and pity had made forgiveness easy. He was ready for all their old kindly intercourse, but seeing the doctor shunned him, there was nothing to do but follow the lead. Sometimes indeed they came together for a few minutes, were thrown so in a way that was worse than hours of talk. The Vulcan had made about half her passage, and a fair fresh morning had brought most of the passengers on deck. Mr. Linden was not there, but the rest were grouped and watching the approach of a homeward-bound steamer, when as she neared them, Mr. Linden too came on deck. It was to talk with the captain, however, not the passengers, or to consult with him, for the two stood together speaking and smiling. "You can try," Dr. Harrison heard the captain say, and then he lifted his trumpet and hailed, the other captain responding. Still the steamer came on, nearer and nearer, till the two on the deck of the Vulcan stood side by side. Still, at a certain point, just where the vessels were at the nearest, Captain Cyclops gave his companion a little signal nod, and Mr. Linden, stepping forward a pace or two, lent the whole power of his skill and strength to send a despatch on board the polar bear. The little packet sped from his hand, spinning through the air like a dark speck. Not a person spoke or moved. Would it reach? Would it fail? Until the packet, just clearing the guards, fell safe on the deck of the other vessel, was picked up by her captain and proclaimed through the speaking trumpet. Slightly raising his hat then, Mr. Linden drew back from his forward position just as a shout of delighted acclaim burst from both the boats. "That went with a will, I tell you," said Captain Cyclops with a little nod of his head. "I say, Linden," spoke out one of the young men, "is that your heart you sent home?" "I feel it beating here yet," Mr. Linden answered, but just how much of it he carried back to his stateroom for the next hour has never been ascertained. Society had no help from Dr. Harrison for more than that length of time. Neither could proximity nor anything else make him visibly aware of Mr. Linden's existence during the rest of the day. Mr. Linden knew the doctor too well, and it may be said, knew Faith too well, to be much surprised at that. If he could have spared Dr. Harrison the pain of seeing his little air-sent missive, he would have done it, but the letter could go but at one time and from one side of the ship, and just there and then Dr. Harrison chose to be. But though the sort of growing estrangement which the doctor practised sprang from no wish or feeling but his own, yet Mr. Linden found it hard to touch it in any way. Sometimes he tried, sometimes he left it for time's touching, which mends so many things. And slowly and gently that touch did work, not by fading one feeling, but by deepening another. Little as Dr. Harrison had to do with his friend, almost every one else in the ship had a good deal, and the place which Mr. Linden soon took in the admiration, as well as the respect of the passengers, could not fail to come to the doctor's notice. Men of very careless life and opinions pruned their language in his presence. Those who lived but for themselves and took poor care of what they lived for, passed him reverently on some of his errands through the ship. Dr. Harrison had never lived with him before, and little as they saw each other, you could as well conceal the perfume of a hidden bunch of violets, as well shut your senses to the spring air, as could the doctor shut his to the beauty of that well-grown Christian character. The light of it shone, and the influence of it went forth through all the ship. "What a strange, incomprehensible, admirable fellow Linden is," said Mr. Motley one day, when he and the doctor were sunning themselves in profound laziness on deck. It was rather late Sunday afternoon, and the morning service had left a sort of respectful quietness behind it. "He must be," said the doctor with a slight, indescribable expression, "if at this moment you can be roused to wonder at anything." Mr. Motley inclined his head with a perfect suavity in honour of the doctor's words. "It's a glorious thing to lie here on deck and do nothing," he said, extending his elegantly clad limbs rather more into the distance. "How fine the breeze is, doctor! What do you think of the day as a whole?" "Unfinished at present." "Well," said Mr. Motley, "take that part of it which you with such precision term this moment. What do you think of it as it appears here on deck?" "Sunny," said the doctor, "and we are flies. On the whole, I think it's a bore, Motley." "What do you think of the Black Hole of Calcutta in comparison?" said Mr. Motley, closing his eyes. "The difference is that that would have been an insufferable bore." Mr. Motley smiled, stroking his chin with affectionate fingers. "On the whole," he said, "I think you're right in that position. What do you suppose Linden's about at this moment?" "Is he your ward?" said the doctor. "He's down below," said Mr. Motley, with a significant pointing of his train of remarks, "by which I don't mean that he's left this planet, for truly, when he does, I think it will be in a different direction, but he's down in the steerage, trying to get some of those creatures to follow him." "Which way?" "You and George Alcott have such a snappish thread in you," said Mr. Motley, yawning, "only it sits better on George than it does on you. But I like it. It rather excites me to be snubbed. However, here comes Linden, so I hope they'll not follow him this way." This way Mr. Linden himself did not come, but chose another part of the deck for a somewhat prolonged walk in the sea breeze. The doctor glanced towards him, then moved his chair slightly so as to put the walker out of his range of vision. "He's a good enough fellow," he remarked carelessly. "You were pleased to speak of him just now as incomprehensible. May I ask how he's earned a title to that?" The tone was a little slighting. "Take the last instance," said Mr. Motley. "You yourself were pleased to pronounce the steerage a more insufferable bore than the deck, yet he chooses it, and not only on Sundays. I don't believe there's a day that he don't go down there. He's popular enough without it, 'tisn't that, and nobody knows it. One of the sailors told me, if he was a medico like you, doctor, there'd be less wonder, but as it is—" and Mr. Motley resigned himself again to the influence of the sunshine. A moment's meditation on the doctor's part, to judge by his face, was delectable. "There isn't any sickness down there?" he said then. "Always is in the steerage, isn't there?" said Mr. Motley. "I don't know. The surgeon can tell you." "There's no occasion," said the doctor with a little haughtiness. "He knows who I am." And Dr. Harrison, too, resigned himself apparently to the sunny influences of the time, and was silent. But as the sun went down lower and lower, Mr. Motley roused himself up and went off to try the effect upon his spirits of a little cheerful society. Then Mr. Linden came and took the vacant chair. "How beautiful it is," he said in a tone that was half greeting, half meditation. The start with which Dr. Harrison heard him was skilfully transformed into a natural change of position. "Beautiful, yes," said he. "Has the beauty driven Motley away?" "He's gone. Your waves are very dazzling tonight, doctor." "They are helping us on," said the doctor, looking at them. "We shall be in after 2 days more, if this holds." Helping us on. Perhaps the thought was not unqualified in Mr. Linden's mind, for he considered that, or something else, in grave silence for a minute or two. "Dr. Harrison," he said suddenly, "you asked me about my course. I wish you would tell me yours. Towards what? For what? You bade me call myself a friend. May I use a friend's privilege?" He spoke with a grave, frank earnestness. The doctor's face showed but a small part of the astonishment which this speech raised. It showed a little. "I can be but flattered," he said, with something of the old graceful medium between play and earnest. "You ask me what I am hardly wise enough to answer you. I'm going to Paris and you to Germany. After that I really know about as much of one course as of the other. My question referred not to the little daily revolutions, but to the great life orbit. Harrison, what is yours to be?" Evidently it was an uneasy question, yet the power of influence or of associations was such that Dr. Harrison did not fling it away. "I remember," he said, not without some bitterness of accent, "you once did me the honour to profess care." "I do care, very much." And one of the old looks that Dr. Harrison well remembered said the words were true. "You do me more honour than I do myself," he said, not so lightly as he meant to say it. "I do not care. I see nothing to care for." "You refuse to see it," Mr. Linden said gently and sorrowfully. Dr. Harrison's brow darkened. It might be with pain, for Mr. Linden's words were the echo of others he had listened to not long ago. In a moment he turned and spoke with an impulse of bravado, perhaps he could not have defined, and his companion could not trace. "I refuse to see nothing, but I confess to you I see nothing distinctly. What sort of an orbit would you propose to me?" The tone sounded frank and certainly was not unkind. Mr. Linden's answer was in few words. "To them who by patient continuance in well-doing seek for glory and honour and immortality, eternal life." Dr. Harrison remained a little while with knitted brow looking down at his hands, which certainly were in an order to need no examination. Neither was he examining them. When he looked up again it was with the frankness and kindliness both more defined. Perhaps very strange to his spirit, a little shame was at work there. "Linden," he said, "I believe in you, and if ever I enter upon an orbit of any sort I'll take up yours. But," said he, relapsing into his light tone, perhaps of intent, "you know 2 forces are necessary to keep a body going in one, and I assure you there is none of any sort at present at work upon me." "You are mistaken," said Mr. Linden. "There are 2. "Let's hear," said the doctor, without looking at him. "In the first place your conscience, in the second your will. You've heard of such things as both getting stagnant for want of use, haven't you?" "I have heard of the one being half choked by the other," said Mr. Linden. "It's so warm this afternoon that I can't contradict you. What do you want me to do, Linden?" "Let conscience do its work, then you do yours." A minute's silence. "You do me honour to believe I have such a thing as a conscience," said the doctor again a little bitterly. "I didn't use to think it myself." He was unaware that it was that very ignored principle which had forced him to make this speech. "My dear friend," Mr. Linden began, and he too paused, looking off gravely towards the brightening horizon. "Then do yourself the honour to let conscience have fair play," he went on presently. "It is too delicate a stream to bear the mountain torrents of unchecked will and keep its clearness." "There's no system of drainage that ever I heard of that will apply up in those regions," said the doctor, after again a second's delay to speak. "Are you doing my will too much honour now? I tell you it is in a state of stagnation, and I don't at present see any precipice to tumble down. When I do, I'll promise to think of you, if that thought isn't carried away too. Come, Linden," he said, with more expression of kindliness than Mr. Linden had seen certainly during all the voyage before. "I believe in you, and I will, though I suppose my words do seem to you no better than the very spray of those torrents you're talking about. Will you walk? Motley put me to sleep, but you've done one good thing, you've stirred me to desire action at least." It was curious how the power of character, the power of influence, had borne down passion and jealousy, even smothered mortification and pride, and made the man of the world speak truth. Mr. Linden rose, yet did not immediately begin the walk, for laying one hand on the doctor's shoulder with a gesture that spoke both regard and sorrow and entreaty, he stood silently looking off at the colours in the west. "Dr. Harrison," he said, "I well believe that your mother and mine are dear friends in heaven. God grant that we may be too." Then they both turned and together began their walk. It lasted till they were summoned to tea, and from that time till they got in there was no more avoidance of his old friend by the doctor. His manner was changed. If he did not find enjoyment in Mr. Linden's society, he found somewhat else which had value for him. There was not again a shade of dislike or of repulsion, and when they parted on landing, though it might be that there lay in Dr. Harrison's secret heart a hope that he might never see Mr. Linden again, there lay with it also as surely a secret regret. Now all that Faith knew of this for a long time was from a newspaper, where among a crowd of unimportant passengers in the Vulcan's list she read the names of Dr. Harrison and J. E. Linden. End of section 35, read by Sandra, Dear Montreal, 2021.
Section 36 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2 by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 33. Faith and her mother sat alone at breakfast. About a fortnight of grave quiet had followed after the joyous month that went before, with little enlivening, few interruptions. Without, the season had bloomed into greater luxuriance. Within, the flowers now rarely came, and Faith's flowerless dress and belt and hair said of themselves that Mr. Linden was away. Roses indeed peeped through the windows and thrust their heads between the blinds, but no one invited them in. Not so peremptorily as the roses, and yet with more assurance of welcome. Reuben Taylor knocked at the door during breakfast time, scattering the abstract musings that floated about the coffee-pot and mingled with its vapoury cloud. "Sit down, Reuben," said Faith, jumping up. "There's a place for you, and I'll give you a plate." To which Reuben only applied, "A letter, Miss Faith," and putting it in her hands, went off with quick steps. On the back of it was written up in one corner, "Flung on board the Polar Bear by a strong hand from steamship Vulcan halfway across." There was no need of flowers now truly in the house, for Faith stood by the table transformed into a rose of summer joy. "Mother," she exclaimed, "it's from sea, halfway across." "From sea, halfway across?" her mother repeated. "Why, child, what are you talking about? You don't mean that Mr. Linden's contrived to make a letter swim back here already, do you?" Faith hardly heard. A minute she stood, with her eyes very like what Mr. Motley had graphically described them to be, breaking the seal with hurried fingers, and then ran away. The breakfast table and Mrs. Derrick waited. They waited a long time before Faith came back to eat a cold breakfast, which tasted of nothing but sea breezes, and was therefore very strengthening. The strengthening effect went through the day. There was fresh colour in Faith's face. 50 times at least the moonbeams of her eyes saw a strong hand throw her packet across the sea waves that separated the two steamers. The master of the Polar Bear might guess, but Faith knew, that a strong heart had done it as well. And when her work was over, Faith put a rose in her belt in honour of the day, and sat down to her books very happy. The books were engrossing, and it was later than usual when she came downstairs to get tea. But Mrs. Derrick was out. That wasn't very strange. Faith went through the little routine of preparation. Then she took another book and sat down by the sweet summer air of the open window to wait. By and by Mrs. Derrick came slowly down the road, opened and shut the gate with the same air of abstracted deliberateness, and came up the steps looking tired and flushed. In the porch Faith met and kissed her. "Where have you been now, mother? Tea's ready." "Pretty child," was Mrs. Derrick's answer. "How glad I am you got that letter this morning." Faith smiled. She didn't forget it, but it was not to be expected that it should be quite so present to Mrs. Derrick's mind. Yet almost at the same instant she felt that her mother had some particular reason for saying that just then. "Where have you been, mother?" "Up to Squire Stoutenburg's," said Mrs. Derrick, putting herself wearily in the rocking-chair, "and they were all out gone to Pico to spend the day, so I lost my labour." Gently Faith stood before her and took off her bonnet. "What did you go there for, mother?" "I wanted to see him," said Mrs. Derrick. Squire Deacon's been there, Faith." "Mother, is he back again? What for?" "Settle here and live, I suppose. He's married, that's one thing. What was he here for?" "Why, the old story, Faith. He wants the place." And Mrs. Derrick's eyes looked as if she wanted it too. "Doesn't he want it very much, Mother?" "Means to have it, child, and I don't feel as if I could live in any other house in Pataquasset. So I thought maybe Mr. Stoutenburg would make him hold off till next year, Faith," said Mrs. Derrick, a little smile coming back to her lips. "I guess I'll go up again after tea." Faith coaxed her mother into the other room and gave her her tea daintily, revolving in her mind the while many things. When tea was over and Mrs. Derrick was again bent upon business, Faith ventured a question. "Mother, what do you suppose Squire Stoutenburg can do to help us?" "I can't tell, child. He might talk to Sam Deacon into letting us keep the house, at least. We've got to live somewhere, you know, Faith. It's no sort of use for me to talk to him. He's as stiff as a crabtree, and I ain't. I think I'll try." "Tonight, Mother? I thought I would." Faith hesitated, putting the cups together. "Mother, I'll go. I dare say I shall do as well." "I'm afraid you're tired too, pretty child," said Mrs. Derrick, but with evident relief at the very idea. "I tired? Never," said Faith. "You rest, Mother, and don't fear," she added, kissing her. "I'll put on my bonnet and be there and back again in a little while." The summer twilight was falling grey, but Faith knew she could have a guardian to come home, and besides, the road between the two houses was thickly built up and perfectly safe. The evening glow was almost gone, the stars faintly gleaming out in the blue above. A gentle sea breeze stirred the branches and went along with Faith on her errand. Now was this errand grievously unpleasing to Faith, simply because of the implication of that 1 year of reprieve which she must ask for. How should she manage it? But her way was clear. She must manage it as she could. Spite of this bugbear, she had gone with a light, free step all along her road, walking rather quick, for other thoughts had kept her company, and the image of her little flying packet shot once and again through her mind. At length she came to Mr. Stoutenburg's gate, and Faith's foot paused. Light shone through the muslin curtains, and as her step neared the front door, the broken sounds of voices and laughter came unwelcomely through. A most unnecessary formality her knock was, but one of the children came to the door and ushered her at once into the tea-room, where the family were waiting for their late tea. Mrs. Stoutenburg, looking very pretty in her light summer dress, was half reclining on the sofa, professing that she was tired to death, but quite failing to excite any sympathy thereby in the group of children who had not seen her since morning. The squire himself walked leisurely up and down, with his hands behind him, sometimes laughing at the children, sometimes helping on their play. Through the room was the full perfume of roses, and the lamplight could not yet hide the departing glow of the western horizon. Into this group and atmosphere little Linda brought the guest, with the simple announcement, "Mother, it's Miss Faith." "Miss Faith!" Mrs. Stoutenburg exclaimed, starting up and dispersing the young ones. "Linda, you shall have a lump of sugar. My dear other child, how do you do? And what sweet corner of your little heart sent you up here tonight? You have not— no, that can't be, and you wouldn't come here if you had. But dear Faith, how are you?" And she was rescued from the squire and carried off to the sofa to answer at her leisure. With a sort of blushing, steadfast grace which was common with her in the company of friends who were in her secret, Faith answered. "And you haven't had tea yet," she said remorsefully. "I came to give Mr. Stoutenburg some trouble, but I can do it in 3 minutes." Faith looked towards the squire. "My dear," he said, "it would take you 3 years." "But Faith," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, "here comes the tea, and you can't go home without Mr. Stoutenburg, and nothing qualifies him for business like a contented state of his appetite." Faith laughed and sat down again, and then was fain upon persuasion to take a place at the table, which was a joyous scene enough. Faith did little but fill his place. Her mind was busy with thoughts that began to come pressingly. She tried not to have it seem so. "My dear," said the squire as he helped Faith to raspberries, "what fine weather we have had, eh?" "Beautiful weather," Faith responded with a little energy. "Papa," said one of the children, "do you think Mr. Linden's had it fine too?" "What tangents children's minds go off in," observed Mrs. Stoutenburg. "Faith, don't eat your raspberries without sugar. How impatient you are. You used to preach patience to me when I was sick." "I can be very patient with these raspberries and no sugar," said Faith, wishing she could hide the bloom of her cheek as easily as she hid that of the berries under the fine white shower. "Poor child," said her friend gently, "I think you have need of all your patience," and her hands came softly about Faith's plate, removing encumbrances and adding dainties, with a sort of mute sympathy that at the moment could find no more ethereal channel. "Mr. Stoutenburg drove down to Quawpaw the other day," she went on in a low voice, "to ask those fishing people what indications our land weather gave of the weather at sea, and he couldn't tell me half about his visit when he came home," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, breaking short off in her account. "Linda, go get that glass of white roses and set it by Miss Faith. Maybe she'll take them home with her." Faith looked at the white roses and smelled their sweetness, and then she said, "Who did you see, Mr. Stoutenburg, down at Quawpaw?" "None of the men, my dear, they were all away, but I saw half the rest of the village, and even the children knew what report the men had brought in, and what they thought of the weather. Everybody had a good word to say about it, Miss Faith, and everybody, I do believe," said the choir reverently, "had been on their knees to pray for it. Jonathan Ling's wife said that was all they could ever do for him," which pronoun, be it understood, did not refer to Jonathan Ling. "They're Mr. Linda's roses, Miss Faith," said little Linda, who stood waiting for more marked admiration. "Do you like them? He always did." Faith kissed the child, partly to thank her and to stop her lips, partly to hide her own, which she felt were tale-telling. "Where did you get the roses, Linda?" "Oh, off the bush in the garden, but Mr. Linden always picked one whenever he came in, and sometimes he'd stop on his way to school and just open the gate and get one of the white roses and then go away again. So we called it Mr. Linden's bush." Faith endeavoured to attend to her raspberries after this. When tea was over, she was carried off into the drawing-room, and the children were kept out. "If you want me away too, Faith," Mrs. Stoutenburg said as she arranged the lamp and the curtains, "I'll go." "I don't want you to go, ma'am." And then, covering her trepidation under the simplest of grave exteriors, Faith spoke to the point. "It is mother's business. Squire Deacon has come home, Mr. Stoutenburg." "My dear," said the squire, "I know he has. I heard it just before you came in. But he's married, Miss Faith." "That don't content him," said Faith, "for he wants our farm." "Rascal," said Mr. Stoutenburg in an emphatic undertone. "The old claim, I suppose. What's the state of it now, my dear?" "Nothing new, sir. He has a right to it, I suppose. The mortgage is owing, and we haven't been able to pay anything but the interest, and that must be a small rent for the farm." Faith paused. Mrs. Stoutenburg was silent, looking from one to the other anxiously. The squire himself was not very intelligible. "Yes," he said, "of course. Your poor father only lived to make the second payment. I don't know why I call him poor. He's rich enough now. But Sam Deacon, a small rent, too much for him to get, and too little. Why, my dear," he said suddenly, sitting up straight and facing round upon Faith, "I thought— What does your mother expect to do, Miss Faith? Has she seen Sam? What does he say?" "He came to see her this afternoon, sir. He is bent upon having the place, mother says, and she don't like to leave the old house," Faith said slowly. "He will take the farm, I suppose. But mother thought perhaps, sir, if you would speak to Mr. Deacon, he would let us stay in the house, only the house, without anything else, for another year. Mother wished it. I don't know that your speaking to him could do any good." Faith went straight through, but the rosy colour sprung and grew, till its crimson reached her forehead. Not the less, she went clearly through with what she had to say, her eyes only at the last words drooping. Mr. Stoutenburg rose up with great energy and stood before her. "My dear," he said, "he shall do it. If it was any other man, I'd promise to make him do more. But Sam always must have some way of amusing himself, and I'm afraid I can't make this as expensive as the last one he tried. You tell your mother, Miss Faith, that she shall stay in her house till she'd rather go to yours. I hope that won't be more than a year, but if it is, she shall stay." "That's good, Mr. Stoutenburg," said his wife with a little clap of her hands. Whether Faith thought it was good might be a question. Her eyes fell further. She did not offer to thank Mr. Stoutenburg for his energetic kindness, nor to say anything. Yet Faith had seemingly more to say, for she made no motion to go. She sat quite still a few minutes, till raising her eyes fully to Mr. Stoutenburg's face, she said gravely, "Mother will feel very glad when I tell her that, sir." "She may make herself easy, but tell her, my dear," said the squire, again forgetting in his earnestness what ground he was on. "Tell her she's on no account to tell Sam why she wants to stay. Will you recollect that, Miss Faith?" Faith's eyes opened slightly. "I think he must know, or guess it, Mr. Stoutenburg. Mother says she could hardly bear to live in any other house in Pataquasset." "My dear Miss Faith," said Mr. Stoutenburg, "I mean why she don't want to stay any longer. That's what Sam mustn't know. I'm very stupid about my words, always." Faith was again obliged to wait a few minutes before she could go on. Mrs. Stoutenburg was the first to speak, for the squire walked up and down, no doubt mentally attacking Mr. Deacon. "I'm so glad," she said, with the old dance of her eyes, and yet a little sigh too. "So glad and so happy that I could cry. I know I shall when the time comes. Dear Faith, do you feel quite easy about this other business now?" "What, ma'am, about Mr. Deacon?" "Why, yes," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, laughing. "Isn't that the only one you've been uneasy about?" "I am not uneasy now," said Faith. "But, Mr. Stoutenburg, if Mr. Deacon takes the farm back again, whom does the hay belong to, and the cattle, and the tools and farm things?" "All that's on the land, all that's growing on it, goes with it. All that's under cover and movable belongs to you." "Then the hay in the barn is ours, everything in the barn." "There's a good deal in the barn," said Faith with a brightening face. "You know the season has been early, sir, and our hay fields lie well to the sun, and a great deal of the hay is in. Mr. Deacon will want some rent for the house, I suppose, and I guess there will be hay enough to pay it, whatever it is, for I can't sell my cows," she added, laughing a little. Her two friends, the squire on the floor and his wife on the sofa, looked at her and then at each other. "My dear," the squire began, "I want to ask you a question, and before I do, let me tell you, which perhaps you don't know, just what right I—" "Oh, Mr. Stoutenburg," cried his wife, "do please hush. You'll say something dreadful." "Not a bit of it," said the squire. "I know what to say this time, my dear, and when to stop. I wanted to tell you, Miss Faith, that I am your regularly appointed guardian. Therefore, if I ask questions, you will understand why. But what more on that subject the squire might have said, and said not, was left to conjecture. Faith looked at him, wondering, colouring, doubting. "I never heard of it before, sir," she said. "You shouldn't say regularly, Mr. Stoutenburg," said his wife. "Faith will think she is to be under your control." "I shouldn't say legally," said the squire, and I didn't. "No, she ain't under my control. I only mean, Miss Faith," he said, turning to her, "that I am appointed to look after your interests till somebody who is better qualified comes to do it." "There, Mr. Stoutenburg, don't go any further," said his wife. "Not in that direction," said the squire. "Now, my dear, if Sam Deacon will amuse himself in this way, as I said, what will you do? Do the farm and the house about counterbalance each other most years?" Faith never knew how she separated the two parts of her nature enough at this moment to be practical, but she answered, "We have been able to pay the interest on the mortgage, sir, every year. That's all. Mother has not laid up anything." The squire took a turn or two up and down the room, then came and stood before her again. "My dear," he said, "you can't tell just yet what your plans will be, so I won't ask you tonight. But you had better let me deal with Sam Deacon, and the new tenant, and the hay, and everything else, and you may draw upon me for something more solid to any amount you please." "Something more solid than yourself, Mr. Stoutenburg," his wife said, though her eyes were bright with more than one feeling. Faith was silent a minute, and then gave Mr. Stoutenburg a full view of those steady eyes that some people liked and some did not care, just so, to meet. "No, sir," she said with a smile, and also a little wistful look of the gratitude she did not speak. "If the hay will pay the rent, I don't want anything else. Mother and I can do very well. We will be very much obliged to you to manage Mr. Deacon for us, and the hay. I think I can manage the rest. I shall keep the cows and make butter," she said with a laughing flash of the eye. "Oh, delicious!" cried Mrs. Stoutenburg. "I mean the butter, Faith. But will you let me have it?" "You don't want it," said Faith. "I do. Nobody makes such butter. I should eat my breakfast with a new appetite, and so would Sam. We can never get butter enough when he's in the house. I'll send down for it 3 times a week. How often do you churn, Faith?" Faith came close up to her and kissed her as she whispered laughingly, "Every day." "Then I'll send every day," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, clapping her hands, "and then I shall hear of you once in a while. Ungrateful child, you haven't been here before since— I suppose it won't do to say when," she added, kissing Faith on both cheeks. "I shall tell Mr. Linden it is not benevolent to pet you so much." "But my dear," said the squire, looking from one to the other. Well, I'll talk to you another time, Miss Faith. I can't keep up with more than one lady at once. You and Mrs. Stoutenburg have gone on clean ahead of me." "What's the matter, Mr. Stoutenburg?" said Faith. "I would like to hear it now, for there is something I want settled." "What's that?" said the squire. "Will you please go on, sir?" "I guess I'll hear you first," said the squire. "You seem to know just what you want to say, Miss Faith, and I'm not sure that I do." "You said we had gone on ahead of you, sir. Shall we go back now?" "Why, my dear," said the squire, smiling, "I thought you two were settling up accounts and arrangements rather fast, that's all. If they are the beginning and end, that's very well, but if they're only premonitory symptoms, that again's different." "And not very well?" said Faith, waiting. "Not very," said Mr. Stoutenburg, shaking his head. "How should it be better, sir?" "My dear, in general, what is needless can be spared." "I don't know what I am going to do, Mr. Stoutenburg. I am going to do nothing needless, not wilfully needless, but I am going to do it without help." She stood before him with perfect gentleness, but with as clear determination in both look and manner, making her meaning known. Mrs. Stoutenburg laughed. The squire stood looking at her in a smiling perplexity. Finally went straight to the point. "Miss Faith, it is doubly needless that you should do anything more than you've been doing. Everybody knows that's enough. In the first place, my dear, you are your father's child, and that's all that need be said, till my purse has a hole at both ends. In the next place, shall I tell her what she is in the next place, Mrs. Stoutenburg?" "I fancy she knows," said his wife demurely. "Well," said the squire, "the next place is the first place after all, and I haven't the right to do much but take care of her. But, my dear, I have it under hand and seal to take better care than that." "Than what, sir?" said Faith, with very deep colour, but unchanged bearing. "I don't know yet," said Mr. Stoutenburg, "any more than you know what you are going to do. Than to let you do anything that would grieve your dear friend and mine. If I could show you the letter, you'd understand, Miss Faith, but I'm not good at repeating. To take care of you as he would, that was part of it. and because I can't half carry out such instructions is no sign I shouldn't do it a quarter. And the squire stood as firm on his ground as Faith on hers. No, not quite, for in her absolute gentleness there was a power of intent expressed, which rougher outlines could but give with little emphasis. The blood spoke for her eloquently before Faith could find any sort of words to speak for herself, brought now by more feeling than one. Yet still she stood before the squire, drooping her head a little, a soft statue of immovability. Only once, just before she spoke, both Faith's hands went up to her brow to push the hair back, a most unusual gesture of agitation, but her look and her words were after the same steady fashion as before, aggravated by a little wicked smile, and Faith's voice sounded for sweetness like silver bells. "You can't do it, Mr. Stoutenburg, not that way. Take care of me every other way, but I'll not have of that sort, a bit of help." The squire looked at her with a mixture of amusement and perplexity. "Pin to follow suit," he said, "but then I don't just know what Mr. Linden would do in such a case. Can you tell me, Miss Faith?" "It is no matter. It would not make any difference." "What would not?" said the squire innocently. "Anything that he could do, sir, so you have no chance." She coloured gloriously, but she smiled at him too with her last words. "Well, Miss Faith," said Mr. Stoutenburg, "I have my doubts as to the correctness of that first statement, but I tell you what I shall do, my refractory young lady. If you set about anything outside the limits, I'll do my best to thwart you. There." If Faith was not a match for him, there was no meaning in the laugh of her dark eye, but she only bade Mrs. Stoutenburg an affectionate good night, took her bunch of white roses and Mr. Stoutenburg's arm, and set out to go home. End of section 36.
Section 37 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Mandrell. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 34. Faith put her roses in water and listened half a minute to their strange silent messages. But after that, she did a great deal of thinking. If all went well, and Mr. Linden got home safe from abroad, and this year were all she had to take care for, it was a very little matter to keep the year afloat, and very little matter, in her estimation, whatever she might have to do for the purpose. But those ifs, no mortal could answer for. Faith did not look much at that truth, but she acted upon it, prayed over her thoughts, and brought her plans into shape in very humble consciousness of it. And at the early breakfast the next morning, she began to unfold them, which, as Mrs. Derrick did not like them, led on to a long talk. But Faith, as usual, had her way. After some preliminary arrangements, and late in the day, she set off upon a long walk to Miss Bezak's. The slant beams of the summer sun were again upon the trim little house as Faith came up towards it. Things were changed since she was there before, changed a good deal from the gay, joyous playtime of that visit. Mr. Linden in Europe, and she. It is very well, thought Faith. It might not have been good for me to have too much of such a time. Next year would, if it brought joy, bring also an entering upon real-life work? Faith knew it. She had realized long before, with a thought of pain, that this summons to Europe had perhaps cut short her last time of absolute holiday pleasure. Mr. Linden could hardly now be more than a few days in Pataquasset before next year should come, and Faith did not stop to look at that. She never thought of it 3 minutes together, but life work looked to her lovely. What did not? Even the little pathway to Miss Bezek's door was pleasant. She was secretly glad of that other visit now, which had made this one so easy, though yet a sympathetic blush started as she went in. "Why, Faith," said Miss Bezek, "you're the very person I was thinking of, and the very one I wanted to see, though I always do want to see you, for that matter, and don't often get what I want, and I don't generally want much. But what a beautiful visit we had last time. Do you know I've been conjuring ever since how your dress should be made, what it'll be to begin with? I always do like to begin with that, and it's bothered me a good deal, not knowing it, I mean. I couldn't arrange so well without the making, because making white satin's one thing, and muslin's another, and lace is different from 'em both, and indeed from most things except spiders' webs." All which pleasant and composing sentiments were uttered while Miss Bezek was clearing a chair for Faith, and putting her in it, and laying her various pieces of work together. "I shouldn't be the least bit of help to you," said Faith, who couldn't help laughing. "Can't it wait?" "Why, it'll have to," said Miss Bezek. "He said it must, but that's no reason I should. I always like a reason for everything. It took me an age and a quarter to find out why Miss Essie de Staff always will wear aprons. She wears them out, too, in more ways than one, but that's good for me, only there's so many ways of making them that I get in a puzzle. Now this one, Faith, would you work with red flowers or green? I said black, but she will have colors. You've got a good color today. Oh, don't you want some bread and milk? Said Miss Bezek, dropping the apron. No, thank you, said Faith, laughing again. Not today. I should work with that green, Miss Bezek. But I'm afraid green won't do with black above and black below, said Miss Bezek. Two sides to things, you know, Faith, aprons and all the rest. I'd a great mind to work it with both. And then she couldn't say she'd rather have had t'other. What things I have worked in my day. But my day's twilight now, and my eyes find it out. Do you have more to do than you can manage generally? Said Faith. Why, no, child. Because I never take any more. That's the way not to have things, troubles or aprons. I could have my hands full of both. But what's the use when one hasn't eyes for sewing or crying? Mrs. Stoutenburg comes, and Mrs. Summers, and Miss Essie, and the landlord, and sometimes I let 'em leave me a job, and sometimes I don't. Send 'em dresses and all, off to Quillipeak. Then I'll tell you what you shall give me today, instead of bread and milk. Some of the work that you would send off. Don't you remember, said Faith, smiling quietly at Miss Bezek's eyes. You once promised to teach me to embroider waistcoats. Why, yes, said Miss Bezek, and so I will. But, my dear, are you sure he would wear it? And after all, isn't it likely he'll get everything of that sort he wants in Paris? And then the size. Who's to tell what that should be? To be sure, you could do the fronts and have them made up afterwards. And of course, he would wear anything you made. I'll go right off and get my patterns. Faith's confusion was startled. It was Miss Bezek's turn to look at her. She caught hold of the seamstress and brought her back, to listening at least. Stop, Miss Bezek. You don't understand me. I want work. I want work. I'm not talking of making anything for anybody. Faith's eyes were truthful now, if ever they were. Well then, how can you work, if you won't make anything for anybody? Want work, Faith? You don't mean to say all that story about Sarn Deacon's true, do you know? Said Miss Bezek. dropping into a chair and folding her hands. When I heard that man had gone out of town, I said to myself, it would be a mercy if he never came back. Which was the severest censure Miss Bezak ever passed upon anybody. I really did, she went on. And now he's come, and I suppose I got to say that's a mercy too. And this, though I wouldn't believe it last night. Then you have heard it. My ears did, and they're pretty good ears too, though I do get out of patience with them now and then. It's true, said Faith, and it's nothing very dreadful. Mother and I have nothing to live upon but what I can make by butter. So I thought I would learn and take work of you, if you had it for me. I could soon understand it, and then you can let people bring you as much as they will. What you cannot do, I will do. I could think of nothing so pleasant. No way to make money, I mean. For a minute, Miss Bezak sat quite still. Then she roused up. Nothing to live upon but butter, she said. Well, that's not much. At least if there's ever so much of it you want something else. And what you want you must have, if you can get it. And I can get you plenty of work. And it's a good thing to understand this sort of work too, for he might carry you off to some random place where they wear calico just as they can put it on. And that wouldn't suit you, nor him neither. I don't believe this'll suit him, though. And it don't me, not a bit. I'm as proud as a lucifer match for anybody I love. But I'll make you proud of your work in no time. What'll you do first? Embroider, or stitch, or cut, or baste, or fit? What you please, what you think best. But Miss Bezak, what are you proud about? Oh, I've my ways and means, like other folks, said Miss Bezak. And you can do something more striking than aprons for people that don't need 'em. But I'm not going to give you this apron. Faith, I shan't have her wearing your work all around town, and none the wiser. See, this is nice, and light and pretty, like the baby it's for. You like green, don't you? And so will your eyes. I'd as lieve have Miss Essie wear my work as eat my butter, said Faith. But, she added more gravely, I think that what God gives me to do, I ought to be proud to do, and I am sure I am willing. He knows best. Yes, yes, my dear, I believe that. And so, I do most things you say, answered Miss Bezak, bringing forth from a closet a little roll of green calico. Now, do you like this? Because if you don't, say so. I'll take this, said Faith. And the next time I'll take the apron. I must do just as much as I can, Miss Bezak, and you must let me. Would you rather have the apron done first? I want Miss Essie's apron, Miss Bezak. Well, you can't have it, said Miss Bezak. And what you can't, you can't. All the world over. Begin slow and go on fast. That's the best way. And I'll take the best care of you. Lay you up in lavender. Like my work when it's done and isn't gone home. So laughingly they parted, and Faith went home with her little bundle of work, well contented. A very few days had seen the household retrenchments made. Cindy was gone, and Mr. Skip was only waiting for a boy to come. Mother and daughter drew their various tools and conveniences into one room and the kitchen. Downstairs, to have the less to take care of, abandoning the old eating room, except as a passageway to the kitchen, and taking their meals, for greater convenience, in the latter apartment. Faith did not shut up her books without some great twinges of pain, but she said not one word on the matter. She bestowed on her stitching, and on her housework, and on her butter, the diligent zeal which used to go into French rules and philosophy. But Mrs. Stoutenburg had reckoned without her host, for there was a great deal more of the butter than she could possibly dispose of, and Judge Harrison's family and Miss DeStaff's became joint consumers and paid the highest price for it that Faith would take. But this is running ahead of the story. Some days after Faith's appeal to Mr. Stoutenburg had passed, before the squire presented himself to report progress, he found both of the ladies at work in the sitting-room, looking very much as usual, except that there was a certain not inelegant disposition of various pieces of muslin and silk and ribbon about the room which carried the appearance of business. "What rent will Mr. Deacon have, Mr. Stoutenburg?" said Faith, looking up from her needle. "My dear, he'll have what he can get," said the squire. "But what that'll be, Miss Faith, he and I haven't just made up our minds. How much ought it to be, sir, do you think?" "Nothing at all," said the squire. "Not a cent." "Do you think not, sir?" said Faith doubtedly. "Not a cent," the squire repeated, "and I told him so, and said he might throw the barn into the bargain and not hurt himself." "Will he agree to that, Mr. Stoutenburg? I mean about the house? We can pay for it?" "My dear, I hope to make him agree to that, and more too. So just let the hay stand, and the house, and the barn, and everything else for the present. I'll tell you time enough, if quarter day must come. And by the way, talking of quarters, there's one of a lamb we killed yesterday. I told Tim to leave it in the kitchen. How does your ice hold out?" "Do you want some, sir?" said Faith, in whose eyes there shone a soft light the squire could be at no loss to read. "No, my dear, I don't, though Mrs. Stoutenburg does tell me sometimes to keep cool. But I thought maybe you did. Do you know Miss Essie DeStaff never sees me now if she can help it? What do you suppose is the reason?" "I don't think there can be any, sir." "Must be," said the squire. "Always is a reason for every fact. You know what friends we used to be? It was always, 'Hush, Mr. Stoutenburg,' or 'How do you know anything about it?' Ah, he's a splendid fellow. My dear, I don't wish to ask any impertinent questions, but when you do hear that he's safe across, just let me know, will you?" And the squire bowed himself off without waiting for an answer. End of 37. Recording by Michelle Mandrell.
Section 38 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner, Chapter 35. Faith found that sewing and housework and butter-making took not only her hands, but her minutes, and, on these little minute wheels, the days glided off very fast. She had plenty of fresh air, withal, for Mrs. Stoutenburg would coax her into a horseback ride, or the squire take her off in his little wagon, or Mrs. Derrick and Jerry go with her down to the shore for clams and salt water. The sea breeze was more company than usual this summer. By the time August days came, there came also a letter from Europe, and thereafter the dispatches were as regular and as frequent as the steamers. But they brought no special news as to the point of coming home. Mrs. Iredale lingered on in the same uncertain state, neither worse nor better. There was no news to send. Everything else the letters had, and though Faith might miss that, she could not complain. So the summer days slipped away peacefully, and when the mother and daughter sat sewing together in the afternoon, for Mrs. Derrick often took some little skirt or sleeve, nobody would have guessed why the needles were at work. There was one remarkable thing about the boy Reuben had found to supply Mr. Skip's place. He was never visible, nor audible either, for that matter, except that Faith, at her own early rising, often heard the wood saw industriously in motion. He was not to sleep in the house for the first month. That had been agreed, but whether he slept anywhere seemed a matter of doubt. A doubt Faith resolved to set at rest, and, one August morning, while the birds were a-twitter yet with their first getting up, and the sun had not neared the horizon, Faith crossed the yard to the work-shed, and stood in the open doorway, the morning light showing the soft outlines of her figure in a dark print dress, and her white ruffles, and gleaming on her faultlessly soft and bright hair. The woodshed was in twilight yet, its various contents shewing dimly, the Phoebe who had built her nest under the low roof just astir. But the woodwork was going on briskly. Not, indeed, under the saw. That lay idle. But with a sort of noiseless celerity which was natural to him, Reuben Taylor was piling the sticks at this or yesterday's cutting. The slight chafing of the wood, as it fell into place, chiming with the low notes of a hymn tune, which Faith well remembered to have heard Mr. Linden sing. She did not stir, but softly, as she stood there, her voice joined in. For a minute, Reuben did not hear her. Then, in some pause of arrangement, he heard, and turned round, with a start and flush, that for a degree might have suited one who was stealing wood instead of piling it. But he did not speak, nor even thought to say good morning, only pushed the hair back from his forehead and waited to receive sentence. "Reuben," said Faith, stepping in the doorway, and she said not another word, but in her eyes and her lips, even in her very attitude as she stood before him, Reuben Taylor might read it all. Her knowledge for whose love he was doing that work, her powerlessness of any present means of thanks, and the existence of a joint treasury of returned affection that would make itself known to him some day, if ever the chance were. The morning sun gleamed in through the doorway on her face, and Reuben could see it all there. He had raised his eyes at the first sound of her voice, but they fell again, and his only answer was a very low-spoken, "Good morning, Miss Faith." Faith sat down on a pile of cut sticks and looked up at him. "Reuben, what are you about?" "Putting these sticks out of the way, Miss Faith." With a half laugh, then, "I shall tell Mr. Linden of you," gravely. "I didn't mean you should have a chance, Miss Faith." "Now you are caught and found. Do you know what your punishment will be?" Reuben looked up again, but did not venture to guess. "You will be obliged to come in and take a cup of coffee with me every morning." "Oh, that's not necessary," Reuben said with a relieved face. "Thank you very much, Miss Faith." "It is necessary," said Faith gravely, "and you are not to thank me for what you don't like." "It was partly for what I do like, ma'am," said Reuben, softly pitching up a stick of hickory. "It's so pleasant to have you do this, Reuben," said Faith, watching him, "that I can't tell you how pleasant it is. But you must drink my coffee, Reuben, or I will not burn your wood. You know what Mr. Linden would make you do, Reuben." Faith's voice lowered a little. Reuben did not dispute the commands so urged, though a quick glance said that her wish was enough. "But, dear Reuben, who's coming when you're gone?" "Would you like Drawmy Tuck, Miss Faith? But I don't know that you ever saw him. He's strong and honest. He's not very bright. I'll find somebody." And so the matter ended. August went on. Reuben sawed his last stick of wood, and eat his last breakfast at Miss Derrick's, and then set forth for Quillipeak to begin his new life there. The little settlement at Quapaw was not alone in feeling his loss. Mrs. Derrick and Faith missed him every day. One of Reuben's last doings in Pataquaset was the giving Drawmy Tuck in charge to Phil Davids. "Look after him a little, Phil," he said, "and see that he don't go to sleep too much daytimes. He means to go straight, but he wants help about it. And I don't want Mrs. Derrick to be bothered with him," which request, enforced as it was by private considerations, favored Drawmy with as strict a censorship as he desired. From Germany news came at last, but it was of the sort that one can bear to wait for. Mrs. Iredale was not able to be moved, nor certain to get well. Mr. Linden could neither come with his sister nor from her, and thus, hindered from getting home to his seminary duties in America, there was but one thing he could do: finish his course in a German university. But that ensured his being in Europe the whole year. No question now of fall or winter or spring. Summer was the first time that could be even thought of, and in this fair September, when Faith had been thinking of the possibility of his sudden appearance, he was beginning his work anew in a foreign land. It came heavily at first upon her. Faith had not known how much she counted on that hope or possibility. But, now when it was gone, she found she had lost a large piece of her sunlight. She had read her letter alone as usual, and alone she struggled with her sorrow. It cost Faith, for once, a great many tears. Prayer was always her refuge. But, at last, after the tears and the signs of them were gone, Faith went into her mother's company again, looking wistful and as gentle and quiet. Perhaps it was well for Faith that her mother knew what this quiet meant. It saved her countless little remarks of wonder and comment and sorrow. More devoted to her Mrs. Derrick could not be, but she had her own strong box of feeling, and there locked up all her sorrow and anxiety out of sight. Yet it was some time before the little sitting room, with its scattered bits of work, could look bright again. And I shan't see him again till— It gave Faith a great pang. That next year she never looked at much. She would have liked a little more of those innocent play days which had been so unexpectedly broken off. Next year looked serious, as well as glad. But it is good for me, she said to herself. It must be good for me to be reminded to live on what cannot fail. I suppose I was getting to be too very happy. And, after a few such talks with herself, Faith went straight on, for all that appeared, as peacefully as ever and as cheerfully. It was not long after this that, passing Mr. Simlins's gate one afternoon, as she was coming home from a walk, Faith was hailed by the farmer. She could not but stop to speak to him, and then she could not prevent his carrying her off into the house. "'Twon't hurt you to rest a minute, and 'twon't hurt me," said he. "Why, I hain't seen you since— How long you suppose folks can live and not see moonshine? Now, you pull off your bonnet, and I'll tell Mrs. Hummins to give us something good for tea." "What would mother do for hers, Mr. Simlins?" said Faith, resisting this invitation. "Well, you can sit down anyhow and read to me," said Mr. Simlins, who had already taken a seat himself in preparation for it. "People can't get along without light from one phenomenon or the other, you know, Faith." She took off her bonnet and brought the Bible. "What do you want, Mr. Simlins?" her sweet voice said meaningly. "Fact is," said the farmer rather sorrowfully, "I s'pose I want about everything. I don't feel to know much more'n a baby, and there ain't more'n 3 grains of corn to the bushel in our minister's preachin'. I go to meetin' and come home with my head a little more like a bell than 'twas, for there's nothing more in it but a ringing of the words I've heard. Do you mind, Faith, when somebody— I don't know whether you or I like him best— wanted me to try a new kind of farmin'? You mind it? I guess you do. It never went out on my head again till I set out to try, and now I find I don't know nothing at all how to work it." "What is the trouble, dear Mr. Simlins?" said Faith, looking up. The farmer hesitated, then said low and huskily, "I don't know what to do about joining the church." "The Bible says, 'If a man love God, the same is known of him,'" Faith answered softly. "Well, but can it be known of him without that? Fact is, Faith, I'm afeard," and a rough hand was drawn across the farmer's eyes. "I'm afeard, if I do, I'll do something I hadn't ought to do, and so only just dishonor the profession, and I'd better not have anything to do with it." Faith turned back the leaves of the Bible. "Listen to what God said to Joshua, Mr. Simlins, when he was going to lead the people of Israel over into a land full of enemies. 'Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of good courage. Be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed. It's easy to say, be strong, said the farmer after pausing a minute. But how are you going to contrive it? Faith read from the Psalms, and her words fell sweeter every one. In the day when I cried, thou answeredst me, and strengthenest me with strength in my soul. That is what David says, Mr. Simlins, and this is Isaiah's testimony. They that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. Go ahead, Faith, said the farmer, who was sitting with his head down in his hands. You ain't leaving me much of a corner to hide in. Turn down a leaf at them places. Faith was still again, turning over leaves. Paul was in trouble once, Mr. Simlins, and prayed earnestly about something, and this is what he says of the Lord's answer to him. And he said unto me, My grace is sufficient for thee, for my strength is made perfect in weakness. Most gladly, therefore, will I rather glory in my infirmities, that the power of Christ may rest upon me. When I am weak, then am I strong. And in another place, I can do all things through Christ which strengtheneth me. But he wasn't much like me, said Mr. Simlins. He was an apostle and had inspiration. I hain't none. He was a man, though, said Faith, and a weak one, as you see he calls himself, and he prays for the Christians at Ephesus that God would grant them to be strengthened with might by his Spirit. And they were common people, and the Bible says, Be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. We aren't bid to be strong in ourselves, but here again, strengthened with might according to his glorious power, unto all patience and long-suffering with joyfulness. Won't that do? Said Faith softly. Have you put marks in all them places? Said the farmer. I will. If that don't do it, I suppose nothing will, said Mr. Simlins. They're mighty words, and they've stopped my mouth. Faith was silently marking the places. The farmer sat looking at her. You do know the Scriptures. I can say that for you, he remarked. No, Mr. Simlins, said Faith, looking up suddenly. I don't know this string of passages of myself. Mr. Linden shewed them to me, she said more softly and blushing. She went on with what she was about. Well, don't he say you like to speak truth rather than anything else? Said the farmer. If he don't, I wouldn't give much for his discretion. When's he going to have leave to take you away, Faith? It was half sorrowfully spoken, and though Faith rose up and blushed, she did not answer him quickly. My business must take me away now, sir. Good night. But Mr. Simlins shouted to Jim Waters, had the wagon up, put Faith in with infinite care and tenderness, and sent her home so. One rainy, stormy, wild equinoctial day in the end of September, not long after that letter had come, Squire Stoutenburg came to the door. Faith heard him parleying with her mother for a minute, heard him go off, and then Mrs. Derrick entered the sitting-room, with her eyes full of tears and her heart, at least, full of a little package. It did not quite fill her hands. Pretty child, she said, I'm so thankful, and she went straight off to the kitchen, and the little package lay in Faith's lap. The thick brown paper and wax and twine said it had come a long way. The rest, the address told. It was a little square box, the opening of which revealed, at first, only soft cotton, except, in one corner, there was an indication of Faith's infallible blue ribband. Fastened to that was a gold locket. Quite plain, alike on both sides, the tiny hinge at one edge spoke of a corresponding spring. That touched, Faith found Mr. Linden. Admirably well done, and like, even to the expression, which had probably struck the artist's fancy, for he had contrived to represent well both the pleasure and the pain Mr. Linden had felt in sitting for this picture for such a reason. The dress was that of the German students, such as he was then wearing. Faith had never guessed. till her wondering fingers had persuaded the locket to open. She had never guessed what she should find there. At the utmost she looked to find a lock of hair, and the joy was almost as overwhelming as a little while ago pain had been. Faith could hardly see the picture for a long time. She called herself foolish, but she cried and laughed the harder for joy. She reproached herself for past ungratefulness and motions of discontent, which made her not deserve this treasure, and the joy and the tears were but enhanced that way. Faith could hardly believe her eyes when they were clear enough to see. It seemed, what they looked at, too good to be true, too precious to be hers. But at last she was fain to believe it, and with blushes that nobody saw, and a tiny smile that it was a pity somebody didn't see, she put the blue ribbon round her neck and hid the locket where she knew it was expected to find its place. But Faith forgot her work, and her mother found her sitting there, doing nothing, looking with dreamy, happy thoughtfulness into distance, or into herself, all Miss Bezek's silks and stuffs neglected around her. And work, diligent, happy, contented, continued, was the order of the day, and of many days and weeks after. Miss Bezek giving out that she would take as much work as was offered her, she and Faith soon had both their hands completely full. The taste and skill of the little dressmaker were so well acknowledged that even from Pequot there was now many an application for her services, and many a lady from there and from Pataquasset came driven in a wagon or sleigh to Miss Bezek's cottage door. End of section 38. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Section 39 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jessica Hendra. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 36. It was the month when beechen buds begin to swell, and woods the bluebirds warble know, the month of the unbending of nature, of softening skies and swelling streams, and much underground spring work. As for instance by the daffodils, which by some unknown machinery pushed their soft, pliant leaves up through frozen clods into the sunshine. Bluebirds fluttered their wings and trilled their voices through the air. Song sparrows sang from morning to night, and waxwings whistled for cherries in the bare tree-tops. There the wind whistled too, whiles, with the fall approbation of snowbirds and chickadees, the three going out of fashion together. It was a busy month at Miss Bezek's. 2 weddings at Pequot, and 1 in Pataquasset, kept her hands full, and Faith's too. Just now the great point of interest was the outfit of Miss Maria Davids, the wedding dress especially being of the most complicate and ornamented description. Miss Bezek and Faith needed their heads as well as their hands, Miss Maria's directions with regard to flowers and furbelows being somewhat like the Vicar of Wakefield's in respect of sheep. Only Miss Maria was willing to pay for all that went on, whereas the vicar wanted the sheep for nothing. Thus they stood, the 2 friends and co-workers, with the dress spread out on the table, contriving where the flowers should go and how many it would be possible to put on. Miss Maria's box of Pequot flowers on a chair nearby was as full as her directions. "It would be better to take the box and turn it right over her after she's dressed and let 'em stick where they would," said Miss Bezek in some disgust, whereupon, dropping her grave look of thought, Faith's laugh broke up the monotony of the occasion. "Well, that's good anyway," said Miss Bezek, "and I'm sure everything's anyway about this dress, but I won't have you about it a bit longer. You're tired to death standing up." "I'm not much tired, Miss Bezek. Let the lilacs have the bottom of the dress, and the roses and lilies of the valley trim the body, and it will be like a spotted flower garden then," said Faith, laughing anew. How little like her occupation she looked, with her brown stuff dress, to be sure, as plain as possible, her soft brown hair also plain, her quaint little white ruffles, and that brilliant diamond ring flashing wherever her hand went. N.B. A plain dress on a pretty person has not the effect of plainness, since it lets that better be seen, which is the highest beauty. Up Miss Bezak's mountain road came a green coach, drawn by 2 fat grey horses, the coachman in front and the footman behind being in the same state of plethoric comfort. They addressed themselves to the hill with no hasty approbation, yet with much mind to have their own way, and the hill yielded the ground step by step. At Miss Bezak's door, hill and horses made a pause. "Coaches already?" said Miss Bezak. "That's a sign of summer, as good as wild geese. And you'd think, Faith, not having had much experience, that it was the sign of another wedding dress. But nothing worse than a calico wrapper ever comes out of a coach like that." "Why?" said Faith, looking amused. "The people that drive such coaches drive 'em to town for a wedding dress," said Miss Bezak sagely. "There's a bluebird getting out of this one, to begin with." While she spoke, a tiny foot emerged from the coach, and after it a dress of blue silk, which, so far from standing alone, followed softly every motion of the wearer. A simply plain shirred spring bonnet of blue and white silk made the bluebird comparison not altogether unapt. The bird was hardly more fair and dainty in his way than the lady in hers. She stood still for a minute, shading her eyes with her hand and looking off down the road, a slight, delicate figure, with that sort of airy grace which has a natural poise for every position. Then she turned abruptly and knocked at the door. Now it was Miss Bezak's custom to let applicants open and shut for themselves, her hands being often at a critical point of work. So in this case, with a refractory flower half adjusted, while Faith was in the intricacies of a knot of ribbon, she merely cried, "Come in!" and the young lady came, so far as across the threshold. There she stopped. A quick, sudden stop. One little ungloved hand that looked as if it had never touched anything harsher than satin, clasped close upon its gloved companion, the shawl falling from her shoulders and showing the bunch of crocuses in her belt, the fair, sweet, high-bred face, sparkling, withal flushing like a June rose. For a minute she stood, her bright eyes seeing the room, the work, and Miss Bezak, but resting on Faith, with a sort of intenseness of look that went from face to hand. Then her own eyes fell, and with a courteous inclination of her head, she came forward and spoke. "I was told," she said, advancing slowly to the table and still with downcast eyes, "I was told that, can you make a sunbonnet for me, Miss Bezak?" She looked up then, but only at the little dressmaker, laying one hand on the table as if to support herself, and with a face grave enough to suit a nun's veil instead of a sunbonnet. Faith's eyes were held on this delicate little figure with a sort of charm. She was very unlike the Pataquasset models. At the antipodes from Miss Essie Distaff, ethereal compared to the more solid properties of Sophie Harrison, Faith recognized in her the type of another class of creatures. She drew back a little from the table, partly to leave the field clear to Miss Bezak, partly to please herself with a better view. "A sunbonnet?" Miss Bezak repeated. "I should be sorry if I couldn't, and badly off too. But I'm afraid you'll be, for a pattern. All I've got are as common as grass. Not that I wish grass was uncommon either. But what's the stuff?" "When I came out this morning," said the lady, glancing at Faith and then down again, "I did not expect to come here, and I have brought no stuff. Can you send someone down to the village? This young lady, perhaps. May I take her with me now?" "Why, of course you may," said Miss Bezak delightedly. "Just as much as if I were glad to get rid of her, which I ain't, and am too, for she's tired to death, and I was just wishing somebody that wasn't would take her home, or some horses." There was a sweet, amused play of the lips in answer to this lucid statement of facts. And then turning towards Faith, the stranger said, "Will you go?" The words were in the lowest of sweet tones. "Where do you wish me to go?" said Faith, coming a step forward. "With me, down to the village." "I will go," said Faith. "Then I will take these 2 mantillas, Miss Bezak, and you shall have them the day after tomorrow." The straw bonnet and shawl were put on in another minute, and not waiting for her gloves, she followed the bluebird to the carriage, rather pleased with the adventure. The little ungloved hand took firm hold of hers as they stepped out of Miss Bezak's door, and, but that the idea was absurd, Faith would have thought it was trembling. Once in the carriage, the 2 side by side on the soft cushions, the orders given to the footman, the coach rolling smoothly down the hill, the stranger turned her eyes full upon Faith, until the tears came too fast. quenching the quivering smile on her lips. Her head dropped on Faith's shoulder with a little cry of, "Faith, do you know who I am?" A sort of whirlwind of thoughts swept over Faith. Nothing definite, and her answer was a doubtful, rather troubled, "No." "I know who you are," said the stranger. "You are Mignonette." "Who told you so?" said Faith, drawing back from her to look. Someone who knew. The face was lovely in its April of mischief and tears. Faith's face grew very grave, with doubt and bewilderment and growing certainty, and drew yet further off. Rosy blushes, more and more witchingly shy, chased in and out of her cheeks, till, obeying the certainty, which yet was vague, Faith's head stooped, and her two hands covered her face. She was drawn back into the stranger's arms, and her hands and face, what there could, were covered with kisses. "Faith, is it strange your sister should know? And why don't you let me have the rest of your face to kiss? I haven't half seen it yet, and I'm sure Endy would not like to have his message delivered in these out-of-the-way places." Even as she spoke, the hands quitted the face, veiled only by the rosiest consciousness, and laying both hands on the stranger, Faith gave her warm kisses on cheeks and lips, and then looked at her with eyes alternately eager and shy, that rose and fell at every new stir of feeling. "How did you come here?" she said, with a sort of soft breathlessness. The eyes that looked at her were as intent, a little laughing, a little moved. "How did I come here? Faith, I knew you at the first glance. How came you not to know me?" I could not," said Faith. "How came you here?" "Here? In Pataquasset? How I love the name. Faith, I shall expect you to take me to every place where Endicott set his foot when he was here." Faith's eye gave a little answering flash. "I don't believe I know them all." Then she checked herself. "But how did you come here? You were in Germany." "Then what? Please answer me first." How Faith blushed and laughed, but she grew very grave almost immediately. "Please answer me," she said. "Yes, I was there, and I could not help coming here," Miss Linden answered, "to leave him there after all. But I could not help it, Faith. When he determined to spend the year there, and I never saw him look so grave over a determination, it was for one reason alone. You know what." Faith did not assent nor dissent, but her eyes were swallowing every word. It seemed then as if it would not much lengthen his absence, and would ensure its being the last. "And by the by, fair lady, Endicott said I might make the most of you before he got home, for then he meant to have you all to himself for 6 months, and nobody else should have a sight of you." As far as they could go, Faith's eyes fell, and her new sister might study the fair face and figure she had not had so good an opportunity of studying before, perfectly grave, and still to her folded hands. "After he was fairly launched in his work," Miss Linden went on, "and Iredell began slowly to get better, and as the winter passed she took the most earnest desire to come home, to America. Nothing could shake it, and the doctors approved and urged that there should be no delay. Then, Faith, I would have stayed, but she was exceedingly dependent upon me, and most of all, Endicott said I ought to come. I believe he was glad to think of my being here for another reason. He came with us to Paris. It happened just then that he could come, and put us on board the steamer. But we were 3 days in Paris first. Oh, such pretty days," she added, smiling. "I'll tell you about them another time." The downcast eyes were lifted and rested for a minute on the sparkling face before them. If a little warm light in their glance meant that all was pretty about which those two had to do, it said part at least of what was in Faith's mind. "Now I am to be your neighbor for a while," said Miss Linden. "And Iredell was ordered out of town at once, and last night we came up to Pequot, so you must not wonder if you see me every other day after this. Oh, how good it is to see you! Do you know," she said, wrapping her arms round Faith again and resting the soft cheeks and lips upon hers, "do you know how much I have to say of this sort for somebody else?" "You are not going back to Pequot today," said Faith softly. "May I stay in Pataquasset till tomorrow?" "If I can take good enough care of you," said Faith, kissing her half gladly, half timidly. "And I may go home with you now?" "Where are we going?" said Faith, looking out. "My dear, you ought to know, but I do not. I told them to drive about until I gave contrary orders. Now you must give them." And the check-string brought the horses to a stand, and the footman ditto. A half a minute's observation enabled Faith to give directions for reaching the main Pataquasset road, and taking the right turn, and the carriage rolled on again. There was a little pause then, till Faith broke it. A rich preparatory colour rose in her cheeks, and the subject of her words would certainly have laughed to see how gravely, with what commonplace demureness, the question was put. "Was Mr. Linden well when you came from Germany?" "Faith," was his sister's prompt reply. Faith's glance, soft and blushing, yet demanded reason, whereupon Miss Linden's face went into a depth of demureness that was wonderful. "Yes, my dear, Mr. Linden was well, looking well too, which is an uncommon thing with him." "Is it?" said Faith, somewhat wistfully. "Not in the way I mean," said her new sister, smiling. "I thought nothing could have improved his appearance but mignonette, and I suppose he thought so himself, for he was never seen without a sprig of the little flowers." Faith's look in answer to that was given to nothing but the ground, and indeed it was worthy to have been seen by only one person. "Faith," said Miss Linden suddenly, "are there many French people in Pataquasset?" "No, not any. Why?" "Because Endicott gave me a message to you, part of which I did not understand, but I suppose you will, and that is enough." "What is it?" said Faith eagerly. "You would not understand the other part today." Faith went back to her thoughtfulness, but as the carriage turned into the Pataquasset High Street, she suddenly faced round on Miss Linden, flushing again before she spoke. "Pet," she said a little timidly. It was winning, this air of timidity that was about her. Don't tell Mr. Linden where you found me." "Faith, does he not know? Is it something new? Oh, dear child, I am very sorry." And Miss Linden's other hand came caressingly upon the one she held. "Don't be sorry," said Faith, looking as fearless and soncy as any real piece of mignonette that ever shook its brown head in the wind. "I wouldn't tell you, only you must see it. You know, perhaps, that Mother lived by a farm. Last summer the farm was taken away, and we had nothing left but the house. We had to do something, and I took to dressmaking with Miss Bezak, where you found me. And it has been very pleasant, and has done very well," said Faith, smiling at Miss Linden as honestly as if the matter had been of music lessons or any other accomplishment. Miss Linden looked at her, grave and bright too, then with a sparkle of her eyes. "I won't tell Endicott now, but sometime I will tell him over what sort of wedding dress I found you poring. But my dear child," and she stopped with a look of sudden thought that was both grave and gay. Faith's eyes asked what the matter was. "No, I will not tell him now," Miss Linden repeated. "It is so little while. He could not know it in time for anything but his own sorrow. But Faith, I am going to make one of those mantillas," and she looked a pretty piece of defiant resolution. "You shall do what you please," Faith said gaily. "But, will you stop them? There is the house." The coach came to a stand before Mrs. Derrick's little gate, and the two ladies alighted. Miss Linden had been looking eagerly out as they drove up, at the house, the fence, the little garden courtyard, the steps. But she turned now to give her orders, and taking Faith's hand again, followed her in, looking at every inch of the way. Faith drew the easy chair out before the fire, put Miss Linden in it, and took off her bonnet and shawl. She stayed but to find her mother and introduce her to the parlour and her guest, and she herself ran away to Mr. Linden's room. She knew that the brown wood-box was near full of wood, which had been there since his sudden departure 9 months ago. It was well dried by this time. Faith built a fire and kindled it, made the bed and supplied water and towels, opened the blinds of 1 or 2 windows, laid books on the table, and wheeled up the couch. The fire was blazing by that time, and shone warm and glowingly on the dark wood and furniture, and everything wore the old pleasant look of comfort and prettiness. Then Faith went for her guest. "You will know where you are," she said a little vaguely, "when you open the cupboard doors." Miss Linden stood still for a moment, her hands folded, her lips again taking their mixed expression. "And that is where he lay for so long," she said. It was a mixed remembrance to Faith. She did not like to answer. A moment's silence, and she turned her bright face to Miss Linden. "Let me do what I can for you," she said, with that mixture of grace and timidity. "It isn't much. What may I now, pet?" "You did a lifetime's work then, you dear child, and how I used to hear of it." And putting her arm around Faith's waist, Miss Linden began to go slowly about the room, looking at everything, out of the windows and into the cupboards. "If you could have known, Faith, if you could have seen Endicott in some of the years before that, you would have known a little how very, very glad I was. I hardly believed that he would ever find anyone who could charm him out of the solitary life into which sorrow had led him." "I didn't do it," said Faith simply. "What do you suppose did?" "I think he charmed himself out of it." Faith said, blushing. Miss Linden laughed, holding her very fast. "You are clear from all charge of malice prepense," she said, "and I will not deny his powers of charming, but they are powerless upon himself." "Do you think so?" said Faith. "A charm comes at the rebound, doesn't it, sometimes?" "Does it? How do I know?" Faith laughed a little, but very softly. "Now, shall I leave you for a little while?" she said. "Will you be busy, or may I come down when I like? I'm going into the kitchen. You wouldn't like to follow me there?" "If I have leave, I am in the mind to follow you everywhere." "Come then," said Faith joyously. Miss Linden might not be accustomed to seeing kitchens, or she might. There was no telling from her manner. Certainly that kitchen was a pleasant one to see, and she followed, as she had said, wherever Faith went, and watched her whatever she did, conversation going on meanwhile amusingly enough. Faith was making some cakes again, and then concocting coffee, the Pataquasset fete dish in ordinary, while Mrs. Derrick broiled the chicken, with a great white apron enveloping her brown stuff dress, and her arms bared, running about the kitchen and dairy in her quick, still way. Faith was a pretty contrast to the bluebird who smiled on her and followed her and talked to her throughout. Then the cakes were baking, and Faith came back to the sitting room to set the table and cover it with all dainty things that farm materials can produce. And if ever Pet had been affectionately served, she was that night. And if ever a room was fresh and sweet and warm and glowing, the fire-lit room where she went to sleep afterwards was such a one. But before that, when they had done tea and talk and motion had subsided a little, Miss Linden brought a low seat to Faith's side, and taking that left hand in hers, looked silently at the ring for a few minutes, then laid her cheek down upon it in Faith's lap. Faith's lip trembled, but she only sat still as a statue till the cheek was lifted up. End of section 39.
Section 40 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Rucker, September 15th, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 37. In the early morning which Faith and her mother enjoyed the next day together, Mrs. Derrick was in a contemplative and abstracted state of mind, assenting indeed to all Faith's words of pleasure and praise, but evidently thinking of something else. At last the matter came out. "Faith, how much money do we have? I mean, to last how long? Suppose you didn't do anything else but the butter." "Why, Mother?" "Why, child, I've been thinking. Do you know how much you've got to do for yourself? It won't do to put off that for Miss Bezac." Faith's lips softly touched Mrs. Derrick's. "Hush, Mother, please. Don't you think Dromey could find some watercress at the foot of the Savin Hill?" "Yes, like enough," said Mrs. Derrick. "Reuben could if he was here. And, child, you may say hush, but things won't hush after all." With which sentiment Mrs. Derrick gave attention to the tea-kettle. Just then a practical illustration of her remark. About as bright and fresh and sweet as the morning Miss Linden looked when she came down, but warmer and gentler than March in his best mood. Her interest in everything about the house and its two tenants was unbounded, and without being really like her brother, there was enough family likeness in manner and voice to give a pleasant reminder now and then. While they were at breakfast, the man came from Pequot according to order, but she went out alone to attend him, coming back to the table with a sort of gleeful face that spoke of pleasure or mischief in prospect. "Faith," she said, "we cannot touch those Montilias this morning." "Can't we?" said Faith. "Which part of Pataquasset shall we go see?" "Suppose we go up to my room and discuss matters." Faith was ready as a child, or as the bird she used to be called, for any innocent play or work. "My dear little sister," said Miss Linden as they ran upstairs, the glee working out at the dainty finger ends that were on Faith's belt. "Don't you know that I promised you a message, and don't you want to have it? That trunk is not lovely just standing there. Dear Faith, you need not think all my baggage is coming after it." "I wish it could," said Faith, looking at her message. "I want to show you the key of this. It has something peculiar about it," said Miss Linden, searching in her bag. "Endicott said, Faith, that as you and he had been together so much in a French atmosphere, you must let him do one thing in the French style. To which message, as well as to the trunk, you will find this the key." Now attached to the key was a little card, on which was written simply the word trousseau. Faith understood the word well enough, and it seemed to turn her into a pretty petrifaction, with internal life at work indeed, as the rising and falling colors witnessed. She stood with bended head, looking at the mysterious key. Then, making a swift transit to the window, she opened it and threw back the blinds and stood looking out, the key in one hand, giving little impatient or abstracted taps against the fingers of the other. It was a pretty landscape certainly, but Faith had looked at it often before. Miss Linden, on her part, followed Faith to the window, with her eyes and a smile, then sat looking at the great leathern trunk in its travelling cover, which it wore still. Once she made a motion to take this off, then laid her hands back in their former position and waited for Faith to come. "Pet," said Faith presently, "have you looked out of the window this morning?" Which question brought 2 hands round her shoulders in no time. "Yes, my dear, I have. What new beauties have you discovered?" "It looks pretty in the spring light, but I wasn't thinking of it either," said Faith, blushing. And without raising her eyes, looking distressed, she softly insinuated the key with its talismanic card back into Miss Linden's hand. "Well, what, dear Faith?" "I don't know," said Faith softly. "You know." "I know," said Miss Linden. "That Endicott locked the trunk and tied the label to the key, and it is a great mistake to suppose that I will unlock the one or take charge of the other. In the second place, I need not even look on unless you wish. I can go to another room, or I will leave you in undisturbed possession of this, so speak," she said, kissing her. Faith did not immediately. She wound her arms round her sister and hid her face in Miss Linden's neck, and stood so, clasping her silently for a few minutes. But when she raised her head, she went straight to the trousseau trunk, pulled off business fashion the travelling cover, set the key in the lock, and lifted the lid. "I should tell you, dear," said Miss Linden while this was doing. She had seated herself a little way off from Faith and the trunk. "I should tell you that if it had been possible to get a pattern dress and so forth, you would have found nothing here to do but look. As it is, there is some work for your fingers, and I hope for mine." The lid was now open, and between the 2 next protecting covers lay a letter. A recognizing flash of eye greeted that, but Faith put it out of sight and lifted the second cover. From where she sat, Miss Linden could see her hand tremble. There were 2 or 3 characteristics that applied to the whole arrangement, choice, and filling of the trousseau. The absence of things useless was not more notable than the abundance of things useful, and let not useful be understood to mean needful, for of the little extras which are so specially pleasant to those who never buy them for themselves, there was also a full supply. The daintiness of everything was great, but nothing was out of Faith's line. The stuffs might be finer than she had always worn, but the colors were what she had always liked, and in any one of those many dresses she might feel at home in 5 minutes. They suited her so well. She could see well enough that Mr. Linden not only remembered her style, but loved it. In the very top rack that was first laid open, she had proof of this. For besides the finest of lawn and cambric, there were dainty bands of embroidery and pieces of lace with which Faith could ruffle herself to her heart's content. At this point Faith drew a rather quick breath. She was on her knees before the trunk, and shielding her face a little from Miss Linden, she sat looking in steadfastly at bits of French needlework and lappings of the daintier texture, lifting now and then also daintily the end or fold of something to see what lay underneath. There was so much food for meditation as well as for industry in this department that Faith seemed not likely to get through it. How clearly she saw any one thing might be doubted. She made no progress. "You may see Endicott in everything, Faith," said Miss Linden. "In the matter of quantity, I could sometimes give him help, but every color and style had to be matched with the particular pattern in his mind. I wish you could have seen it. It was one of the prettiest things I ever saw. Those 3 days in Paris. I told you they were pretty days." Faith gave her a swift look, very flushed and very grave. A pretty picture of wonder and humility she was, and something more was borne witness to by those soft eyes, but Miss Linden had only a second's look of them. The racks seemed to hold the light varieties, each done up by itself. There was the little French parasol in its box, the fan box, with most pretty contents. There was the glove box, beautifully filled, and holding among the rest of the prettiest of riding gauntlets, all of just the right size by some means. At the other end, to keep this in countenance, was a little French riding hat in its own pasteboard container. The riding whip Mr. Linden had given her long before. There were stockings in pretty variety, and handkerchiefs, not laced and embroidered, but of fine material and dainty borders. The various minor things were too many to mention. Faith was in an overwhelmed state, though she hardly shewed that. Her fingers made acquaintance almost fearfully with the various items that lay in sight. Finally she laid both hands upon the edge of the rack. "It is exactly like him," she said in profound gravity. A gay, pleased little laugh. "He said they were all like you, Faith. His fear of touching your individuality was comical. Do you know, he says he shall expect you always to have a brown merino, so you will find one there. But first, at the bottom of the rack, under all the others, was the flat mantilla box, and its contents of muslin and silk in their elegant simpleness left Miss Bizeks nowhere. How Faith would have liked to shut up the trunk then and run away, nobody knew, for she only quietly lifted out the rack and took the view of what came next. It was not the brown merino. It was something made up, the gayest, prettiest, jauntiest dressing gown, with bunches of tiny carnations all over it, as bright as Faith's own, though that may be saying much, for at this hers reached their acme. "How beautiful," she said gravely, while her poor fluttering thoughts were saying everything else. "How perfectly beautiful." And, as delicately as if it had been made of silver tissue, Faith laid it off on the rack. Laid it off to find the next stage in the shape of morning wrappers also made up. They fit so loosely at best, Miss Linden explained, and Endicott knew your height. Now neither in these nor in what lay beneath was there such profusion as would furnish a new dress every day, for an indefinite number, at a watering place, but there was just such as befitted a young lady, who being married in summer days, yet looked forward to winter, and was to be the delight of somebody's eyes, summer and winter. They were downcast and wonderfully soft eyes that looked at those morning dresses now, as Miss Linden could see when by chance they were lifted. But that was not generally with lowered eyelids and unsteady lips. Faith went on taking out one after the other. Below the packages were more solid and compact, some clothes at both ends, others shewing shawl fringes. Dress after dress lay in close order, muslin and silk and stuff, under them pieces of linen and flannel such as Pataquasset could hardly have furnished. One particular parcel, long and soft, was tied with a riband. Faith looked at it doubtfully. "Must I open this, pet?" "It is tied up for that express purpose." A little suspicious of each new thing, Faith pulled the easy knot of white riband and uncovered what lay within. It was white embroidered muslin, fine and beautiful in its clear texture, as was the wrought tracery upon it. No color relieved this white field. A pair of snowy gloves lay upon it, with the lace and sash for its finish of adornment, with them a folded handkerchief, plain like the rest, but particularly fine. Separately wrapped up in soft paper that but half hid them were the little rosetted slippers. "He said you must have none but real flowers," Miss Linden said, too softly to call. That dress was what not even Miss Bezac had been able to make Faith look at in imagination, and there it lay before her. Perhaps, to tell the truth, she had been hardly willing to realize to herself the future necessity of such a thing. The blood came deeper to her cheeks, then left them in another moment pale. Faith laid her face on her hands on the edge of the trunk, for once overcome. Again Miss Linden's quick impulse was to come to Faith's side, and again she checked herself, thinking perhaps that she was too new a friend to have her words pleasant just then, feeling that there was but one person who could say what ought to be said. So she sat quite still, nor even turned her eyes towards Faith except now and then in a quick glance of sympathy and interest, both which were shewn in her folded hands and averted head. But very soon Faith was softly doing the parcel up again in its white ribands, and then she began to lay the things back in the trunk with quick hands but dainty. Halfway through, Faith suddenly stopped. "Shall I put these back here for the present?" she said, looking towards Miss Linden. "For the present, dear? I am not sure that I understand." "Just now, till I can arrange some other place to put them." "I have nothing to do with this place," said Miss Linden, smiling. "It came with my trunks, that is all." Faith colored again and went on with what she was doing. Miss Linden watched her. "Faith," she said, "don't finish that work just now. Sit still there and read Endy's letter, won't you, darling? I am going down to pay your mother a visit." And with a kiss and embrace she was gone. Faith's hands stopped their work as the door closed, and she sat still, looking at the voiceless messages of love, care, thought, and anticipation which surrounded her, looking dreamily and a little oppressed, and when she moved her hand it was not first to get her letter, but to draw out the locket from her bosom and see Mr. Linden's face, as if she wanted his look to authenticate all these messages, or to meet her own heart's answer. At any rate, it was not till after a good study of the little picture that Faith put it away and took out the letter. It was not just like having him there to talk or caress away her discomfort, and yet it was like it. Though the pages were well on their way before the trousseau was even alluded to, but the words, the atmosphere of the letter made Faith breathe easier. It was like the wand of the fairy order, smoothing out the little tangled skeins of silk. And when that subject came up, it was touched so lightly, so delicately, yet with such evident pleasure. There was such a mingling of play and earnest in the charge given her to be ready before he came, and such a strong wish that he could have saved her all the work. The terror of the trousseau could not stand before it. And at the hope that her taste would be suited, Faith's heart made a spring the other way. She drank in every word of the letter, and then, feeling healed, though tender-spirited yet, she finished putting away her riches and went downstairs. Mrs. Derrick having gone off to attend to dinner preparations, Miss Linden sat alone, singing to herself softly in company with the March wind and the fire, and, of all things, at work upon one of Miss Bezak's mantillas. Faith's 2 hands were laid upon the one which held the needle. "Not today," said the silver voice which Miss Linden must learn to know. "Yes, unless you'll give me somewhat else to do," she said, leaning her sunshiny head back against Faith. "I was out of patience with myself because I could not do what no one but Endicott could. So, in my woman's pride, I took up something which he couldn't. What are you going to do, darling?" Faith thought she knew why she was called Pet, but she only kissed her. "I shall have to ask you a great deal about those things upstairs," she said, "but today I want to see you. What would you like?" The thing Miss Linden liked best was to see some of her brother's old haunts, and a notable drive the two had that afternoon, wherein, under the light of a spring day, Miss Linden saw Pataquasset, the Quapaw people, part of them, and not least of all Faith herself, who shewed herself very much as the spring day. And of Mr. Linden his sister talked the while, to her heart's content and Faith's, in the full joy of that affection which can never say enough, speaking to that which can never hear too much. It would be long to tell how the trousseau was made up. Mrs. Iredell came from Pequot, and established herself in a farmhouse at Pataquasset, and the two future sisters put their heads together and their hands, a good deal of their hearts too, into the work that was done in Faith's blue wainscoted white room. There they sat and sewed day after day, while the days grew warm and the apple blossoms burst and the robins whistled. They whistled of Mr. Linden's coming home to Faith, and sent her needle with a quicker impulse. She never spoke of it, but Miss Linden knew whither the look went, that seemed to go no further than the apple trees, and what was the pressure that made a quick breath now and then, and a hurried finger. Perhaps her own pulses began to move with accelerated beat, and when towards the end of May Mrs. Iredell found business occasion for being in Quillipeak a fortnight, Pet so urged upon Mrs. Derrick the advantages of the scheme that she carried off Faith with her. It would break the waiting and watching, and act as a diversion, she said, and Faith did not contradict her. End of section 40.
Section 41 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner, Chapter 38. Established fairly in that great Quillipeak Hotel, Faith found her way of life very pleasant. Mrs. Iredell was much in her own room, coming out now and then, for a while, to watch the two young things at their work. A pretty sight, for some of the work had been brought along, fast getting finished now, under the witching of sweet counsel. Miss Linden declared that for her part she was sorry it was so near done. What Faith thought about it she did not say. Meantime, June was using her rosy wings day by day, and in another week Mr. Linden might be looked for. Just what steamer he would take was a little uncertain, but, from that time, two people, at least, would begin to hope, and a day or two before that time they were to go back to Pataquasset. The week was near the ending, so was the work, and in their pretty parlor the two ladies wrought on as usual. The morning had been spent in explorations with Reuben Taylor and Sam Stoutenburg, and now it was afternoon of a cool June day, with a fresh breeze scouting round to see what sweets it could pick up, and coming in at the open window to report. On the table was a delicate tinted summer muslin, spread out to receive its trimming, over which Faith and Miss Linden stood and debated and laughed. Then Faith went back to her low seat in the window and the hem of a pocket handkerchief. So, half looking out and half in, the quiet street sounds murmuring with the rustle of the many elm leaves, Faith sat, the wind playing Cupid to her psyche, and Miss Linden stood by the table in the muslin dress. "Faith," she said contemplatively, "what flowers do you suppose Endicott would get you to wear with this? Out of a garden full?" "It is difficult to tell," said Faith. "He finds just what he wants, just where I shouldn't look for it." And a vision of red oak leaves and other illustrations flitted across Faith's fancy. "Very true," said Miss Linden. "Precisely what Aunt Iredell said when she first saw you. But I am inclined to think that the first day you appear in this, you will see him appear with a bunch of white roses, perhaps La Marquise. If "Why, the Marquise," said Faith, showing away. "Pet, how pleasant this wind is!" Miss Linden did not immediately answer. She stood resting her fingertips on the muslin dress, looking down at it with an intenseness that might have seen through thicker stuff, the color in her cheeks deepening and deepening. "Why," she said abstractedly, "they're beautiful. Don't you think so?" "Oh, Faith!" With a joyous clasp of the hands she sprang to the window and dropped the curtain like a screen before her. There was no time to ask questions, nor need. Faith heard the opening door, the word spoken to the waiter, saw Mr. Linden himself come in. Pet sprang towards him with a joyful exclamation, an unselfish one, as it seemed, for after a moment's concentrated embrace, which embodied the warmth of half a dozen, she disappeared out of the room. Mr. Linden came forward, looking after her at first with surprise. Then, as if a possible explanation occurred to him, he stood still by the mantelpiece, watching the door by which she had gone. Faith had waited behind her screen. She could not have told why, utterly motionless for that minute. Then a little quick push sent the curtain aside, and she came to him. "Faith!" he exclaimed. "Are you hiding from me? My dear Mignonette!" She hid from him then, all her face could, for her gladness was of that kind which banishes color instead of bringing it. He let her stand so a few minutes, himself very silent and still, then one hand brought her face within reach. "Little bird," he said, "I have you safe now. You need not flutter any more." Perhaps that thought was hardly composing, for Faith's head drooped yet, in a statue-like stillness. Not very unlike a bird on its rest, however, albeit her gravity was profound. And rest, to speak it fairly, is a serious thing to anybody when it has been in doubt or jeopardy or long withheld. What could be done to bring the color back, that Mr. Linden tried. "Faith," he said, "is this all I am to have from your lips? Of any sort? Where did you get such pale cheeks, precious one? Did I frighten you by coming so suddenly? You have not been ill again?" "No," she said, raising her eyes for the first time to look fairly in his face. But that look brought Faith back to herself, and though she drooped her head again, it was for another reason, and her words were in a different key. "We didn't expect you for a week more." "No, because I didn't want you to be watching the winds. Mignonette, look up!" Which she did, frankly, her eyes as delicious a compound of gravity and gladness as any man need wish to have bestowed upon him. "Pet brought me here," she said. "Well, do you suppose I have brought an invoice of Dutch patience?" "I don't think you are particularly patient," said Faith demurely, "except when you choose." "Oh, Indy!" That last note had the true ring of joy. Her forehead touched his shoulder again. The rest of her sentence was unspoken. "I do not choose, today. Mignonette, therefore tell me, do you think I have had all I am fairly entitled to?" She flushed all over, but lifted up her head and kissed him. Mr. Linden watched her, smiling then, though she might not see it. "My little beauty," he said, "you have grown afraid of me. Do you know that?" "Not very," she said. Certainly Faith was not good at defending herself. "No, not very. Just enough to give us both something to do. Mignonette, are you ready for me?" Faith's face was bowed again, almost out of sight. "Don't you think," she half whispered, "that Pet must be ready to see you by this time?" For all answer, except a smile, she was led across the room to a seat near the window. But just there was the table and his muslin dress. Mr. Linden stopped short, and Faith felt and understood the clasp of his arm about her waist, of his hand upon hers. But he only said, laughingly, "Faith, was that what made you hide away?" "Pet hid me," Faith said, very much abashed. "Not I. She let fall the curtain." Mr. Linden let it fall again, in effect, for he quitted all troublesome subjects. and sat down by her side, not loosing his hold of her indeed, nor taking his eyes from her, but in the gravity of his own deep happiness there was not much to disturb her quiet. "I sent you a telegraphic dispatch this morning to Pataquasset, dear Faith. I did not mean to take you quite by surprise, and my stopping anywhere short of that was merely because the arrangement of trains forced me to lose an hour here on the way. I thought it lost. It hasn't proved so. There was such a doubt of my being in time for this steamer that I would not even speak of it. Faith, I have not often heard such music as the swash of the water about her paddle wheels as we set off." "Didn't you hear the swash of her paddle wheels as you came in?" said Faith merrily. "No." The wistful gladness of her eye was a pretty commentary. "Is Miss Reason in full activity yet?" said Mr. Linden, smiling his comment. "She has had no interruption, you know, for a great while." "Take care of her, Faith. She has a great deal of work before her." The look that answered this was a little conscious, but shewed no fear. There was nothing very unreasonable in the face that bent over hers. The eyes, with their deep look, lit up, now and then, with flashes of different feelings, the mouth wearing its sweet, changeable expression. A little browner than usual, from the voyage, a little thinner, perhaps, with hard work. Mr. Linden still looked remarkably well and like himself, though Faith felt that nameless change, that mingling of real and unreal, of friend and stranger, which a long absence always brings. One minute he was himself, as he had been in Pataquasset, giving her lessons, riding with her, reading to her, going off to school with one of Mrs. Stoutenburg's white roses. The next, he was a gentleman just arrived from Europe, from whom she could not get away. Perhaps the last impression was the most remarkable. But in spite of this, Faith was herself, every inch of her, with the exception of that one little difference which Mr. Linden had pointed out, and which was not to be denied. Some time had passed, when Faith felt Pet's little hand come round her neck. The other was round Mr. Linden. Faith's start was instant. Springing up, she went to the window, where behind the curtain lay the work her hand had dropped. Faith gathered it up. She would have put that muslin dress out of the way then, but there it lay, in plain sight and close neighborhood. Yet somebody must do it, and it was her business, and with cheeks of a very pretty deep rose that set off her white drapery, Faith applied herself to the due folding of the troublesome muslin. In 2 minutes Pet came to help her, but in a different mood, though her eyelashes were glittering. "Indy, come here and look at this. I think it is so pretty. What flowers must Faith wear with it?" "Carnations look very well." "I said white roses." "Which will you wear, mignonette?" said Mr. Linden. He was favored with a glance from 2 gentle eyes, which it was worth a little wickedness to get. It was only a flash. "I think Pet is right," she answered with great gravity. He came close to her side. The low-spoken, "You shall have them," touched more things than one. "What do you suppose I found her doing?" said Pet, folding down a sleeve. "Pet," said Faith, "don't touch that. Not tonight." "Do you wish me to leave it unfolded? The servants will perhaps sweep in the morning." "Pet," said Faith softly, "don't you raise a dust. We might not lay it so soon." "Indy," said his sister, "how do you do? You haven't told me." "Perfectly well, dear Pet." "Turn round to the light and let me see. You've grown thin, child." He laughed, giving her a kiss and embrace to make up for that, which was only half successful, but she spoke in her former tone. "He looks pretty strong, Faith. I think I might tell him." "Mr. Linden," said Faith, "won't you please ask Pet not to tell you something?" "I will ask you," he said softly, laying his hands lightly on her shoulders. "Faith, I think we may dispense with Mr. Linden now, even before people." She was oddly abashed, glanced up at him and glanced down with the grave air of a rebuked child. There was nothing about it that was not pretty, and the next thing her eyes went to Pet. How lovely and precious she looked as she stood there, with her sweet, shy face and changing colors. Mr. Linden held her to his breast and kissed her more than once, but in a way that was beyond chiding. "Why must I ask Pet not to tell me something?" "It is nothing great," said Faith, stammering over her words. "Only you won't like it very well, but you will have to hear it. I thought another time, that's all." "He'll never hear it from you, what I mean," said Miss Linden. "So he shall from me. We'll see whether he likes it. Know then, Endicott, that I found this child absorbed in wedding dresses." "Wedding dresses?" he repeated. "More than one?" "Oh, Indy," said his sister with a sort of laughing impatience. "What a boy you are! I mean other people's." Faith stood smiling a little, letting her manage it her own way. "Imagine it," Miss Linden went on. "Imagine this one little real flower bending over a whole garden of muslin marigolds and silk sunflowers and velvet verbenas, growing unthriftily in a bed of white muslin." Mr. Linden laughed, as if the picture were a pleasant one. "Mignonette," he said, "how could you bear the sight?" "I was trying to make the best of it." "In whose behalf were you so much interested?" "Maria David's," said Faith, glancing up at him. "But I was not interested only so far as one is in making the best of anything." "Who is trying to make the best of her?" Faith looked down and looked grave as she answered. "Jonathan Fax." Mr. Linden's face was grave too, then, with the recollections that name brought up. "There is one place in the house she cannot touch," he said. "Faith, I am glad she is not to take care of him." "I have thought that so often." "Do you like my story, Endy?" said Miss Linden presently. "Very much. The subject. I am less interested in the application. Who next is to be married in Petaquasset?" "I don't know." "Aunt Iredale says she wishes you would be married here," observed Pet demurely, to which insinuation Faith opposed as demure silence. "Oh, Endicott," said his sister, changing her tone and speaking in that mixed mood which so well became her, "I'm so happy that you are here. This week Faith has been pretty quiet, by dint of being away from home. But nothing would have kept her here next week, and I had been thinking what we should do, if the week should run on into 2, or if the wind should blow." She spoke laughingly, yet with a voice not quite steady. "So he bringeth them to the haven where they would be," Mr. Linden said, but his voice was clear as the very depth of feeling of which it told. "Aunt Iredale cannot have her wish, Pet," he added presently. "There would be at least 3 negative votes." "I suppose that, but I shall come down Saturday to hear what wishes are in progress." "Won't you go with us, Pet, tomorrow?" said Faith earnestly. She had been standing in a sort of abstracted silence. "No, pretty sister, I will not, but I shall keep all those ruffles here to finish, and Saturday Reuben Taylor shall escort them and me to Petaquasset." End of section 41. Recording by Nancy Cochran Gergen, Gilbert, Arizona.
Section 42 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mama Chira, Tangerang Selatan. Say and Seal, Volume 2 by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 39. Things were yet in the morning light and shadow when Faith set off on this her first real journey with Mr. Linden. She felt the strangeness of it in the early breakfast, the drive alone with him to the station, the stand by and see him get her ticket, To sit with him alone in the cars, there seemed to be no one else there, were all new. The towers of Quilly Peak rose up in the soft distance, shining in the morning sun. Over meadow and hillside and Indian-named river, the summer light fell in all its beauty. Dewdrops glittered on waving grain and mown grass. Laborers in their shirt sleeves made another gleaming line of side blades, or followed the teams of red and brindled oxen that bowed their heads to the heavy yoke. Through all this, past all this, the Pequot train flew on towards Pataquasset, sending whole lines of white smoke to scour the country, dispatching the shrill echoes of its whistle in sweet pursuit. Faith saw it all with a vividness of impression which leaves everything sun-pictured on the memory forever. In it all she felt a strange something new, which gave the sunlight such a marked brilliancy, and made dewdrops fresher than ordinary, and bestowed on mown grass and waving grain such rich tints and gracious motion. It was not merely the happiness of the time. Faith's foot had a little odd feeling that every step was on new ground. It was a thoughtful ride to Pataquasset, though she was innocently busy with all pleasant things that came in her way, and the silveriest of tones called Mr. Linden's attention to them. He did not leave her thoughts too much chance to muse. The country, the various towns, gave subject enough for the varied comments and information Faith loved so much. Mr. Linden knew the places well, and their history and legends, and the foreign scenes that were like or unlike them, or perhaps a hayfield brought up stories of foreign agriculture, or a white sailing cloud carried them both off to castles in the air. One thing Mr. Linden might have known more fully than he did, and that was his companion. For several times in the course of the morning, first in the station of Quilly Peak, then in the cars, some friend or acquaintance of his own came to greet or welcome him, and Faith could see the curiosity that glanced at so much of her as her veil left in view. Mr. Linden saw it too, with some amusement. And yet, though all this was a little roving, it was interesting to her in another way, showing her Mr. Linden as she had never seen him among the rest of the world, giving her little glimpses of his former life, for the bits of talk were sometimes quite prolonged. "Mignonette," he said after one of these occasions, "some people here are very anxious to make your acquaintance. I am glad you don't want to gratify them." "Why? In the first place, I do." "Do you?" said Faith, somewhat fearfully. "Certainly. I, like you, am a little proud of my carnations." "How do you like this way of traveling?" "I like it such a morning as this," said Faith. "I don't think it's the pleasantest, but today it's delicious." "Yes, today," he repeated. "What way of traveling do you like best?" "You know I never travel at all, except to Quilly Peak and Pequot. I believe I like a wagon or a sleigh better than this in general." "That is our last whistling post," said Mr. Linden. "Faith, I shall be glad to get rid of that veil. And I have so many things to say to you that cannot be said here." "Is Mr. Summers in Pataquasset still?" "Everybody's there," Faith answered. The little shake of the head with which this intelligence, so far as regarded Mr. Summers, was received, Faith might understand as she pleased, for in another minute they were at the Pataquasset station. The train was puffing off, and she standing there on the platform with Mr. Linden. A little way back was Jerry and the wagon. that Faith saw at a glance, but there too, and much nearer, was Squire Stoutenburg, in doubt whether to handle the new corner separately or together, in his great delight. From all this, Mr. Linden rescued Faith with most prompt skill, carried her off to the wagon, shook hands with Romy and dismissed him, and then, with the reins in his own hands, had her all to himself once more. And Jerry dashed on as if he knew his driver. "Mignonette, please put back your veil," were the first words, which Faith did, and looked at him, laughing, blushing, and a little shy, all in one pleasant combination. "What have you been doing to make yourself lovelier, little Sunbeam?" "I have been a year without seeing you," said Faith, with excellent seriousness. "My presence seems to have no counteracting effect. By the same rule, I should be marvelous. Do you perceive it?" Her eye gave one of its little flashes, but Faith immediately looked away. "Do you know," said Mr. Linden, "I can hardly believe that this year of exile is over, and that there are none others to follow it. What do you suppose will be the first subject you and I shall consider?" "Mr. Skip," said Faith gravely. "Mr. Skip merits no consideration whatever. Is Miss Bizet at work on that dress?" "Because he don't live with us any longer, Endicott." "Does he not? Unfortunate man!" "And Romy is in his place." "My dear, my own place is the only one I can think of with any intense interest, except yours." "Because we have had no farm to manage this winter," said Faith, "so Romy could do what he wanted." "I am glad to hear it," said Mr. Linden. "He never used to be able to do what I wanted. Who has managed for you? Mr. Simlins? And has Mr. Skip gone off in a pumpkin with Cinderella? Faith, there is the door where I had the first sight of you. My rose of delight," he added softly, as if all the days since then were passing through his mind in sweet procession. Faith was silent, for she too had something to think of, and there was no more time to finish either train of conversation that had been started. Both dropped even before Jerry drew up at the gate, and if she had not gained one object, she had the other. By this time it was about 11 o'clock. It was rarely very hot in Pataquaset, and now, though under a sunny sky, there were summer breezes rustling in the trees. Both mingled in Faith's senses with the joy of going into that house again so accompanied, that gladness of getting home in a pleasant hour. No one was in the cool sitting-room. Faith pushed open the door between and went into the eating-room, followed by Mr. Linden. There was Mrs. Derrick, and what of all things doing but doing up some of Faith's new ruffles. It was a glad meeting. What though Mrs. Derrick had no hand to give anybody? Then she went to get rid of the starch, and the two others to their respective rooms. But in a very few minutes indeed, Faith was by her side again. "Mother, has Cindy come?" "She's coming tomorrow, child, but there's not much to do for dinner. That's all under way." Faith bared her arms and plunged into dairy and kitchen to do all that her mother characterized as not much and a little more. When every possible item had been cared for, the strawberries looked over, the cream made ready, the table set, the lettuce washed, the dishes warming for the vegetables, the pickles and bread on the table, And Faith had through all this delighted Mrs. Derrick as much as possible with her company, sight, and presence at least, for Faith's words were a trifle less free than usual. When it was all done, and the eating-room in a state of pleasant shady summer readiness, Faith went ben, as they say in Scotland. She came into the sitting-room as quietly as usual, and coming up to Mr. Linden, laid a hand on his shoulder. "My own dear little mignonette, do you feel less afraid of me now I am here?" She hesitated to answer at first, then spoke with a very dainty shy look. "I don't think I ever had fear enough of you to hurt anything." "See that you do not begin now. What have you been about all these long months? You were as chary of details as if I had no right to them." Faith looked gravely out of the window before she said, "I have not been studying this year, Endicott." There was so clearly some reason for it that Mr. Linden's first thought was one of anxiety. "What has been the matter? You know I told you Mr. Skip had gone away?" "Yes." "And that he went because we hadn't any farm to manage?" "What has the farm to do with your studies?" "What shall I do if I make you very angry with me?" said Faith, the least touch of seriousness mingling with her words. "You had better ask what I shall do. Has Mr. Deacon come back and taken possession?" "Yes, and you know, Andy, we used to live by the farm. When that was gone, we had to live by something else. I wouldn't tell you if I could help your knowing it." "Mignonette, what have you been doing? You know what Pat found me at?" Yes. She could not tell whether he saw the whole. He was clearly in the mind to hear it, taking both her hands in his. "I did that," said Faith. "Did what?" "I got work from Miss Bezak. She gave me lessons." "For how long?" "Since about a fortnight after you went away. It was then Squire Deacon took away the farm. From that time until Pat came," she added with a little rise of color in her cheeks. "And that all the daylight and candlelight hours of each day?" "Oh no, not that. I had long walks to Miss Bezak's, you know, or rides, every day or two, for we kept Jerry, and I never sewed before breakfast, and in the evening I used to write letters, part of the evening." Child. He dropped her hands and began to pace up and down the moderate limits of Mrs. Derrick's best carpet, until after a few turns Faith put herself straight in his way and intercepted him with a very innocent face. "Faith, did no one protest against this for me?" "Yes, sir." "And you knew that I had tried to guard you against any such possibility?" Faith paused. "Yes, I knew. But Andy, that couldn't make any difference." "It did not? How could not?" "It ought not," she said softly and coloring. "Can you tell why?" "You know, Andy, it was better, it was right, it was better that I should work for myself." "Never, Mignonette. While I could work for you, how do you expect to manage when you are my wife? And do you think I had no right even to know about it?" "I thought now was the best time," Faith said. Am I to learn from this and similar instances what my wife will expect of me if I chance to be sick or in trouble? It touched her. She colored again to the roots of her hair. "Do you think I did wrong, Andy?" she said doubtfully, yet in an appealing fashion. "I cannot say you did right. But when you could do me no good," said Faith very gently, "and I should only have given you pain for nothing." "It would not have given me pain to have you tell it, and the thing does now. Besides, in a great many cases, the thought that it is pain for nothing is a mistake. I might know some remedy when you did not. Self-sacrifice will never run wild in my nature as it is inclined to do in yours. But just imagine it once in the ascendant, and me with a bad headache, which I never have. It can only give you pain to hear of it, so I tell you of it the next day. But if I had told you at the time, what conjurations of your little fingers, what quick-witted elevations, till the headache becomes almost a pleasure to both of us." Faith was very near the unwanted demonstration of tears. She stood still, looking down, till she could look up safely. "I will not do so again, Andy. About important things, I mean. You know, Faith, I am speaking less of this one case than of the daily course of future action. Is not perfect frankness as well as perfect truth best? And if I call for your sympathy in all manner of small and great things, will you let mine lie idle?" "I might like it," said Faith honestly. "But in great things I will not again, Endicott." "Take care you get the right measure of things," said Mr. Linden, smiling. "Frankness makes a deliciously plain way for one's feet." Faith looked sober again at the idea that she should have failed in frankness, then put her hand in his and looked smiling up at him. "There is one thing I will not keep from you any longer," she said. "What is that?" "The seal of this little compact of plain speaking." "Strawberries." "Only another style of nomenclature," said Mr. Linden. "You must take the trouble to go into the other room for them." And light-heartedly Faith preceded him into the other room, where the dinner was ready. A very simple dinner, but Mrs. Derrick would not have had anything less than a roast chicken for Mr. Linden, and the lettuce and potatoes did very well for a summer day, and Faith's waiting on table made it only more pleasant. Talk flowed all the while of 1,001 things, for Mrs. Derrick's sympathies had a wider range since Mr. Linden had been in Germany. Indeed, the talk was principally between those two. It was a remarkably long dinner, without multiplication of courses. There was so much to say. Many were the pleasant things swallowed with the strawberries. It is said hunger is the best sauce. It's not true. Happiness is a better. And then, what came then? Truly the same over again, looking and talking without the strawberries, which were not wanted, especially when Faith was dressed out with roses, as she was presently after dinner. As she would wash the tumblers and spoons in the dining-room, spite of all Mrs. Derrick could say, so Mr. Linden would stay there too, not indeed to do anything but look on, and bestow the roses as aforesaid, talking to her sometimes in English, sometimes in French, with preliminary instructions in German. "Mignonette," he said, "I have 3 letters for you to read." "Letters, Endicott? Who has written to me?" through me, 3 regions of country. What do you mean? Just as she spoke the words, Faith paused and set down the tumbler she was wiping. Her ears had caught the sound of a modest knock at the front door. She looked at Mr. Linden. "Stay here, Andy, please," she said as she threw down her towel and ran off. But Faith's hope of a chance was disappointed. She ushered somebody into the sitting room and came back gravely and flushed to Mr. Linden. "It's Mr. Summers, and he wants to see you, Endicott." Faith went at her tumblers, and simultaneously, greatly to the dismay of one party as to the surprise of the other, in walked Mr. Summers after her. "Miss Derrick told me you were in this room, sir," said the clergyman, shaking Mr. Linden's hand. "So I came in. Ha! I am glad to be one of the first to welcome you back. How do you do, Mr. Linden? You've been a great while from Pataquasset, and you've been missed, I don't doubt." Apparently not by Mr. Summers. But Mr. Linden met all the advances as he should, merely stating his belief in the general proposition that there is always somebody to miss everybody. "Will you take a seat here, sir?" he said. "Or may I go with you to the next room?" "I have no choice," said Mr. Summers, looking benignantly around. "It is very pleasant here, very cool. Perhaps Miss Derrick will have no objection to our taking our seats here." Faith did not say, but as Mr. Summers had taken her leave for granted, and his seat consequently, she was saved that trouble. How she reddened at the thought of the roses with which she was dressed. And there she stood in full view, washing her spoons, but Mr. Summers looked the other way. I am very happy to see you again, Mr. Linden. Very happy indeed, sir. I heard from Squire Stoutenburg that you were expected, and I lost no time. How have you enjoyed your health, sir, this year? A year's a long time, isn't it?" Mr. Linden, taking his seat as in duty bound, looked abstractedly at Faith and the spoons and the roses, and answered according to the evidence. "Yes, Mr. Summers. And yet it depends very much upon how far the 2 ends of the year are apart in other respects. The voyage autour de ma chambre could never seem very long, whatever time it took." "Ha!" said Mr. Summers bluntly. He hadn't the remotest idea what this speech might mean. "No. Did you have a good passage coming over?" "We had every sign of it." "Very good," said Mr. Linden, smiling, "and very stormy." "Ah," said Mr. Summers, "very good and very stormy? Well, I shouldn't have thought that, but I suppose you have got to be such a traveler that you don't mind which way the wind blows if it blows you on, huh? Like Dr. Harrison. He never minds the weather. Dr. Harrison's a great loss to Pataquasset, too," said Mr. Summers, looking at Faith and smiling a little more openly. "All our pleasantest members of society seem to be running away from us. That's what Mrs. Summers says." "One more spoon and put them up," thought Faith, "and then I'll be away. But I've come to see if I can't get you to do me a favor, Mr. Linden," said Mr. Summers, withdrawing his eyes and mind from her. "I should be very much obliged to you indeed. I'm almost afraid to ask, for fear I shan't get it." Faith wiped her spoon slowly. "I like to do favors," said Mr. Linden. "At least, I think I should." But I cannot imagine how you can give me a chance, Mr. Summers. Don't you think it would be a great gratification to all your old friends in Pawtuxet if you would consent to fill my pulpit next Sunday? I believe they'd come from all over the country, and it would be a very great gratification indeed to me. Can't I prevail with you? Faith had ceased her work and was standing quite still, with bended head, and cheeks which had gathered their color into two vivid spots. On those carnations, Mr. Linden's eyes rested for a moment, with a strange feeling of pleasure, of emotion. The sort of touched smile upon his lips when he spoke did not, it may be said, belong to Mr. Summers. His answer was very simple and straightforward. I should like to see and speak to all my old friends again, sir, more than I can tell you, and I think they would be glad to see me. I could do it so well in no other way. Thank you, Mr. Summers. It is you who confer the favor. Then you'll do it? Said Mr. Summers, delighted. I am very happy, very fortunate indeed. It will be quite a relief and a pleasure, a very great pleasure. I assure you, sir, it's profitable for people to have a change. They listen, they hear the same things said in a different way, and it is often striking. And it is certainly profitable to the pastor. Well, Mr. Linden, I shall make a great many people happy, and Mrs. Summers, she'll set off on her side to tell the news. How long are you going to remain in Pawtuxet? But I don't know, added he, laughing, as I ought to ask. Faith had carried her spoon summarily to the cupboard and was sitting at an open window near it, looking out. And I cannot answer, said Mr. Linden. I have hardly got past my arrival yet, sir. No, certainly. I was premature. You must excuse me, and I have no right to take up any more of your time, as you have so kindly consented to give me Sunday. What is the state of religion now abroad, sir? The answer to which comprehensive inquiry drew on into a talk of some length, although Mr. Summers had declared he must go and had no right to stay. For a little while Faith sat still by her window, but then she vanished and appeared at Mrs. Derrick's side in the kitchen. The dishes were all done there too, and Mrs. Derrick was tizing about, talking to Faith and wishing Mr. Summers would go some time before he went. Faith heard the closing door and the light returning step, then a clear, not loud spoken, "Mignonette, where are you?" Faith sprang back through the passage and stood in the eating room again, with a very sweet sort of gravity, all her mind and her face full of the thought that he was going to preach for Mr. Summers. "What are you about, little Sunbeam? Are you busy?" "No." "Then first I want a talk with you, and then a walk with you. Do you want the same with me? Or are you tired?" "No. Yes, I'm not tired a bit." "Are you nervous?" he said, drawing her off into the next room. "No," she said, laughing a little. "Did you ever think I was Endicott?" But Faith's heart beat somewhat strangely. "I am going to try you," he said as he sat down by her. "So if you are, shut up your eyes." There was no sign of shutting up in Faith's eyes. She looked at him, not indeed assuredly, but steadily, and with a wee smile. Eye and smile were met and held, until he had taken her left hand and held that too. But then, looking down at it, Mr. Linden gravely took out a little gold ring and proceeded to try how well its dimensions agreed with those of the finger for which it was destined. Nothing moved of Faith but her eyes, which followed his, and the fluttering color, which fluttered indeed, went and came like the lights on a wreath of vapor. Silently the hand, with both rings on, was looked at for a few moments, then held to his lips with special greeting of those two fingers, and then, as he took off the second ring, Mr. Linden looked up at her. "Mignonette, when may I put it on again?" There seemed to be difficulty in Faith's answering. Probably she was making up her mind to speak, but he had to wait for her words to be ready. He waited quietly, as if he expected it, looking down at the hand he held and saying nothing unless by the clasp of its little fingers. "Do you know where you are going yet, Andy?" she said in a very low voice. "No, darling, not certainly." "Then do you want to know this yet?" "Very much." Faith had expected no less. She had had fair warning, and besides in her heart could not but confess that Mr. Linden had reason. Little as she might care to disturb the existing state of things, which to her mind was pleasant enough, it was clear that his mind on the subject was different, and she could not find fault with that. There was a pause again of quiet waiting on one side and great difficulty of utterance on the other, and the words, when they came, were in the lowest possible key. "What do you wish?" "What I have been waiting for all these years." "But as to time?" "As little as possible." "I know. But what is that, Andy?" she said with a very timid intonation. "As little as possible?" he said, raising his eyes with a laughing look to her face. "The words hardly need explanation. I might have stayed Mr. Summers this afternoon. It cannot be too soon for me, Mignonette, but I do not know what is possible for you." What was possible for her? It almost took Faith's breath away, because she acknowledged Mr. Linden's right to his wish. She was in great confusion besides. "I will do what you please," she said at length. "You may arrange it with Mother." "No, with you," said Mr. Linden. "What do you please? Am I to repeat the passage of Guapo Creek?" She looked up and looked at him and said yes. It was a look any man would have liked to have given him. Not without a little fear of what he might say. Those eyes put such a pure faith in him and were so ready to answer his pleasure. She waited for his answer, though her eyes did not. "You know, dear Faith, I sent you word to be ready for me. Is that done?" "Yes, nearly." "Nearly is soon dispatched," said Mr. Linden. "And this is the month when, if ever come perfect days. Shall we say a week from today?" She looked very startled, soft though the glance was that again met his face, and for a moment the roses fairly fled away. "As soon as possible." This was sure enough. They came back, however, first stealthily and then swiftly, till Faith's face, was bowed, and her right hand, with futile intent of concealment, was interposed between it and Mr. Linden. But whether Faith meant to speak or meant not to speak, certain it is that words were none. "I cannot have this," said Mr. Linden as he took the shielding hand into his own possession. "Faith, you shall not look pale about it. This is the second time I have banished the color in the first 24 hours I have been home, and these roses I see now seem to me come from the same tree as the white ones. If you would look more boldly at the subject, it would appear much less terrific, and the same might be said of me. What sort of a face have I down there in the carpet?" There was a little clasp of his hand which answered that, but though he could see Faith's lips give way, he did not hear them speak. "Mignonette, the treaty waits your signature." "Yes, Auntie," she said quaintly enough. Mr. Linden brought her face round within sight, saying, much as he done at Quapaw Creek, "Are you afraid, dear child?" "No," she said timidly, and yet no it was. "Then it only needs my seal. In one of the northern countries of Europe, Mignonette, the bride and bridegroom are expected to stand at the open window for an hour or two in full dress, so you see things are not so bad as they might be. Now, my little beauty, are you ready for your walk?" End of section 42. Recording by Mama Chida, Tangerang Selatan.
Section 43 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 40. It was the pretty time of a summer afternoon, the sun in the last quarter of almost his longest journey of the year, but high yet, sent warm rays to rest in the meadows and dally with the treetops, and sparkle on the Mong and its salt outlet. The slight rustle of leaves now and then was as often caused by a butterfly or a killdeer as by the breeze, sometimes by a heavy damask rose that suddenly sent down its rosy shower upon the ground. It was the very pastime of birds and insects and roses, with that slight extra stir which told the time of day, and that the afternoon siesta was at an end. Gathering roses as he went along, fastening them in her belt or her bonnet, Mr. Linden led Faith down the farm road by which he had driven her to the shore that first day after her illness. There was a small danger of meeting anyone. It was not the time for loads of hay and grain, and little else passed that way. The labourers in the field were seen and heard only at a distance. Mr. Linden himself was in as gay and gladsome a mood as the day, more lively indeed and active, taking the dolce far without the niente, witnessing what the year of exile had been by his joy in being at home with June and Mignonette. The afternoon's talk had added something even to both their perfections. He could not forget it, though he talked of other things. Neither did Faith forget it. Yet she laughed at Mr. Linden and with him, though as far as conversation was concerned she took a secondary part. She started no subject whatever of the least moment. Subjects started of themselves, in numbers somewhat like the little butterflies that roused out of the clover as the intruding feet came by, about as airy, about as flitting, not quite so purposeless, and thus in a way more summery than summery. Mr. Linden and Faith arrived at the shore. He found a shady seat for her, and with no by your leave except in manner, transferred her bonnet to an airy situation on a wild thorn. "Mignonette, do you know what I mean to do with you after Thursday?" "No, Endicott." I shall put you before me on the wooden horse spoken of in the fairy tale, turn the pin under his right ear, and be off." "What's that story?" said Faith, looking round at him. He was standing behind her, with the prettiest of bright flushed faces. "An authentic account of how a prince carried off a princess." "How did he?" "Got her consent first, couldn't get anybody else's, but that did not matter. Ordered someone to bring the wooden horse to the front of the palace, placed her and himself as aforesaid, turned the pin, and disappeared from the curious eyes of the whole court. The story goes on to state that they both enjoyed the ride." "Was that what you meant when you asked me if I liked travelling in cars?" said Faith, a very little laugh speaking her sense of the application. "Quick-witted little princess," said Mr. Linden. "The horse that refuses to carry double for your service shall be dismissed from mine." "But I don't see much yet," said Faith. "I don't understand the story, nor you. I think you have taken me a great many rides on that horse." "Not en princesse," said Mr. Linden, smiling. "The story is very simple, my dear. After showing his wife various places of interest and letting his friends see her, the prince arrives at home. It is said that he then finds his fortune, but I think that part of the story is fabulous, so don't set your heart upon it." "That's the story, but what do you mean, Andy?" "To give you such a ride, I mean that I am the prince, and that you will be the princess, who shall do all these things." Faith jumped up. "Do you?" "Truly I do, dear mignonette." Faith's face was changing. The undoubted joy in her eye had yet a check somewhere. "But, Endicott—" "Qu'est-ce que c'est, mademoiselle?" "You haven't a wooden horse," she said with a delicious and most delicate mixture of frankness and timidity. "Are you sure of the fact? And after all, mademoiselle, what then?" The same look almost answered him with words. "I'm not sure," she said. "I thought so." "What is the point of the remark?" She hesitated between the two feelings, but frankness or duty carried it. "Because, Andy, if that were so, I don't want to go." "How did your royal pride get turned about, that you will look at none but a wooden horse?" She smiled at him, a little puzzled, as of old, and not choosing to venture any further. "I suppose I know what you mean, my dear one," Mr. Linden said, taking both her hands in his and smiling too. "But as I do not intend to be John Gilpin, you need not be his wife, not yet. Besides, the horse of whatever sort will require less than you suppose, and for the prince and princess, they, being in the air, will not care how they fare." Which words had an overcoming effect not only upon Faith's nascent scruples, but upon Faith herself, and a perfect series of little laughs of the most musical description rolled along a very limited extent of the shore, kept company by flushing colours as fair as the lights which were just then playing in the clouds overhead. Mr. Linden, holding her hands still, watched his princess with the most perfect satisfaction. "Is your mind at rest?" he said. "You know I threatened to keep you all to myself for 6 months, though I'm afraid 4 will be as near as I can come to it." "But where are you going, Andy?" "That waits partly on your choice. In general, to hills, cities, and rivers, the falls, the White Mountains, Washington, and the pictured rocks of Lake Superior. Then to some shore where you can see real surf, and to delight the eyes of some of my old friends by the way." Faith's eye went gravely over to the sunny Long Island shore, but her mind had made a perfect leap, the only outward token of which was the unconsciously playing line of her lips. Such a journey! With him! The breeze from the White Mountains seemed to blow in her face already, and the capital of the country rose before her in a most luminous cloud view. With Mr. Linden to guide her and tell her everything. She did not see the eyes that were watching her, but when she suddenly noticed the silence and turned towards Mr. Linden, the smile was on his lips too. "I thought I should go right to work," she said, "to study, to make up for lost time. Can't I do that too?" "As much as you like, but don't you know there's a lost holiday to be made up as well?" "It is made up," she said gently after a minute's hesitation. "How that grieved me when I went away," said Mr. Linden, "to take from you what I might never be able to replace. But sit down, dear child, I want to consult you about various things." Faith sat down and looked like a grave child indeed. her journey for the present forgotten, and all her mind bent on something more weighty and worthy. "I told you I had 3 letters for you to read," said Mr. Linden. "One reached me in Germany. 2 I found waiting for me here. They are all about the same subject, Mignonette, where you and I shall establish ourselves." A flush rose, but she looked steadily. "You told me once," Mr. Linden went on, "that in such a case I should choose the place where I was most needed, where there was most work for me to do. Now you shall judge. The pastor of a large manufacturing town in Pennsylvania, I may say of the town it is so in effect, has accepted a call to Baltimore. I knew him formerly, and I suppose it is through his influence that the people have applied to me." Faith thought it very likely. "How large is the town, Endy?" 10 or 15,000, I do not know precisely." "And no other churches?" "Yes, but this is so much the leading one that the others hardly hold their ground. And by the way, I think I would rather have a call from one of them. Apparently the churchgoers are in the minority." Faith thought there must be work enough to do in that place, but she only listened more gravely. "An old friend of my father's writes the 2nd letter. He lives at Newport, and has pleased himself with building a new church in a part of the island not much adorned with spires. Climate and society are good, scenery picturesque, and he is quite sure if I will only bring Mrs. Linden to his house, she will decide in favor of Newport at once." Faith's eyes went down, and rouge of the richest and frankest colored her cheeks. "Do you think she will?" said Mr. Linden demurely. "What is the other, Endy? You said 3. "The other, love, is from those very white mountains you are going to see. Another friend writes the letter, one who has built himself a nest there for summer migrations. It's a strange place, Faith, by all accounts. I've never been to that part of the mountains. A scattered population sprinkled about on the hills like their own dewberries, and to be found in much the same manner. Neither church nor chapel, but only an unused schoolhouse, of which Mr. Oliphant prays I will come and take possession. Snow and frost and the valleys and the everlasting hills, that would be your society." Faith's eyes were raised now and met Mr. Linden's, grave as one who felt the weight of the question to be settled, but with a brow unshadowed and eyes unfearing, a child's look still. "Mr. Oliphant says there could not be better air for my bird to sing in," he went on with a smile. "There was one great objection to the place in Pennsylvania. How does this seem to you, dear Faith? It is rather on a spur of the mountains, not absolutely shut in. Then I'm not sure how much society you would have but mine. What do you think of it in comparison with Newport?" She answered, at first with a rare little smile, so happy in its grave trust, and which withal a little significantly deferred the question. "I know you will go where you think you ought to go, Endy. I don't know about places." "I doubt whether I shall grant more than half of Mr. Alcott's request," said Mr. Linden. "I suppose if George has not got home, I may venture to grant that. Faith, it is a very singular fact that everybody falls in love with you." To judge by Faith's blush, it was a somewhat painful fact. "Whom are you talking of?" she said doubtfully. "The present occasion of my remark is George Alcott, said to be absent on a crusade of search after a pair of eyes he saw in Pataquasset." "I don't know him," said Faith, laughing a little, but instantly recurring to business, she asked very earnestly, "Then, Endy, you think you will go to that place in the mountains, or haven't you made up your mind?" "I'm inclined to that one of the 3. I cannot say my mind is absolutely made up. It has had so much else to do since I came home. Faith, do you mean to have any bridesmaids?" Faith jumped up off her rock. "Endy, I want to run down and look at these little fish. And it's growing late, besides." "Yes, but you must answer me first," said Mr. Linden, laughing and holding her fast. "It is needful I should know beforehand, because they will want supporters if I do not." "I don't want any, Endy," said Faith, with cheeks like 2 pink roses, but standing very still now. "Then come and show me the fish. Don't you think it would be gladsome work to seek out those untaught and uncared-for people up in the mountains?" They had come down to the rocks between, and among which, at low tide, the shellfish played in an inch or 2 of water, and sitting on one of the mossy stones, Faith was watching the mimic play of evil passions which was going on among the tribe of mollusca below her, but her mind was on something else. "I read the other day," she said, "those words of Paul, where he says to the Thessalonians, We were allowed of God to be put in trust with the gospel. They made me very happy, and they make me happy now. What I thought of in connection with them, I mean. And what was that? That they are your words too, she said, after looking up as if she thought her meaning must be known, and that even I have something to do, she added lower. Mr. Linden stood by her, looking off at the rippling waves and down at his fair little helper. Yes, Faith, it is a glorious thing to have any part of that work in trust, and the part which makes least show may be no less in reality. In trust, he repeated, looking off again. Such beautiful words, such terrible. No, she said with a smile, I don't think so. Nor I, dear, from your point of view, but in the world, Faith, where you have been so little, I have seen the words of the trust to be boundless, the faithfulness of the trustees within very narrow limits, and to be always ready to sow beside all waters. Who is? Freely ye have received, freely give, is the command, but what Christian sees with half perception what he has received? Faith paused and looked thoughtful, and then smiled again. I always think of the words you read to me one day, only be thou strong and very courageous, for the Lord thy God is with thee, whithersoever thou goest. The answering look told that if Mr. Linden's words had not been said for the purpose of drawing her out, they had at least served that purpose. You are a dear little sunbeam, he said, acting out your name as I told you long ago. There is nothing needful to get you ready for the White Mountains but a fur cloak. Now come, it is growing late, as you say. It was a late tea time when they got home. They sat down to tea, and Faith had not told her mother yet, which she remembered with a somewhat uneasy mind. There was nothing uneasy about the third member of the family. The poise and balance of the white strawberries upon each other was not more complete than the resting adjustments of all his thoughts. Mrs. Derrick, he said, as she handed him his cup of tea, what do you consider the prettiest time of day? The prettiest time of day, Mrs. Derrick repeated. Do you mean when the day looks best, or the people? I'm sure I don't know, Mr. Linden. I never watch anybody from morning to night, but Faith. I am talking of Faith, or what concerns her. Oh, well, all times of day are alike to her, said her mother fondly. She's just as pretty one time as another, and one day as another. Only the days when she used to get letters. Mignonette, said Mr. Linden, when should I have heard such a piece of news from you? I never knew it before, said Faith. How many hours does she need for a morning toilette? Said he, pursuing his researches. Hours, said Mrs. Derrick. You'd better say minutes. It's less than an hour commonly. But I mean uncommonly. Mrs. Derrick looked thoroughly puzzled, but Faith had got the key, and hopeless of stopping Mr. Linden, she thought the next best thing was to expedite matters. When I take longest, mother, she suggested in a low voice. How long would she need to arrange orange flowers to her satisfaction, said Mr. Linden, or white muslin? Oh, said Mrs. Derrick, setting down the teapot with her cup half filled. I didn't know what you were talking about. I'm talking about next Thursday, said Mr. Linden with a gay gentleness of manner, because we have decided, or I have, that Thursday is to be the prettiest day of the week, and now we want to choose the prettiest time of day. A little flush came into Mrs. Derrick's quiet face. She said not a word. You are willing it should be, then, Mr. Linden said. The mother's yes was very firm and clear, and yet not in just her usual tone. That came back a minute after with the relief which a thought of business always brings. That dress isn't made, she said. Mr. Linden's faith was expressive. I knew that it could be done in a day at any time, Endicott, said Faith, very grave and flushed. It's upstairs in my drawer, mother. Kept there by what piece of superstition? He said, smiling. Did you think if you made it up that I would never come back? End of section 43. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2021.
Section 44 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal Volume 2 by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 41. Friday passed all too swiftly. Not in much work, so far as Faith was concerned, unless so far as Mr. Linden gave her work. Apparently, she had been out of his sight long enough. He was not in the mood to let her be so anymore. Saturday followed close in Friday's steps until after dinner. Then came a move. For Pet and Reuben were to come in the afternoon train, and Mr. Linden, going with Jerry to the station to meet them, summoned Faith to give her sweet company. So far as the station, Faith gave it, but there she drew back into the furthest corner of the wagon and waited, while Mr. Linden walked up and down between the wagon and the front platform. Waited and watched furtively everything, him and the people that spoke to him, with those strange eyes that saw everything new. Then came the whistle, the rush and roar of the train, the moment's lull, and then Faith saw the three she looked for coming towards her. Reuben a little in advance with Miss Linden's traveling bag, she with one hand on her brother's shoulder and her eyes on his face, coming rather slowly after, talking, asking questions, some of which Faith could almost guess from the look and smile with which they were answered. It was a pretty picture. She felt as if she knew them both better for seeing it. Before they had quite reached the wagon, Pet received an answer, which made her quit Mr. Linden with a little spring and leave him to follow with Reuben, and Faith had opened the wagon door. "Faith, you dear child," said Miss Linden, "what have you been doing with yourself, or what has anybody done with you, to stow you away here like a forgotten parcel?" She had entered the wagon no further than to rest one knee there, holding both Faith's hands and looking at her with full, bright, loving eyes. "How came Endicott to leave you here alone?" "Two people must be alone if they are not together," said Mr. Linden. "Pet, shall I put you in or out?" She laughed, jumping into the wagon, then entwining one arm about Faith's waist, much like a spray of woodbine. "What do you think I have asked him?" she whispered. "And what do you think he has told me?" "I don't know," said Faith, "but I guess—" A significant clasp of the woodbine answered that. Then the hand rested in a quiet embrace. "How well he looks," she said, her eyes taking glad note of one figure on the seat before them. "Faith, how are you?" "I am well. Nothing could be quieter in its kind. Did he tell you what he is going to do tomorrow, Pet?" "No," she said, looking her quick inquiry. Faith's face might have told her before she spoke. Such a joy sat gravely on her brow and in the depth of her eyes. "If you go to church tomorrow, you will know." A sudden flush, both of cheeks and eyes, bore witness to the interest of this news. The look met Faith's for a moment, then rested on Mr. Linden, and then with that little tide of feeling deepening its sweet flow, the eyes fell. The unbent lips wavered and trembled. Faith ventured only a silent act of Freemasonry, a fast clasp of her fingers round Miss Linden's hand that rested on her waist. But maybe never yet in their short friendship had they felt their hearts beat so close together. With one, there was perhaps some old recollection or association, some memory of the time when such a day had been first talked of, that made self-command a hard matter. For though the lips presently grew still, and the eyes quiet, the gravity that remained was easily stirred, and the voice spoke doubtfully. There was more discussion of various things that evening than Faith cared for. but it could not be helped. Sunday brought a lull of discussions, but the gravity which sat on Faith's face that morning was not the less but the more. If a guardian angel had shewn himself bodily, his face might have worn such a pure distance from low and trifling things, and like kindred with the blue sky and the truth it emblematizes. That day was the first of her new life to Faith. Not such to Mr. Linden, but it was the first of her seeing him publicly take the office to which his life was to be given, and in which hers was to be by his side. She was a very grave sunbeam when she set out to walk to church, and as clear. There were sunbeams in plenty of the literal kind abroad. It was a perfect day, and everybody was glad of that, though some people remarked it would have made no difference if it had rained cannonballs. Never did Pataquasit see such a coming to church. Never in the remembrance of Mr. Somers. They came from all over. The country was gleaned, and many a fire was raked up on the hearthstone that day, which most Sundays got leave to burn and somebody to watch it. The fishermen came from Quapaw, and the laborers from the farms all over the country. Those who did not directly know Mr. Linden knew of him, and knew such things of him, that they would not have missed this opportunity of hearing him speak, for a week's wages. The fathers and mothers of the boys he had taught, they knew him, and they came in mass with all their uncles, aunts, and cousins to the remotest degree, provided they were not geographically too remote. The upper society of Pataquasit lost not a man nor a woman. They were all there, some with great love, others with great curiosity. The Stoutenburgs had plumed themselves. Mr. Simlins was as upright as his new beaver. Miss Essie's staff with magnified black eyes, Judge Harrison with benevolent anticipation. Mr. Stephens, the fisherman, had driven his little lame child down to the Pataquasit church. For once, Jonathan Ling was there with his wife, having left the eldest child to keep house, and both being in great smartness and expectation. Jonathan Fax was there and his new wife, the one with a very grave head, the other with a very light one, and faces accordingly. Mrs. Derrick and Pet had long ago been quietly seated, when through that full house, after her Sunday school duties were over, Faith came in. Her color was very bright, and she trembled, but it was not because many saw in her an object of curiosity. Though Faith remembered it, at that minute she did not care. She felt the stillness of expectation that filled the house, with which the little murmur of sound now and then chimed so well. The patter of childish feet that followed her up the aisle spoke so keenly to her wrought-up feeling of the other one of her class, who used to follow him with such delight, that Faith felt as if the happy little spirit long since received in at the Golden Gates was even there in the church, to hear once more his beloved teacher. Who else? What other angel wings stirred in the soft breeze that floated through from door to door? What other unseen, immortal senses waited on those dear mortal lips? Faith's step grew lighter, her breath more hushed. Eyes might look at her, she looked not at them. And eyes did look, from all sorts of motives. Perhaps in the whole church there was not a person who did not try to see her, except the one who next to herself was the most interested. Pet never moved. Her head was bent, her hand half supporting, half concealing in its position. Like any statue, she sat there, nor even stirred when the stir of everyone else told who had come in. If she held her breath to bear every one of her brother's steps as he passed by, she did not look at him, did not raise her head till his first prayer was ended. Then her rapt gaze was as unwavering. The service which followed could not be measured by the ordinary line and rule of pulpit eloquence and power, could not be described by most of the words which buzzed down the aisles after a popular sermon. There was not the newness of hand of a young preacher, for almost from boyhood Mr. Linden had been about his master's work. To him, it was as simple a thing to deliver his message to many as to one. Many of those before him had known his private ministrations, and not a few had through them first To him it was as simple a thing to deliver his message to many as to one. Many of those before him had known his private ministrations, and not a few had through them first known the truth. And now to all these assembled faces, he was just what each had seen him alone, as humble, as earnest, as affectionate, as simply speaking not his own words. For who hath made man's mouth? Have not I the Lord? No one who heard the ambassador that day doubted from what court he had received his credentials. Entrust with the gospel. Yes, it was that. But that with a warm love for the truth and the people that almost outrun the trust. As a traveler in the fountain shade of the desert calls to the caravan that passes by through the sand, as one of the 12 of old, when Christ blessed and brake and gave to his disciples, and the disciples to the multitude, so did he speak from the words. Eat, O friends, drink, drink abundantly, O beloved. There were some there who would never forget that day. There were many to whom it seemed that not the warm summer breeze that floated in was gentler or sweeter than the feeling that filled the place. The little lame girl and her older and rougher father and mother listened alike to their dear friend with moveless eyes, and drank such a draught of those sweet waters as it was long since either of them had tasted in a church. It was a white day for all the fishing population, and nothing would have kept them from coming in the afternoon. Miss Essie's black eyes lost all their fire. Farmer Simlins, unknown to himself, sat and smiled, and the one who listened most tenderly and joyfully listened indeed quietly to the last word, or till her face had leave to bow itself from sight. Quietly, then no longer. Only that such tears come from no broken-up fountains of unrest. They came freely, as Faith recalled and applied the whole of her quoted sentence of Paul to the Thessalonians. For as we were allowed of God to be put in trust with the gospel, so we speak. She was very quiet when the benediction was spoken, but she drew her veil closely as they left the church. It was a lingering getting out, even for them, because others would linger. Some turned to look, some stopped to speak, and if Mr. Linden had had 20 hands, they would all have found employment. Part of this the two veiled figures saw as they made their way to the door, and there was Miss Linden paused and looked back. The broad stream of sunlight that lay across the church, the shadowy background figures, in that very spot of light, Mr. Linden made a never-to-be-forgotten picture. Reuben Taylor stood close behind him, a step back, looking down. Little N.C. Stevens, perched up on the pew cushions, had one hand. Robbie Waters, far down below, the other. Phil Davids and his father, Squire Stuttenberg, and some of the Quapaw fishermen made up the group. Pet gave one look, and then she went swiftly down the steps and on. Slowly, the people scattered away, up and down the road, not with the brisk steps and busy voices that give token the church service has, but interrupted, not suspended. the current of everyday thought and behavior. It was a fair picture of a Sunday in a New England village, the absolute repose of nature, copied and followed by hands that other days let nothing stand still. Before Faith and Pet got home, the road was almost empty. Mr. Linden had overtaken them, but all his greeting was to put Faith's hand on his arm. Then he walked as silent as they. It was a little thing, and yet it touched the very feeling she had had all day, the beginning of her new way of life, with him. The afternoon was like the morning. Not a creature was missing of all who from far and near had filled the house in the former part of the day. And doubtless it was well that Mr. Somers could not hear the spoken and unspoken wishes that would have unseated him and caused him to relinquish forever his charge in Pataquasit. The afternoon air was enticing, the afternoon walk home very lingering. Then standing in the hall to look and taste it still, the sweet peace of everything seemed to enter every heart. Even Pet, who all day had been unheard and almost unseen, stood with the clasped hands looking out, and only the heavy eyes spoke of the oppression that had been. But as she looked, the tears came back again, and then she turned to Mr. Linden, wrapping her arms round his neck. Andy, do you remember the first time we talked of this day?" Mr. Linden gave back her caresses without a word, but with a look of pain that Faith had rarely seen on his face. It was some minutes before he spoke. "Dear Pet, she knows it now." Miss Linden looked up then, mastering her tears, and with a broken "Forgive me, Andy," she kissed him and went away upstairs. But Mr. Linden did not look out any more. He went into the sitting room, and resting his face on his hand, sat there alone and still, until Faith came to call him to tea. End of section 44. Recording by Donna Londoño, Tuguegarao City, Philippines. Section 45 of Say and Seal Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal Volume 2 by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 42. "Now, my two pets," said Mr. Linden as they left the table Monday morning, "what are you going to do?" "I am going to work," said his sister. "Mrs. Derrick and I have business on hand. You can have faith." "There is an impression of that sort on my own mind." "But I mean today, except for about 5 minutes every half hour." "It would be needless for me to say what I am going to do," observed Faith quietly. "If that is a little piece of self-assertion," said Mr. Linden, "allow me respectfully to remark that my impression had no reference to the present time. Do you feel mollified?" "No," said Faith, laughing. "You are wide of the mark." "Then will you please to state your intentions? So far from being needless, it will be what Mr. Somers would call gratifying." "I don't know," said Faith merrily. "I understand that if I tell you, you will say I have no time for them." "For them?" Enigmatical. "Who told you what I would say?" "Ask me." But Faith laughed. "I am going to make Pet and you some waffles for tea." "Do they require more time than shortcakes?" Faith stood before him quietly as if she had a great deal to say. I am going to make bread for Mother and all of us. What else? Sponge cake, I think. And after that, crust for pot pie. The plus? Curds, said Faith, looking down now. Pourquoi, mademoiselle? To eat, said Faith demurely. You like them. Mademoiselle, I prefer you. Each in its way, replied Faith admirably well, but with a glance nevertheless. There's only one in my way, said Mr. Linden. Well, does that complete the circuit? I suppose nothing need go between cheese and bread but waffles. I shall wish, and I suppose you would wish that I should, look over strawberries. Where do you commonly do all these things? The sponge cake and the strawberries in the other room, other things in the kitchen. We may as well begin as we are to go on, said Mr. Linden. If you will not come and keep me company, I must do that for you. Faith, I think Miss Essie's statement of facts was much like the artistic representation of lions and men in the fable. Faith did not at all dislike this compounding of matters, and so the strawberries were looked over and the sponge cake beaten in the dining room with various social enlivenings. For besides Mr. Linden's calls upon her attention, and the subjects by him presented to be looked over along with the strawberries, Faith made now and then a run into the kitchen to see Mrs. Derrick or Cindy there, and if the runs upstairs were less frequent, they took more time. For Miss Bezac had arrived, and she and Miss Linden were deep in the white folds of Faith's muslin dress. There, too, was Mrs. Derrick, for the touch and the making of that dress stirred her very heart. Faith was often in demand, not to use her needle, but her taste, or to be fitted or tried on, as Miss Bezac said. Coming back from one of these trying visits to the three workers, Faith found Mr. Linden by the sitting-room table, before him a package, in his hands a letter. Faith, he said, come and look at this. Faith ran in from the strawberries. Rosy fingers are not needed, said Mr. Linden, but as eyes are first called for they may pass. Sit down here by me, Mignonette, and take off this wrapping paper. Which very curiously and amusedly, and now with a little suspicious tinge in her cheeks, Faith did, remarking that she could not help her fingers being rosy. Keep the roses to their chosen location, said Mr. Linden gravely, as the first paper parted right and left and shewed a second, which bore this inscription. For Mrs. Endicott Linden, with the warmest regards and respects of W. and L. Oliphant. Faith suddenly jumped up, pushed back her chair, and whisked back to the strawberries, where she was found diligently putting the hulls into a dish by themselves. Mignonette, your fingers will be more rosy than ever. Mr. Linden spoke from the doorway where he stood watching her. Then, coming forward, he laid a key on the table. That belongs to you. Wouldn't you be so good as to take care of it? You see I am busy. No, my dear, I will not be so good. You shall have that pleasure as a reward for running away. Would you like to hear this letter? If you please, Faith said with a little hesitation. You shall read it to yourself if you like better. But he read it to her after all. It was a pretty letter, showing so well Mr. Linden's place in the writer's affection that Faith could not but enjoy it. Neither could she dislike the messages to herself, though they did cost her a few roses. As to the contents of the package, the letter gave no hint. "What is that the key of, Andy?" she said, glancing up after the letter was finished. "I don't know." Faith went on with her strawberries. Through the open hall door came little uneven steps, tracking on through other open doors, even to the dining room. There the steps and Charles XII came to a pause. "Ma said," he began, then fixed his eyes and mind on Mr. Linden with a concentration that was marvelous. The general attire and appearance of the little potentate were as usual, but both hands were in use to support a heavy mass of red coral, hugged up to his blue apron in the most affectionate manner. With a sigh of relief, Charles XII withdrew his attention from Mr. Linden long enough to set the coral on the floor, then gazed anew, with his hands behind him. "Charlie," said Faith, laughing, "what are you doing, and what have you done?" "Ma said," began the child, stopping short as before. "Charles XII," said Mr. Linden, holding out his hand, "do you never use anything but your eyes? Come here and speak to me. Who is Prime Minister now?" "You," was the very prompt reply. "Ma said so yesterday." The laugh in Mr. Linden's eyes as he looked at Faith was a thing to see. "Faith," he said, "the conversation is in your hands." Faith was in doubtful readiness to speak. "Charlie," she said as soon as she could, "come here. Was that all your ma said?" "No," said the boy. "She said a heap more." "Well, what did you come here for today?" "I came to fetch that," said Charles XII with another sigh. "Poor child, what did you bring it for, Charlie?" "Why, for you," said Charlie. "Ma said she didn't know when it oughter come, and she guessed you'd like it, 'cause it used to live off in the place where you said they eat up babies and people." And Charles XII's eyes grew large and round with the announcement. "And Ma said she's sorry 'twarn't more. I ain't." Faith's eyes went to Mr. Linden with a flash and a burst of the uncontrollable little laugh. But after that they were suspiciously downcast, and Faith busied herself in providing little Charles XII with the refreshment of a good saucer of sugared strawberries, with which he sat down in a corner much consoled. And when he was setting off again, Faith gave him a whispered message to ask his mother to come and see her Thursday. Just what Mr. Linden saw in the piece of red coral he did not declare, but when Faith came back to the table he was looking at it very fixedly. "Faith," he said, "that is not the worst token, nor the worst envoy that might be. What a shy child you were that first time I took you down there, and you have not changed any too much," he added, carrying her off to the other room. "I am not sure that you ought to be indulged. Suppose you open this box." "You do it, please, Endicott," she said, the crimson rushed to her cheeks. "I do not believe there is any explosive material under such an address. However, if there is, I prefer that my hands should fire the train. Stand back, Faith." And with cautious and laughing deliberation the key was turned and the lid raised. It was a very plain lid, by the way, mere white pine. "There is nothing here, that appears, but silk paper and cotton, not gun cotton probably," said Mr. Linden. "Faith, do you wish me to risk my safety any further?" "Yes." "My dear, you must have more courage. If I am to open all your boxes, I shall have my hands full, and, ne vous en déplaise, I would rather see the work in yours." And she was seated before the portentous pine box, Mr. Linden keeping his stand at her side. Faith blushed and didn't like it, but applied her fingers with a sort of fearful delicacy to the silk paper and cotton, removing one after the other. The box had interior divisions. By way of help, to the silk paper, its different contents being thus more securely separated. Faith's fingers, exploring among the papers, brought out first a silver chocolate pot, then the dainty china cups for the same, then the spoons, in size and shape just suiting the cups. Spoons and chocolatier were marked with the right initials, the cups, chocolate-colored themselves, that no drop of the dark beverage might hurt their beauty, had each a delicate gilt, FL, twining about the handle. If the givers could have seen the gift uncovered and inspected, the rosy delight in Faith's cheeks, the pleasure in her eye, they would have considered themselves rewarded. She looked and bent over the pretty things, her attitude and blush half veiling her admiration and satisfaction, but there was no veiling them when she looked up at Mr. Linden. "I am so glad you like chocolate," she said naively, but it was worth 100 remarks of aesthetic criticism. "I am so glad I do," he said, stooping to kiss her. Faith, one would almost imagine some bird of the air had told them our chocolate associations. "Now won't you put these back for me," said Faith, "because if that sponge cake is to get done today, I haven't 2 minutes to lose." The pretty chocolatier was but the beginning, as Faith soon found to her most utter and unbounded astonishment, though to that of no one else. Tuesday arrived a packet from Madame Danforth, accompanied by a note of affection and congratulation. The present was peculiar, a satin sachet, embroidered after that little Frenchwoman's desire, and to do it justice, very exquisitely scented was the first thing. A set of window curtains and toilet cover of a curious and elaborate pattern of netting, made of very fine thread, a manufacture in which Madame Danforth delighted and in which she prided herself, was the second thing. The third was a pretty breakfast service of French china. Faith enjoyed them all, with some amusement and some pleasure of possession, and not a little affectionate remembrance. Even the sachet in this view was particularly precious. That was the only use Faith saw in it. But the next arrival gave her a great start. It was again this time a deal box, but immensely heavy, and it was a strong box that Faith did not attempt to open, marked only Grover and Baker, which told her nothing. There was no occasion indeed. A note was delivered with the box in a small covered basket. The note conveyed the assurance of Sophie Harrison's love and a request that Faith would let her shew it on the present occasion. It went on. "Papa has sent you, dear Faith, an odd thing for a present, for such a present, but I haven't been able to put it out of his head. He insists it is what you ought to have, and that he shall have the pleasure of giving it to you, to save you the trouble of opening the box before you want it. I will state that it contains a sewing machine. Papa has taken great pains to satisfy himself, and it is certainly the best or one of the best. My offering, dear Faith, is in the basket, and may be looked at with less difficulty." Miss Sophie's offering was a kindly one. She had sent a little invoice of silver spoons and forks. Faith was pleased, and yet she looked grave, and very grave, over these things. She made no remark whatever to say why. If no one else knew there was to be a wedding, at least the expressman did, and probably in his mind joined these new packages with those he had so often brought before, very comfortably. The next arrival was a delicate pair of silver salt cellars and spoons from Mr. Alcott. Then a little frame sketch from the captain of the Vulcan, portraying the meeting of 2 steamers at sea, with these words underneath: "The Dispatch Post," at which Mr. Linden looked with much amusement. Faith was delighted. First on Wednesday morning came Miss Bezac, bringing the well-assorted tokens of an elaborate needlebook and a simple bread trencher and knife, and staying only long enough to say, "You see, Faith, what made me think of this was that the first time I heard of that was when you came in for bread and milk, and now you'll have to think of me, whether you sew or eat," with which triumphant sentiment Miss Bezac departed. They say ill news flies fast. In this case, so did the good. Certainly people are quick to hear and understand what pleases them. The friends who had heard from Pet or Mrs. Iredell was what to be, had spread the information, and in the same sort of way from 2 or 3 old family dependents another class of Mr. Linden's friends had heard it. Perhaps among all her presents the little tokens from these people touched her most. They came queerly done up and directed, sometimes the more formal Mrs. Linden changed into an ill-spelled "for Mr. Endicott's wife," or for the young lady in care of Mr. Linden. She knew the names thereto appended as little as they knew hers, could only guess the vocations. The tokens were various, a pair of elaborately carved brackets, a delicate rustic footstool trimmed with acorns and cones, a wooden screw pincushion with a flaming red velvet top, a case of scissors, pretty enough to have come from anybody, declared the trade of the sender by the black finger marks on the brown wrapper, and a most mysteriously compiled address. One of the old sailors who had crossed with Mr. Linden long ago sent by Pet's hand a stuffed tropical bird of gorgeous colors. A woman who had once been upper servant in his mother's house sent by the same messenger a white toilet cushion, made exactly after one that had belonged to her mistress and which she had been allowed to keep. It was worthwhile to see Mr. Linden examine these things. Every name was familiar to him. Every one called up some story or recollection. Alternating with these came richer presents, books and vases in silver, then from the poor people in about Pataquasit, a couple of corn husk mats, a nest of osier baskets. The children brought wild flowers and wild strawberries. The fishermen brought fish, till Mrs. Derrick said, "Child, we might as well begin to lay down for winter." N.C. Stephens, having got Reuben to bring her 2 fine long razor shells, had transformed them into a pincushion. This she sent with a kiss by Mr. Linden. "I half promised her that she might come before the rest of the world tomorrow, Faith," he said. "She never saw anyone married and has the greatest desire to see you, and I said if you were willing, Reuben should bring her here at 1 o'clock. Faith was just then exploring the contents of a new package, or rather 2, one of as many spools of white thread as she had scholars in her little class, presented by Robbie Waters, the other a wee far-sent carved box of curled maple. She looked up with wet eyes. "Oh, let her come, Endicott. I should like to have her here." Faith had been living in a strange atmosphere this week. The first presents that came simply pleased and amused her to a great degree. Judge Harrison's and his daughters she saw with a strong admixture of painful feeling. But as tokens from rich and poor began to throng in, not of respect for her wedding day so much as of respect and love for Mr. Linden, Faith's mood grew very tender and touched. Never perhaps since the world stood did anybody receive wedding presents from friends known and unknown with a more gentle and humble heart return to the senders. There was no least thing of them all that Faith did not dearly value. It told her of something so much better than the gifts, and it signified of the link that bound her with that. How beautiful to her eyes the meanest of all those trifles did seem. And for the rest, she was as quick to be delighted with what was really beautiful and glad of what would be really useful, as any sensible child could have been. So the amusement with which the week began changed into a grave, loving, and somewhat timid appreciation of each new arrival. Meanwhile, on Faith's table stood a little silver saucepan sent by Mrs. Somers with the sage remark that she would want it for others, if not for herself, and nearby a beautiful buttercup and knife from Mrs. Stoutenburg, with the buttercup trotted down a little mountain pony, with the daintiest saddle and bridle that the squire could find for money. Miss Linden's love had chosen for itself sundry channels, from the silver knives of all sorts, which made their appearance now, to various comforts great and small, which were to await her brother and sister in their new home. In those Mrs. Iredale too had a share. Her present token was a silver tea service, whereon the chasing developed itself in sprays of mignonette, a mark of attention which Mr. Linden at least appreciated. End of section 45. Recording by Donna Londoño. Tuguegarao City, Philippines. Section 46 of Say and Seal Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal Volume 2 by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 43. It was very early indeed in the still sweet morning of Thursday, when Faith threw open the windows and blinds of the sitting room. No one was abroad, and not even a wind moving. The leaves of the trees hung motionless, except where a bird stirred them. The dawn was growing slowly into day. Sweet odors called forth by the dew floated up to the windows, and the twitter and song of the birds floated in. The freshness and stillness and calmness of all the earth was most sweet. Faith could not read. She knelt upon a low cushion at the open window and leaned her arms upon the sill to look out, and breathe, and think, and pray. The morning was not unlike her. She was as fresh and as grave and as still, and there was a little flutter now and then, too, in her heart, that went with nothing worse than the song of the birds, though it stirred something more than the leaves of the branches. So Mr. Linden found her. So she met them all at breakfast, with the same unready eyes and lips that Mr. Linden had seen before. It was odd how Faith seemed to have put off the full realization of Thursday till Thursday came. After breakfast she was making her escape, but was detained before she reached the staircase. What it was that Mr. Linden fastened in her dress, Faith could not have told. Neither did his words tell her. You must not think me extravagant, Mignonette. These are some old gems of mine which I want you to wear in this form. He gave her one grave kiss and let her go. Faith sped upstairs, and with a fluttering heart went to see what Mr. Linden had done. Yes, they were gems, clear, steadfast as the eternal truth which they signified. The blue sapphires shone upon Faith's white dress. Faith was alone, and she sat before the glass an odd long while, studying the brooch where Mr. Linden had placed it. Her head upon her hand, and with much the same sort of face with which she used long ago to study Pet's letters, or some lesson that Pet's brother had set her. From the sapphires Faith turned to her Bible. She was not, or would not be interrupted, till it was time to attend to business. The first business was presented for her attention by Miss Linden, who came in, basket in hand. There was no need to ask what it was. Such a breath of orange flowers and roses filled the room. She found Faith ready, her hair dressed as it always was, her mind too, to judge by appearances. Only Faith was a little more quiet than usual, with the very quietness of love and sympathy. Pet did her part, with the swiftest fingers, the most noiseless steps. Silent as Mrs. Derrick or Faith herself, only a sparkle of the eyes, a pretty flush on the cheeks, said that she viewed the matter from a greater distance. And yet hardly that, so far as one of the parties was concerned. Never putting her hand forward where Mrs. Derrick's liked to be, it was most efficient in other places. Both used their skill to put the soft muslin safely over Faith's smooth hair, but then Mrs. Derrick was left to fasten and adjust it. Pet applied herself to adjusting the flowers. How dainty they were, those tiny bunches, sprays of myrtle and orange flowers, or a white rosebud and a more trailing stem of ivy geranium. The breast knot just touched with purple heliotrope and one blush rose. Kneeling at her feet to put on the roseted slippers, Pet looked up at her new sister with all her heart in her eyes, and Faith looked down at her like a child. She had been dressed in Pet's room, her own as being larger and more commodious than the one where Faith had stowed herself lately. And when the dressing was done, she sat down by the open window, and with the odd capriciousness of the mind at certain times, thought of the day when Mr. Linden had thrown her up the cowslip wall, and in the same breath wondered who was going to take her downstairs. But she sat quiet, looking as fair in her soft robe with its orange flowers as if they and she had been made for each other. Faith's hair in its rich color was only dark enough to set off the tender tints of her flowers and dress. It wanted neither veil nor adornment. The very outlines of her figure betokened, as outlines are somewhat apt to do, the spirit within, without a harsh angle or line. And nothing could be too soft or strong or pure to go with those eyes. She sat looking out into the orchard, where now the noonday of summer held its still rain. Nothing there but the grass and the trees and the insects. The cowslips were gone, and Mr. Linden. Pet finished all that had been left unfinished of her own dress. Then in her rose-colored summer silk, white gloves in her hand, white flowers on her breast, she came and stood by Faith. Mrs. Derrick had gone downstairs. It was close upon 1 o'clock now. The shadows were losing their directness and taking a slant line. The laborers were coming back to their work, standing about and taking off their coats, waiting for the clock to strike. Miss Linden stood drawing on her gloves. Faith gave her one swift glance, which rested for a second on her face with a look of loving gratitude. A flush rose to her cheek, as if it might have been the reflection of Miss Linden's dress. But it was not that, for it paled again. 1 o'clock! It would have seemed a less weird sort of thing if the clock had made a little more fuss. 12 strokes, or even 11, would have been something tangible. But that one clang, scarce heard before it was gone, dying away on the June breeze. What a point of time it seemed. The waves of air were but just at rest when Mrs. Derrick opened the door and came in, her black dress and white cap setting off a face and demeanor which, with all their wonted sweet placidness and amid all the tender influences of the day, kept to their wonted energy. "Come, pretty child," she said. Faith was ready and followed her mother without a question. In the hall, Mr. Linden stood waiting for her, and she was given into his care. Though again Faith lost the look which passed between the two. She saw only the startling white of Mr. Linden's gloves. He handed her downstairs and gave her his arm and took her in, Mrs. Derrick going first and Pet following. There were but 6 or 8 people there. On one side sat Mrs. Iredale in her rich dress. The rest were standing, except little Auntie Stephens, who was in one of her perched-up positions by the window. Mr. Somers was lingering about his position. His wife and Mr. and Mrs. Stoutenburg were opposite to Mrs. Iredale. Reuben Taylor furthest back of all, in the shadow of Auntie's window. Her little cry was the only sound as they came in, and that hardly louder than a sigh of delight. Faith did not hear it, nor look at anybody, yet she did not look dismayed at all, nor abashed. A piece of very timid gravity the person nearest her knew her to be, but hardly any person further off. A very lovely mingling of shy dignity and humility was in her face and air as she stood before Mr. Somers. Those who saw it never forgot. Except I must that say Mr. Somers. He saw only a pretty bride, whose orange flowers and roses were very sweet. He had seen many pretty brides before, and orange flowers were not new to him, and he pronounced this part of the service which followed, with gratification, certainly. Mr. Somers was always gracious, and today he was admiring, but yet with no more sense of what he was about than when 100 times before he had pronounced it for very different people. However, there is a great system of compensations in this world, and on this occasion there was in other members of the party so much sense of what was doing, that it mattered little about Mr. Somers' want of it. It mattered nothing to Faith how his words were spoken. Nobody that heard them forgot how hers were, the sweet clear sounds of every syllable. Only that once or twice she said, yes, where by established formula she should have said the more dignified, I do. Perhaps yes meant as much. Those who heard it thought it did. For Mr. Linden, his senses not being troubled by shyness, just because his own heart was so thoroughly in what he was about, he did perceive the want of heart in Mr. Somers. And, in the abstract, it did not suit his notions that even a man who had married 500 other people should put such questions to Mignonette, or to him, in a commonplace way. So far his senses perceived, but Mr. Somers could reach no further. One touch of Faith's hand had banished the officiate to another planet, and the vow to love, cherish, and honor was taken word for word, deep in his own heart, the grave, deliberate accents of assent seeming to dwell upon each specification. Yes, he took her for better, for worse, in sickness or health, for richer, for poorer. Every word was like the counting over of gold to him. It was all richer. Even the last words, the limit fixed, shone with light from another world. Till death shall you part. Yes, but to them death would be put a short parting. And standing side by side there with the blessing of his earthly life, Mr. Linden thanked God in his heart for the future life and immortality to which he had called them both. Mysterious is the way in which events are telegraphed from the inside of a house to the exterior thereof. Hardly were Mr. Somers' last words spoken. Faith was not yet out of Mr. Linden's hands, when there came a peal from the little white church as if the bell ringing of 2 or 3 Sundays were concentrated in one. much to the surprise of Mr. Somers, who, to speak truth, rather thought the bells were his personal property, and as such playing truant. But in 2 seconds the other bell chimed in, and all that could ever be known was that Phil Davids and Joe Deacon had been seen in closer attendance on the 2 churches than they were wont to be weekdays. Meantime, the bells rang. It was done, and those downcast eyes must be lifted up if they could. But Faith was not unlike her usual manner. The slight air of timidity which sat with such grace upon her was not so very unusual, and that besides touched only or mainly one person. With blushing quietness she let her friends kiss and congratulate her. It was rather kiss and caress her, for they came about her, that little bevy of friends, with a warmth that might have thawed Mr. Somers. Mrs. Derrick and Pet glad and silent, Reuben Taylor very shy, the Stoutenburgs in a little furor of interest which yet did not break pretty bounds. And then Faith went up to N.C., where she sat by the window, and gave her 2 kisses, very grave and sweet. "How beautiful you are, ma'am," was the child's truthful comment. "Do you know who Miss Faith is now, N.C.?" "Yes, sir," the child said. Then, shy of speaking it out, "Stoop down and I'll tell you." Mr. Linden bent his head to hear the whisper, giving her a kiss in return, and then carried Faith off to the next room, where presently, too, the little lame girl was perched up at such a table as she had never dreamed of before. It was a pretty gathering, both on the table and around it. The party of friends, few enough to be choice, were good and different enough to be picturesque, and had among them a sufficient amount of personal advantages to be, as Nancy said, beautiful. The table itself was very plain with regard to china and silver, but fruit is beautiful, and there was an abundance of that. Coffee, of course, and cream, yellow as gold, for coffee and fruit both. There were more substantial things to serve as substitutes for dinner, attesting Mrs. Derrick's good housekeeping at once, and the loving remembrance of friends. There had been little need to do much in the house. Mrs. Iredell had taken the wedding cake into her charge, which Mrs. Stoutenburg, not knowing, had taken it into hers, and into her hands as well. So Faith had both the bought cake, of the richest and best ornamented to a point, and the homemade, with plain icing indeed, but wherein every raisin had been put with a sweet thought. "This is a very agreeable occasion," said Mr. Somers, smiling at the ornamented plum cake which was before him. I don't see, Mrs. Derrick, how anything could be improved for the pleasure of the party. We have done a good thing, and to good people, and it's been well done." Mr. Somers vaunted himself. "And in a good time? This is the prettiest month in the year, Mr. Linden, and now we are all enjoying a pleasant sight before us and around us, and I enjoy my coffee also very much, Mrs. Derrick. The only bad thing about it is that it rather spoils one for the next occasion. I assure you I haven't seen anything like it in Pataquasit since I have lived here. I wasn't married here, Mrs. Stoutenburg. Take notice." "I hope you don't mean to say you saw anything that was on the table the day you were married, Mr. Somers," said Mrs. Stoutenburg irreverently. "Let's hear what you mean by well done. Let's hear, Mr. Somers," said the squire. "He means securely," said Mrs. Somers. "I feel sure," said Mr. Somers with exquisite significancy, "I feel sure that part of my audience were at no loss for the meaning of my words. Experience, somebody says, is the best commentary. Hey, Mr. Linden, is it not so?" "What, sir?" Mr. Somers laughed gently. I see you coincide with me in opinion, sir. I coincide with him in the opinion that it was well done to ring the bells, said Mrs. Stoutenburg. Reuben, I guess that was your doing. Never mind whose it was, said the squire. The bells were never put to a better use. Weekdays, I'll venture. Mr. Linden, won't that lady by you let me give her another piece of chicken? No, sir, came in a low voice that had a private chime of its own. Little bird, said Mr. Linden, softly, do you know that all your compeers live by eating? Crumbs, said Faith with equal softness. But of proportionate size. Yes, said Faith. You know, he said in the same low voice, to go back to our old maxim, those bells may stand for the music, and we have certainly spoken a few sensible words, but if you do not look up, how will you find the picture? She raised her eyes, but it was for a swift, full glance up into his face. She looked nowhere else, and her eyes went back to her plate again. The involuntary, unconscious significance of the action made Mr. Linden smile. I have had mine now, Mignonette, and N.C. spoke true. How long does it take people to get married? Came in a good-humored kind of a girl from the room they had left, the door to which was ajar. Ain't it done yet? There's Mr. Simlins, Endicott, whispered Faith, colouring. Come in and see, said Squire Stoutenburg. Who wants to know? Wherewith the door was pushed open, and Mr. Simlin's long figure presented itself and stood still. What are you uneasy about, Mr. Simlins? The squire went on. You may go and shake hands with Mr. Linden, but don't congratulate anybody else. The farmer's eye rested for a moment on Faith. Then he went round and shook hands with the bridegroom. Is it done? He asked again in the midst of the ceremony. Yes. Past all help, Mr. Simlin, said Mrs. Somers. I am glad for one, Mr. Simlins answered. Mayn't I see this critter here? I wish you'd stand up and let me look at you. Faith rose up. He had edged along to her. He surveyed her profoundly. Be you Faith Derrick? He said. Yes, sir. He shook her hand then, holding it fast. It's the true and not a counter, he remarked to Mr. Linden. Now, if you'd only take me Endicott, I could die content, only for liking to live and see you. Where are you going to take her to? I am not sure yet. I guess I don't want you at Nyanticut, said the farmer, taking a cup of coffee which Faith gave him. Last Sunday fixed that, but there'll a bushel of Nyanticut nuts follow you every year as long as I'm a Simlins, if you go to the Antipathies. No, I don't want anything to eat. I've done my eatin' till supper time. The door knocker warned the party that they must not tarry round the lunch table, and before Mr. Simlins had a chance to say anything more he had on his mind, the principal personages of the day were receiving Judge Harrison and his daughter in the other room. Mr. Simlins looked on, somewhat grimly, but with inward delight and exultation deep and strong. Miss Sophie was affectionate, the judge very kind, the congratulations of both very hearty, though Judge Harrison complained that Mr. Linden was robbing Pataquasit, and Sophie echoed the sorrow, if not the complaint. In the midst of this came in Miss Essie the staff, with a troop of brothers and sisters, and they had scarcely paid their compliments when they were obliged to stand aside to make room for some newcomers. Miss Essie's eyes had full employment, and were rather earnest about it. She's beautifully dressed, she remarked to Mrs. Stoutenburg, evidently meditating a good deal more than her words carried. Why, of course, was Mrs. Stoutenburg's quick response. And so is he. Don't be partial in your examinations. "Oh, he, of course," said Miss Essie in the same manner. "I never saw two people set each other off better," said Mrs. Stoutenburg. "Set each other off?" repeated Miss Essie. "Why, he'd set anybody off. I always admired him. Look at her, she hasn't an idea how to be ceremonious." Faith had been speaking to Mrs. Iredell. Just then a rosebud having detached itself from her dress, she went round the room to Nancy by her window and gave it to her. Near this window Miss Linden had placed herself, the table before her covered with wedding cake and white ribbon, Reuben Taylor at her side to cut and fold, her little fingers daintily wrapping and tying up. Nancy already held her piece of cake and white ribbon, and with a promise of other pieces to take home, watched Miss Linden's proceedings with interest. It was a busy table, for thither came everybody else after cake and white ribbon. Thither came Mrs. Stoutenburg now, quitting Miss Essie. "Faith, what do you think Mr. Stoutenburg asked me Sunday?" "I don't know. What?" asked Faith, with her half-shy, half-free, very happy face. "You should have heard him," said Mrs. Stoutenburg, laughing, but speaking in the softest of whispers. "You should have heard the dismal way in which he asked me if Mr. Somers would go anywhere else if he could get a chance." Faith smiled, but evidently to her the question whether Mr. Linden should stay in Pataquasset had lost its interest. "Oh, I can find her, never fear," said Miss Bezac, followed by Mr. Linden in Faith's direction. "Though I don't suppose you ever did fear anything. And I do suppose if I've thought once I have 50 times how she'd look today, and I was right every time. Don't she look? I always told her she didn't know what she wanted, and I'm sure she don't now." With which Miss Bezac gave Faith as hearty a congratulation as she had yet received. "Well," she said, turning to Mr. Linden, "do you wonder I wanted to make it?" "Not in the least." "But what do I want, Miss Bezac?" said Faith, laughing and looking affectionately at her old friend and fellow workwoman. "Why, I should think nothing," said Miss Bezac. "So it seems to me, and talking of seems, didn't I do yours? Do you know I should have come before, but I never can see two people promise to love each other forever without crying, and crying always makes rusty needles, so I wouldn't come till now, when everybody's laughing." Faith was an exception, for her amusement grew demure, and Miss Essie approached. Now Miss Essie's black eyes, although bright enough, were altogether gracious, and in a certain way even propitiatory. They were bent upon the gentleman of the group. "Mr. Linden," said the lady with her most flattering manner, "I want to know if you have forgiven me all of my dreadful speeches that I made once." "Miss Essie, I never questioned your right to make them. Therefore, you see my forgiveness has no place." Miss Essie looked as if her study of Mr. Linden hadn't been thorough. "That's very polite," she said. "Too polite. But do you think Mrs. Linden will ever let me come into her house?" "Why not? It cannot be worse than you imagined." "Because," said Miss Essie, earnestly, "I want to come, and I am afraid she will not ask me. I go everywhere, and wherever you are I shall be sure to come there sometime. And then I want to see you, and see how you live, and see if my theory was mistaken. But I drew it from experience." "Did you ever hear of the ice palace the little Brooke built for himself?" said Mr. Linden. "Lowell, oh yes. Mrs. Linden thinks she would like to try that." If ever black eyes were thoroughly puzzled, that were Miss Essie's. She glanced from Mr. Linden to Faith, who had fallen back towards another part of the room, but his cheek gave token of her having heard and noticed. Miss Essie's eyes came back. She looked a little mortified. "I see you have not forgiven me," she said. But, Mr. Linden, I only spoke of what I had seen. I had been unfortunate, and I am sure I needn't confine myself to the past tense. I knew nothing. You know." "Miss Essie," he said, smiling, "your frame for the picture may be correct, but the picture will be different, as you will see when you come." "Then you will let me come?" "I will let you come, only if you hear that Faith is not at home. Do not feel sure of the fact till you have looked in my study." Miss Essie's face for a moment was notable. She was in a certain way satisfied, and yet it wore a sort of compound mortification inexplicable, very likely, to the lady herself, and perhaps that only an acute eye of another would have read. Before this dialogue had reached so much of a culmination, Mr. Simlins, who had been standing, looking at everything like a good-humored bear, made his way across the room, and through the people to Faith, where she had shrunk back out of the way. "I can't stay here all the afternoon," said he, "and I suppose it ain't expected of me. Can't you step over yonder and let a man have a chance to say a word to you before I go?" Faith agreed to this proposition, not knowing that it was going to take her literally into a corner, but to one of the further corners of the room Mr. Simlin strode, and Faith went after him, and there he sat down, and she was fain to do likewise. Then he wasn't ready. "I had something to say to you," said he, "but I don't know how to say it." "Try, Mr. Simlins," said Faith, smiling. "How does the Dominie manage to talk to you?" said he, looking at her. "I don't see how he can get on with it." Faith grew crimson and grave. "Well," said the farmer, smiling a bit, "I suppose I'll have to get it out somehow. You see, Faith, the thing is, in my mind I want you to have something that'll make you and him too, think of Pataquasit and me once in a while. Now, I'm going to give you that black heifer. If you can, I hope you'll take her with you wherever you're going. If you can't, why, you may turn her into cash, but I guess you can. She's a real Simlins. She'll run if you don't keep a fence round her, but if you treat her right, she'll give you all your dairy you'll want for some time to come, and the very plague you'll be at to keep her shut up will make you think of me." "Dear Mr. Simlins," Faith said with her eyes full, "there's no danger about that." "No," said he, rising, "and when you think of me, I know you'll do something else for me. Goodbye, till you get back again." Off he went. Other people followed. The room had thinned a little, when Pet left her table in Reuben's charge and came to Faith's corner. "Poor child," she said, "you must be tired, Faith. I shall defy ceremony, and put you in Aunt Iridel's chair. She's going to lie down." "Oh, how did that man get here? And George Alcott?" Bet faced round upon Faith, folding her hands with an air of dismayed resignation. "What's the matter, Pet? I thought I was safe here," said Miss Linden. "Faith, I did not suppose ubiquitous people found their way to Pataquasit. You'll have to run the gauntlet of that man's compliments, child. However, Andy is a pretty good safeguard." Before Faith could see much of what was going on, Mr. Linden was at her side. "Mrs. Linden, Mr. Motley," was all he said, and Faith found herself face to face with one of those too well-remembered strangers, so well-remembered that a slight glance at him was arrested by what at first she did not recognize, and unconsciously she gave Mr. Motley for a second a look sufficiently like what he had seen before to identify her. That second brought it all back. A blush of most rosy beauty came upon Faith's face, and her eyes fell as if no one was ever to see them again. Mr. Motley's eyes, on the contrary, expanded. But the whistle, which rose politely to his lips, was held in polite check by Mr. Linden's presence or some other consideration, and with no further sign than an underbreath, "Linden!" Mr. Motley gave the bride his hand, claiming that privilege in easy, musky words, on the score of old acquaintanceship with the bridegroom. "I trust Mrs. Linden has been well since I last and first had the pleasure of seeing her. Apart from the occasion, it seems to me that she is looking even better than then, though then I should not have believed that possible." "It is a long time, sir," Faith said gravely. "Linden," said Mr. Motley in a sort of aside, "even your symmetrical taste must be satisfied." "With what?" said Mr. Linden. With rather shortly put question brought Mr. Motley to a stand, much as when one pushes on into daylight through the filmy fine-spun work of a spider, that respectable insect looks about considering where he shall begin anew. "It is so long," said Mr. Motley with soft emphasis, "that I could hardly have hoped to be remembered." "If I recollect right," said Mr. Linden, "if you did not misstate the case, it was the charms of your conversation that made the impression." "You are the most inconvenient person to talk to," said Mr. Motley with a glance at the handsome face. "Like a quicksand closing around one. Mrs. Linden, do you not find it so? Ah, George, talking to Miss Pett as usual. Permit me, Mrs. Linden, Mr. Alcott. George, you cannot have forgotten Mrs. Linden?" That George had not was very clear, and that Faith had not forgotten was very clear. She lifted her eyes once more to see if the second was the second, and then stood with the most exquisite cheeks, though perfectly quiet. Her gloves had not been put on again since the lunch, and the hand that held them bore also the ring which had been the gentleman's admiration. "Now what do you think, George," said Mr. Motley, "of Linden's letting me tell Julius Harrison that whole story and never giving the least hint that he knew the lady referred to? Except, yes, once indeed, I do remember, Mrs. Linden." His face took a warm reflection of the subject, but I thought that was due to my powers as a colorist. "You couldn't high-color that picture," said Mr. Alcott, in a tone Faith remembered well. "Mrs. Linden, I hope we are to see you at Newport." Faith felt in a tumult with all these Mrs. Lindens, but all that seemed unquiet about her, besides her cheeks, was the flashing ring. "Well, we must tear ourselves away from this place of fascination," said Mr. Motley. "I believe, Mrs. Linden, we ought to apologize for our intrusion, but it was an old saying among this gentleman's friends that he never would submit to bonds and imprisonments. There goes the Bible again, and some of them had a long-standing permission to come and believe their eyes if such an event ever should take place. I can hardly now." "Why do you, sir?" Faith asked simply. "Really, madam, because I can't help it. One look at you, Mrs. Linden, is enough. In some circumstances all a man can do is to surrender." "He needn't till he's summoned," said George Alcott shortly, though whether he had acted so wisely himself was a question, as Mr. Linden said amusedly after they were gone. Faith turned away, feeling as if she had rather more than enough, and occupied herself with Reuben and Auntie again. Then came in Farmer Davids and his wife, and Phil. Phil was forthwith in a state of glamour, but Faith brought him to the table and gave him cake and discoursed to him and Reuben, while Mrs. Davids talked to Mrs. Derrick in wonderful delighted admiration. And the farmer, as usual, fixed upon Mr. Linden. "We had the uncommon pleasure of hearing you speak last Sunday, sir," said Mr. Davids with great seriousness. "I shan't forget it, what you said, and you don't know where you're going to fix yourself, sir?" "Not certainly." "I would rather than half what I sell off the farm, that it was going to be where I could be within reach of you, sir. But wherever 'tis, Phil and I, we consulted how we could contrive to show our sense of this day. We're plain folks, Mr. Linden, and we didn't know how to fit, but if you let us know where you're gonna be, Mrs. Davids, she wants to send your wife a cheese, and there's some of Phil's apples, and I want you to have some Pataquasset flour to make you think of us. And if you'll only think of us every year as long as they come, it's all I ask." It was said with the most honest expression of struggling regard and respect that wanted to show itself. Then Mr. Linden was claimed by a newcomer. Sam Stoutenburg, fresh from college, Quillipeak, and the tailor presented himself. Now it was rather a warm day, and trains are not cool, and haste is not a refrigerator. Nevertheless, Sam's cheeks were high-collared. His greeting of Mr. Linden was far less offhand and dashing than was usual with this new junior, and when carried off to Mrs. Linden, Sam, to use an elegant word, was flustered. "Miss Faith," he began. "No, I don't mean that. I beg your pardon, but I'm very glad to see you again, and I wish you were going to stay here always." Faith laughed. "Will you stay here always yourself, Sam?" "Oh, I don't know," said Sam. "It's a while before I've got to do anything yet. But Miss Faith, I mean, since you will go, won't you please take this?" And Sam presented a tiny box containing a pretty gold-set cornelian seal, engraved with a spirited Jehu chariot running away. "It'll remind you of a day I shall never forget," said Sam both honestly and sentimentally. If Mr. Linden could have helped Faith answer, he would. Faith's face was in a quiver, between laughter and very much deeper and stronger feeling, but she shook Sam's hand again gratefully. "I shall never forget it, Sam, nor what you did for me that day, and I hope you'll come and see me somewhere else, sometime." Then Mr. Linden spoke. "No one can owe you so much for that day's work as I, Sam, and since she is running away again, you must do as you did then, and find her." Sam was somewhat touched and overwhelmed, and went off to talk to Reuben about Miss Linden's dress. A little while longer, and the room was cleared. The two collegians came last of all to say goodbye, Reuben lingering behind his friend. "You know," said Mr. Linden, holding the boy's hand, "you are coming to study with me, Reuben, if I live. We will not call it goodbye, and I shall expect to see you before that in vacation." "And you know, Reuben," said Faith very low, "you have been a brother to me this great while." Reuben looked down, trying for words, then meeting Faith's eyes as he had done that very first time, what though his own were full, he said, "I am not sorry, ma'am. I am glad, so glad," he repeated, looking from her face to Mr. Linden's. But his eyes fell then, and hastily clasping the hand she held out to him, he bent his face to Mr. Linden's and turned away. One quick step Mr. Linden took after him, and they left the room arm in arm after the old fashion. With Mr. Linden, when he came back, was an oldish gentleman, silver-haired, with a fresh, ruddy face, not very tall, very pleasant-looking. Pet's exclamation was of joy this time, and she ran forward to meet him. Then Mr. Linden brought him up to Faith. "Mignonette, this is my dear friend, Mr. Oliphant." And Mr. Oliphant took both her hands and kissed her on both cheeks, as if he meant to be her friend too, then looked at her without letting go. "Endicott," he said, turning to Mr. Linden, "whatever you undertake, you always do well." And he shook Faith's hands again, and told her he could wish her joy with a clear conscience. The timid little smile which this remark procured him might have confirmed the old gentleman in his first expressed opinion. Mr. Oliphant studied her a minute, not confusingly, but with a sort of touched kindliness. "What do you call her, Endicott?" he said. "Any sweet name I can think of?" said Mr. Linden, smiling. "Just now, Mignonette," which remark had a merciless effect upon Faith's cheeks. "It suits her, Mr. Oliphant," said Pet. "So I see, Miss Pet. Do you think I have lost my eyes? Endicott, are you going to bring her to the White Mountains?" "I think so, sir. That is my present inclination." "How would you like it, Mrs. Linden?" "I think I should like it, sir." "Not afraid of the cold?" Faith's smile clearly was not afraid of anything. So was her answer. "You must have a house midway on the slope," said Mr. Oliphant. "Half your parish above your heads, half at your feet, and you will have plenty of snow and plenty of work and not much else but each other. Endicott's face says that is being very rich, but he always was an unworldly sort of fellow, Mrs. Linden. I don't think he ever saw the real glitter of gold yet." Did her eyes? But they were unconsciously looking at riches of some kind. There was no poverty in them. "I like work, sir." "Do you think she could bear the cold, Mr. Oliphant? How are the winters there?" "That is what I have thought of most." "I am no more afraid of the cold than you are, Endicott." How gently the last word was spoken, but Faith clearly remembered her lesson. Mr. Linden smiled. "She is a real little sunbeam," he said. "You know they make light of cold weather." "Light of it in two ways," said Mr. Oliphant. "No, I don't think you need fear the winters for her. We'd try and protect her." "Do you see how much good the sunbeam has done him, Mr. Oliphant?" said Pet. "I see it, Miss Pet. It does me good. I meant to have been here to see you married, Endicott, and missed the train. I shall miss it again now, if I am not careful. But you must come up and stay with us, and we'll arrange matters. Such neighbors may tempt me to winter in the mountains myself, and then I shall take charge of you, Miss Pet." "I should like that," said Pet. "I see, my dear Mrs. Linden," said Mr. Oliphant, smiling at her. "I see you follow one of the old Jewish laws." "What is that, sir?" "You know it was required of the Jews that they should bear the words of the law as frontlets between their eyes. Now, if you will forgive me for saying so, in your eyes is written one of the Proverbs." "Look up, Mignonette, and let me see," said Mr. Linden, but oddly, Faith looked down first, then the eyes were lifted. "Is truth a proverb?" said Pet, laughing. "Oh, you see too many things there," said Mr. Oliphant. "This is what I see, Endicott. The heart of her husband doth safely trust in her." A little veil of shyness and modesty suddenly fell around Faith. Even her head drooped, but Mr. Linden's lips touched the fair brow between those very fair eyes. "I cannot praise your discernment, sir," he said. "It is not more true than evident." "I cannot half congratulate either of you," said Mr. Oliphant, smiling. "So I'll go. Goodbye, Miss Pet. Remember next winter. Mrs. Linden, we shall expect to see you long before that time. Let me have a word with you, Endicott." And Faith was again left alone, entirely this time. for Miss Linden went upstairs to attend Mrs. Iredale. As they turned to go out, Faith turned the other way and sat down, feeling overwhelmed. Everything was very still. Pet's light steps passed off in the distance. Through the open windows came the song of killdeers and robins, the breath of roses, the muslin-veiled sunshine. Then she heard Mr. Oliphant's carriage drive off, and Mr. Linden came back. Faith started up, and very lovely she looked, with the timid grace of those still dyed cheeks and veiled brow. "My poor little tired mignonette," he said as he came up to her, then lifted her face and looking at it a moment with a half smile, pressed his lips again where they had been so lately. But this time that did not satisfy him. "Andy," she said presently, "please don't praise me before other people." "What dreadful thing did I say?" inquired Mr. Linden, laughing. "Do you know I have hardly seen my wife yet?" To judge by Faith's face, neither had she. "If I speak of her at all, I must speak the truth. But Mr. Oliphant knows me of old. He will not take my words for more than they are worth." A slight commentary of a smile passed, but Faith did not adventure any repartee. "Are you very tired?" "Oh, no." "Little bird," said Mr. Linden, holding her close, "what sort of a sweet spirit was it that said those words at my side this morning?" There was no answer at first, and then very quaint and soft the words, "Only Faith Derrick." "Only. Faith, did you hear my parting direction to Miss Essie?" "Yes. Do you agree to it, Mrs. Linden?" He had spoken that name a good many times that day, and to be sure her cheeks had more or less acknowledged it, but this time it brought such a rush of color that she stooped her face to be out of sight. "Do you want Miss Reason to answer that question, sir?" "No, nor Miss anybody." "Prudence would say, 'There are shortcakes,'" said Faith. "Where?" "In hypothesis. If your shortcakes outweigh my study, Faith, they will be heavier than I ever saw them." "You wouldn't take Reason's answer," said Faith. "What would it have been?" She looked up, a swift little laughing glance into his face. "Parlez, madame, s'il vous plaît." Her look changed. "You know, Andy, I would rather be there than anywhere else in the world." It moved him. The happiness to which his look bore witness was of a kind too deep for words. "Do you know, love, if we had been going at once to our work in the mountains, I should have asked a great many people to come here today." "Would you? Why, Andy?" "To let them see my wife. Now I mean to take her to see them." Faith was willing he should take her where he pleased, though she made no remark. Her timidity moved in a small circle, and touched principally him. Mingling with this, and in all she did, ever since 1:30 today, there had been a sort of dignity of grave happiness, very rare, very beautiful. "I wonder if you know half how lovely and dear you are," said Mr. Linden, studying the fair outlines of character as well as of feature. But Faith's eye went all down the pattern of embroidery on her white robe, and never dared meet his. "Have you any idea, little mignonette of sweetness, after what fashion that proverb is true?" She looked up, uncertain what proverb he meant, but then immediately certain, bent her head again. Faith never thought of herself as Mr. Linden thought of her. Movings of humility and determination were in her heart now, but she knew he would not bear to hear her speak them, and her own voice was not just ready, so she was only silent still. "What will make you speak?" said Mr. Linden, smiling. I am like Ali Baba before the storehouse of hid treasure. Is this the sesame you are waiting for? He added, raising her face and trying 2 or 3 persuasive kisses. There was nothing in the storehouse, said Faith laughingly. No words, I mean. I am willing to take thoughts. How? Which way you like? Then you will have to wait for them, Andy. Mignonette, I am of an impatient disposition. Yes, I know it. Is it to be your first wifely undertaking to cure me? He said, laughing. It takes time to put thoughts into action, said Faith, blushing. Not all thoughts, Mignonette. She colored beautifully, but anything more pure and sweet than those first wifely kisses of Faith could not be told. Did he know, had he felt all the love and allegiance they had so silently and timidly spoken? She had reason to think so. End of section 46. Recording by Donna Londoño, Tuguegarao City, Philippines.
Section 47 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2 by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 44. In a low, whitewashed room, very clean, though little and plain, where the breeze blew in fresh from the sea, Faith found herself established Friday afternoon. Mr. Linden had promised to show her the surf, and so had brought her down to a little village, long ago known to him on the New England shore, where the people lived by farming and fishing, and no hotel attracted or held an influx of city life. It was rather late in the day, for the journey had been in part off the usual route of railway and steam, and therefore had been longer, if not wearier. But when Faith had got rid of the dust, Mr. Linden came to her door to say that it would be half an hour to supper, and ask if she was too tired to walk down to the beach. The shore was but a few hundred yards from the little farmhouse. Green grass with interrupting rocks extending all the way. Faith hardly knew what she was corning to till she reached the brink. There the precipitous rocks rose sheer 100 feet from the bottom, and at the bottom, down below her, a narrow strip of beach was bordered with the billowy crest and foam of the sea. Nothing but the dark ocean and the illimitable ocean line beyond. There was not even a sail in sight this evening. In full, uninterrupted power and course, from the broad east, the swells of the sea rolled in and broke with their graceful, grand monotony. The beach was narrow at height of tide. Now the tide was out. Fishermen's boats were drawn up near to the rocks, and steep narrow pathways along and down the face of them allowed the fishermen to go from the top to the bottom. "Can't we get down there?" said Faith, when she had stood a minute looking silently. Her face showed an eager readiness for action. "Can you fly, little bird?" "Yes, as well as the fishermen can." "If you cannot, I can carry you," said Mr. Linden. And doubtless he would have found some way to make his words good, had there been need. As it was, he only guided her down the steep rocky way, going before her and holding her hand in a grasp she would have been puzzled to get away from. But Faith was light and free of foot, and gave him no trouble. Once at the bottom, she went straight towards those incoming big waves, and in front of them stood still. The sea breeze blew in her face. The roar of the breakers made music in her ears. Faith folded one hand upon the other and stood motionless. Now and then the wind caught the spray from some beaten rock and flung it in her face, and wave after wave rose up and donned its white crest. The upstanding green water touched with sunlight and shadow, and changing tints of amber and olive, down which the white foam came curling and rushing, sweeping in knots of seaweed, and leaving all the pebbles with wet faces. Mr. Linden let her look without the interruption of a word, but he presently put his arm round her, and drew her a little into shelter from the strong breeze. It was a while before she moved from her steady gaze at the water. Then she looked up, the joy of her face breaking into a smile. Endicott, will you show me anything more grand than this? You shall tell me when you have seen the uprising mists of Niagara, he answered, smiling, or the ravines between snow-caps 5,000 summers old. Her eye went back to the sea. It brings before me, somehow, she said slowly, all time and all eternity. I've been thinking here of myself as I was a little child, and as I shall be, and as I am, she added with her inveterate exactness and blushing. I seem to see only the great scale of everything. Tell me a little more clearly what you see, said Mr. Linden. It isn't worth telling. I see everything here as belonging to God. The world seems his great workplace, and life his time for doing the work, and I and you, she said with a flash of light coming across her face, his work people. And those great breaking waves somehow seem to me like the resistless, sure, beautiful doings of his providence. She spoke very quietly, because she was bidden, evidently. Do you know how many other things they are like? Or rather, how many are likened to them in the Bible? No, I don't know the Bible as you do. They seem to be a never-failing image, an illustration suiting very different things. The wicked are like the troubled sea when it cannot rest, and then, O that thou hast hearkened to me, I then had thy peace been as a river, and thy righteousness as the waves of the sea. There is the endless struggle of human will and purpose against the divine. The floods have lifted up, O Lord, the floods have lifted up their voice, the floods lift up their waves. The Lord on high is mightier than the noise of many waters, yea, than the mighty waves of the sea. Fear ye not me, saith the Lord? Will ye not tremble at my presence, which have placed the sand for the bound of the sea by a perpetual decree, that it cannot pass it? And though the waves thereof toss themselves, yet can they not prevail? Though they roar, yet can they not pass over it? And so in another place the image is reversed, and God says, Behold, I am against thee, O Tyrus, and will cause many nations to come up against thee, as the sea causeth his waves to come up. Could anything be more forcible? A look was Faith's answer. It spoke the kindled thoughts at work. Then you know, Mr. Linden went on, how often the troubles of God's children are compared to the ocean. As David says, all thy waves are gone over me. But then the Lord answers to that, When thou passest through the waters, I will be with thee, and through the floods they shall not overwhelm thee. And David himself in another place declares it to be true, O Lord God of hosts, who is a strong Lord like unto thee, or to thy faithfulness round about thee? Thou rulest the raging of the sea, when the waves thereof arise, thou stillest them. I suppose, he added thoughtfully, taking both her hands in his, this is one sense in which by and by there shall be no more sea, except that sea of glass upon which they stand who have gotten the victory. Another look, a grave, full look, came to him from Faith, and grave and soft her eye went back to the sea. The sunbeams were all off it. It was dark and foamy. Speaking rather low, half to her, half to himself, Mr. Linden went on. And they overcame by the blood of the Lamb, and by the word of their testimony, and they loved not their lives unto the death. Her look did not move. Mr. Linden's went with it for a minute or two, but then it came back to her differently. My darling, I am afraid to have you stay here any longer. We can come again, said Faith gleefully as she turned away. I want to look at them a great deal. We will come again and try how far a ladder can reach from this low sand. She looked back for another glance as she began to mount the rocky way. The mounting was an easy matter, for Mr. Linden came close and took hold of her in such fashion that she was more than half carried up. Do you feel as if you had wings now? He asked her after a somewhat quick flight up half the way. Folded ones, said Faith, laughing and breathless. I don't know what sort yours can be. I can go it by myself, Endicott. With folded wings, as you remark, Mrs. Linden, do you remember that infallible way of recognizing Earth's angels when they are not pluming themselves? "They never do plume themselves," said Faith, stopping to look at him. "Not when they are carried." Faith's laugh rolled down the rocks, and then as they reached the top she grew timid and quiet, a mood which came over her whenever she remembered her new position and name in the world. There is no room to tell all the seaside doings of those days, the surf bathing and fishing beyond the surf. A week passed there, or rather more. Then, Mr. Linden having business in New York, the wooden horse went that way. We cannot follow all its travels, but we must stay with it a day in the city. End of section 47.
Section 48 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 45. Everybody who's traveled on the great route from Pataquasset to New York knows that the scenery is not striking. Pleasant it is, and fresh in fresh seasons of the year. Cornfields and hayfields and sparkling little rivers always make up a fair prospect. But until the towers of Quillipeak rise upon the sight, with their leafy setting of green, there is nothing to draw much notice, and less afterwards. The train flies on, past numberless stopping posts, over bridges, through towns, regaling its passengers with hay, salt water, bony fish, and in the season dust, until the matchless flats, marshes, pools, sights, and smells crowd thick about Harlem River, and lure the traveller on through the sweet suburbs of New York. Hither business demanded that the wooden horse should come for a day or two. Here they were to be received by one of the many old friends who were claiming all over the country a visit from Mr. Linden and his bride. Through the dark tunnel the train puffed on, the passengers winking and breathing beneath the air-holes, dark and smothered where air-holes were not. Then the cars ran out into the sunlight, and in a minute more 2 of the passengers were transferred to the easy rolling coach which was in waiting for them, and drove away. Past warm brick fronts and pavements, past radish boys and raspberry girls, past oranges, pineapples, vegetables, in every degree of freshness except fresh. Of all which, even the vegetables, Faith's eyes took most curious and intent notice. For 1 minute, then the avenue and fruit stalls were left behind. The carriage had turned a corner, and in another minute or 2 drew up before an imposing front in Madison Square. And there at the very steps was a little raspberry girl. How Faith looked at her! "Raspberries to-day, ma'am?" said the child, encouraged by the look or the sweet face. "No, dear, I don't want any." Faith went gravely up the steps. It was her first introduction to New York, but Mr. Linden's face wore a smile. There was no time to remark on it, for the door opened and a second introduction awaited her, an introduction to another part of the world, a magnificent house, every square yard of which, perhaps, taken with its furniture and adornments, had cost as much as the whole of Faith's old home. A palace of luxury, where no want of any kind, material, could be known or fancied. In this house they were welcomed with a great welcome by a stately lady, Mr. Linden's old friend, and his mother's, and by her family of sons and daughters, who were in another style, and whose vivacious kindness seemed disposed to take up Faith bodily and carry her off. It was a novel scene for Faith, and she was amused. Amused, too, with the overpowering curiosity which took the guise or the veil of so much kindness, and beset her, because Mr. Linden had married her. Yet Faith did not see the 100th part of their curiosity. Mr. Linden, whose eyes were more open, was proportionably amused, both with that and with Faith's simplicity, which half gratified and at least half baffled it. The young ladies at last took Faith up to her room, and after lavishing all sorts of attentions upon her, and making various vain efforts to understand her, gave her the information that a good deal of company was expected to dinner, and left her baffled and attracted almost in an equal degree. They did not seem to have as puzzling an effect on Faith, for when Mr. Linden came out of his own dressing-room he found her ready, and looking as fresh and cool as if she had just come up from the sands at Bankhead. She was dressed in a light muslin, but no more elaborately than she used to be at Pataquasset, only that this time her ruffles were laces. She was a little more dainty for the dinner party. Mr. Linden came with a knot of glowing geraniums, Jewess and Perfection and Queen of the Fairies, which, bound together as they were with white riband, he first laid against her dress to try the effect, well deserving his smile of comment, then put in her hand to make fast. They set off all the quiet elegance of her figure after their own style, which was not quiet. "Now, Mignonette," he said, "I suppose you know that I am to have the pleasure of introducing my wife to sundry people." "I heard they were coming," said Faith. "If you will only stand by and look on, it will amuse you very much." "It'll amuse me anyway," said Faith, and what a rose color came up into her face, "if, Andy, you are satisfied." Mr. Linden folded his arms and looked at her. "If you say anything against my wife, Mrs. Linden, her husband will not like it, neither will yours." "That's all I care about, not pleasing those two gentlemen," said Faith, laughing. "Is that all? I shall report your mind at rest. Come, it's time this little exotic should appear." Faith thought as she went out with him that she was anything but an exotic. She did not speak her thoughts. There was a large dinner company gathered and gathering, and the pleasure Mr. Linden had spoken of, introducing his wife, was one enjoyed by him or somebody a great many times in the course of the evening. This was something very unlike Pataquasset or anything to be found there. Only in Judge Harrison's house little glimpses of this sort of society might be had, and these people seemed to Faith rather in the sphere of Dr. Harrison than of his father and sister. People who had rubbed off every particle of native simplicity that ever belonged to them, and who, if they were simple at all, as some of them were, had a different kind of simplicity, made after a most exquisite and refined worldly fashion. How it was made or worn, Faith could not tell. She had an instinctive feeling of the difference. If she had set on foot a comparison, she would soon have come to the conclusion that Mr. Linden's wife was of another pattern altogether. But Faith never thought of doing that. Her words were so true that she had spoken. She cared so singly to satisfy one person there, and had such a humble confidence of doing it, that other people gave her little concern. She had little need, for no word or glance fell upon Faith that did not show the eye or the speaker won or attracted. The words and glances were very many, but Faith never found out or suspected that it was to see her all this party of grand people had been gathered together. She thought they were curious about Mr. Linden's wife, and though their curiosity made her shy and her sense of responsibility gave an exquisite tenderness to her manner, both effects only set a grace upon her usual free simplicity. That was not disturbed, though a good deal of the time Faith was far from Mr. Linden's help or protection. A stranger took her in to dinner, and among strangers she made her way most of the evening, but though she was shy, Faith was afraid never but of one person, nor much of him. For him, among old acquaintances, beset with all manner of inquiries and congratulations, he yet heard her voice whenever it was possible, and knew by sight as well as hearing all the admiration she called forth. He might have said, as at Killdeer River, that he found a great deal of Mignonette. What he did tell her, when the evening was over, was that people were at a loss how to name the new exotic. "How to name me, Endicott?" "As an exotic." "I don't wonder," said Faith, with her merry little laugh. "Don't philosophers sometimes get puzzled in that way, Endicott?" "Scientific philosophers content themselves with the hardest names they can find, but in this case such will not suit. Though Dr. Campan may write you in his books as Lindenethia pataquassettensis, exotic, very rare, the flower is a double star, color wonderful." Faith stopped to laugh. "What a blunder he will make if he does," she said. "It'll show, as Mr. Simlins says, that he don't understand common vegetables." "Well translated, Mignonette. How will it show that, if you please?" "He's mistaken one for a trumpet creeper. A scarlet runner, I suppose." "Was I?" said Faith seriously. "According to you, I am in Dr. Campan's predicament." "I should think you needn't be," said Faith simply, "because you know, Andy, I never knew even how to climb till you showed me." Mr. Linden faced round upon her, the quick flashing eyes answering even more than his. "Faith, what do you mean?" But his lips played then in a rare little smile as he said very quietly in his former position, "Imagine Mignonette with its full sweetness, and more than its full colour, suddenly transplanted to the region where monkeys and geraniums grow. I like to think of the effect." "I can't think of any effect at all," said Faith. "I should look at the monkeys and geraniums." "Of course, being Mignonette, and clearly that you are, but then how can Mignonette so twine itself around things?" Faith thought it did not, and also thought of Pet's charge about charming, but she left both points. "Most climbers," said Mr. Linden with a glance at her, "have but one way of laying hold, but this exotic has all. There are the tendrils when it wants support, and the close twining that makes of 2 lives 1, and the clasp of 100 little stems that give a leaf or a flower wherever they touch." "Endicott," said Faith, with a look of astonished remonstrance and amusement in one. "What?" But the smile and blush with which Faith turned away bespoke her not very much displeased, and she knew better by experience than to do battle with Mr. Linden's words. She let him have it his own way. The next day business claimed him. Faith was given up to the kindness and curiosity of her new friends. They made good use of their opportunity, and their opportunity was a good one, for it was not till late in the day, a little while before the late dinner hour, that Mr. Linden came home. He found Faith in her room, a superbly appointed chamber as large as any 3 of those she'd been accustomed to. She was standing at the window, thoughtfully looking out, but turned joyfully to meet Mr. Linden. Apparently he was glad too. "My dear little Mignonette, I feel as if I'd not seen you for a week." "It has been a long day," said Faith, who looked rather, it may be remarked, as if the day had freshly begun. "Mignonette, you are perfectly lovely. Do you think you will condescend to wear these flowers?" said Mr. Linden, drawing her to a seat by the table, and with one arm still round her, beginning to arrange the flowers he had thrown down there as he came in. Faith watched him and then looked up. "Endicott, you shouldn't talk to me so. You wouldn't like me to believe you." Mr. Linden finished setting 2 or 3 ruby carnations in the green and purple of heliotrope and sweet-scented verbena, then laid the bunch lightly upon her lips and gravely inquired if they were sweet. "Yes," Faith said, laughing behind them. "You're not hungry?" "Why? And what of it? You don't seem to remember it's near dinner-time." "Dinner-time is a myth. My dear, I'm sorry I give you so much uneasiness. I wish you could feel as composed about me as I do about you. What have I done with that white riband? Don't stir. It is in some pocket or other." And the right one being found, Mr. Linden unwrapped the piece of riband and cut off what he wanted, remarking that he could not get used to giving her anything but blue. "Well, why do you, then?" said Faith. "I feel in a subdued state of mind, owing to reproofs," said Mr. Linden, with the white satin curling round his fingers. "I may not tell anybody what I think of my wife." Faith looked amused, and yet a soft glance left the charge and the reproof standing. "I feel so composed about you," Mr. Linden went on, drawing his white bows. Faith did think the eyes flashed under the shading lashes. "So sure that you will never overestimate me, much less speak of it. But then you know, Mignonette, I never did profess to follow reason." He was amused to see the little stir his words called up in Faith. He could see it in the changing colour and restless eye, and in one look of great beauty which Faith favoured him with. Apparently the shy principle prevailed, or Faith's wit got the better of her simplicity, for she rose up gravely, and laying her hand on the bunch of flowers, asked if she should put them on. "Unless you prefer my services." She sat down again immediately, with a face that very plainly preferred them. Half smiling, with fingers that were in no haste about their work, Mr. Linden adjusted the carnations, glancing from them to her, trying them in different positions, playing over his dainty task as if he liked it. The flowers in place, his full smiling look met hers, and she was carried off to the glass to see his wife. Hardly seen, after all, but by himself. "She looks ready for dinner," said Faith. "Your eyes are only to look at," said Mr. Linden, with a laughing endorsement of his thoughts, and putting her back in the dormeuse. "Suppose you sit there and tell me what efforts they have made in the way of seeing to-day." Efforts to see all before them, which was more than they could, said Faith. What did they see? Not me, nor I them, that I know. That was another sort of effort they made, said Faith, smiling. Efforts to see what was not before them. I watched whenever I thought there was a chance, but I couldn't see anything that looked like you. We must have gone half over the city, Endicott. Mrs. Pulteney took me all the morning, and her daughters and Mr. Pulteney all the afternoon. Know, O little mignonette, said Mr. Linden, that in New York it is morning till those people who dine at 6 have had their dinner. Like the swell of some sweet tune, morning rises into noon, was written of country hours. I guess that is true of most of the other good things that ever were written, said Faith. Mr. Linden looked amused. What do you think of this? And when the hours of rest come like a calm upon the mid-sea brine, hushing its billowy breast, the quiet of that moment, too, is thine. It breathes of him who keeps the vast and helpless city while it sleeps. I never saw the city when it was asleep, said Faith, smiling. It didn't look today as if it could sleep. But, Endicott, I'm sure all the pretty part of those words comes from where we have been. The images, yes, but connect any spot of earth with heaven, by any tie, and it must have a certain sort of grandeur. You have been working in brick and mortar today, mignonette. Tomorrow I must give you a bird's-eye view. Faith was silent a minute, and then said, It don't look a happy place to me, Endicott. No, it is too human. You want an elm tree or a patch of dandelions between every 2 houses. That wouldn't do, said Faith, unless the people could be less ragged and dirty and uneasy, and their houses too. There's nothing like it in Pataquasset. I have great confidence in the comforting and civilizing power of elm trees and green grass, said Mr. Linden. But Carlyle says, quote, Man is not what you can call a happy animal. His appetite for sweet victual is so enormous. End quote. And perhaps New York suffers as much from the fact that everybody wants more as that some have too little and others too much. Do these people want more? Said Faith softly. Without doubt, so does everybody in New York, but me. But why must people do that in New York when they don't do it in Pataquasset? Said Faith, who was very like mignonette at the moment. The appetite grows with indulgence, or the possibility of it. Besides, little bird, in Pataquasset you take all this breeze of humanity winnowed through elm branches. There, you know, quote, my soul into the boughs does glide, end quote. No, said Faith, it's not that. When my soul glides nowhere, and there are no branches either, in the Roscombs' house, Endicott, and poor Mrs. Dow's and Sally Lowndes, people don't look as they look here. I don't mean here in Madison Square, though yes I do, too. There was that raspberry girl, and others worse I've seen even here. But I have been in other places. Mr. Pulteney and his sisters took me all the way to the great stone church, Endicott. Well, Sunbeam, it has been a bright day for every raspberry girl that has come in your way. What else did you see there? I saw the church. Not the invisible, said Mr. Linden, smiling. Remember that. Invisible, no, said Faith. There was a great deal of this visible. What thoughts did it put in your head? It was very wonderfully beautiful, said Faith thoughtfully. What else? I cannot tell. You'd laugh at me if I could. Endicott, it didn't seem so much like a church to me as the little white church at home. I agree with you there. The less show of the instrument, the sweeter the music to me. But the street in front of the church, so specially filled with beggars and cripples, I never go by there, Faith, without a feeling of joy, remembering the blind man who saw at the beautiful gate of the temple, knowing well that there is as safe, expeditious, and easy a way to heaven from that dusty sidewalk as from any other spot of earth. The triumph of grace, how glorious it is! I cannot speak to all of them together, nor even one by one, but grace is free. Quote, Not by might, nor by power, but by my Spirit, saith the Lord of hosts. Faith, I've been thinking of that all day. She could see it in his face, in the flush on the cheek and the flash in the eye as he came and stood before her. She could see what had been all day before his eyes and mind, and how pain and sympathy and longing desire had laid hold of the promise, and rested there. Ask, and ye shall receive. Unconsciously Faith folded her hands, and the least touch of a smile in the corners of her mouth was in no wise contradictory of her eyes' sweet gravity. "I saw them too," she said in a low tone. "Endicott, I would rather speak to them out there under the open sky, if it wasn't a crowd, than in the church." "I should forget where I was after I began to speak," said Mr. Linden, "though I do love that dome, most Catholic and solemn, better than all others." "Mr. Pulteney asked me how I liked the church," said Faith. "He did not understand your answer," said Mr. Linden, smiling. "I know that beforehand. What was it?" "I think he didn't like it," said Faith. "I told him it seemed to me a great temple that men had built for their own glory and pleasure, not for the glory and pleasure of God." "Since when you have been to Mr. Tom Pulteney like a fable in ancient Greek to one who has learned the modern language at school and forgotten it." "He did not understand me," said Faith, laughing and blushing a little, "and I was worse off, for I asked him several questions he could not answer me. I wanted to go to the top, but he was certain I would be too tired if I did. But I heard the chime, Endicott. That was beautiful, beautiful. I'm very glad I was there." "I'll take you to the top," said Mr. Linden. "It will not tire me. Faith, I've brought you another wedding present, talking of ancient things." "What is that, Endicott?" she said, with a bright, amused face. "Only a fern leaf, one that waved a few thousand years before the deluge, and was safely bedded in stone when the children of Israel passed through the Red Sea. I went to see an old antiquarian friend this morning, and out of his precious things he chose one for mine." And Mr. Linden laid in her hand a rough little stone, rough on one side, but on the other, where the hammer had split it through, the brown face was smooth, and the black leaf lay marked out in all its delicate tracery. "Endicott, what is this?" Faith exclaimed in her low tones of delight. "A fossil leaf. Of a fern? How beautiful! Where did it come from?" She had risen in her delight, and stood by Mr. Linden at the dressing-table. "This one from Bohemia. Do you see the perfection of every leaflet?" "How wonderful! How beautiful!" Faith repeated, studying the fossil. "It brings up those words, Endicott, 1,000 years in thy sight are but as yesterday, when it is past, or as a watch in the night." "Yes, and these, the counsel of the Lord that shall stand." Compare this fern leaf with the mighty palaces of Babylon and Nineveh. Through untold ages this has kept its wavy, fragile outline. They are marked only by the line of confusion and the stones of emptiness. Faith looked up with such an eye of intelligence and interest as again would have puzzled Mr. Pulteney. "Did your old antiquary send this to me, Endicott?" she said, looking down at it again. "To you, darling. I have seen nothing so good to-day, Endy. I'm very glad of it. Do you remember, Sunbeam, the time when I told you I liked stones, and you looked at me? I remember the look now." So did Faith, by the conscious light and color that came into her face, different from those of 3 minutes ago, and the grateful recognition her eyes gave to Mr. Linden. "I don't know much more now," she said in very lowliness, "about stones, but you can teach me, Endicott." "Yes, I will leave no stone unturned for your amusement," he said, laughing. "Faith, if I were not so much afraid of you, I should tell you what you are like. What else have you seen?" "Tell me what I'm like, Endicott." "What sort of consistency is that, to coax me when I don't tell you and scold me when I do?" "It's curiosity, I suppose," said Faith. "But it's no matter. I saw all that strange place, Broadway. Endicott, we drove through the whole length of it." "Well," said Mr. Linden, throwing himself down in the armchair and looking gravely up at her. But then the lips parted, not only to smile, but to sing a wild Scotch tune. "Oh, what ye wa that loves me, and has my heart in keeping. Oh, sweet is she that loves me, as dews o'er summer weeping, in tears the rosebud steeping. Oh, that's the lassie of my heart, my lassie ever dearer. Oh, that's the queen o' womankind, and ne'er a ane to peer her. If thou hast heard her talking, and thy attentions plighted, that ilka body talking, but her by thee is slighted, and thou art all delighted. Oh, that's the lassie o' my heart, my lassie ever dearer. Oh, that's the queen o' womankind, and ne'er a ane to peer her. Did you see anybody like that in Broadway, Faith? Blushing, how she blushed, but she would not say a word nor stir to interrupt the singing, so she stood there, casting a shy look at him now and then till he had stopped, and then coming round behind him, she laid her head down upon his shoulder. Mr. Linden laughed, caressing the pretty head in various ways. "My dear little bird," he said, then presently, "Mignonette, I have been looking at fur cloaks. Don't do such a thing again, Endy." "I shouldn't, if I could have quite suited myself today." "I don't want it. I can bear the cold as well as you." "Let it make up for something which you do want and haven't got, then. You must bear the cold polar fashion. But at present, there's the dinner bell." They went down, but with the fossil and the fur, Faith was almost taken out of New York, and astonished Mr. Pulteney once or twice more in the course of the evening, to Mr. Linden's amusement. End of section 48, read by Sandra, 2021.
Section 49 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Perry. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 46. The Hudson River Railway. On a summer Saturday afternoon. Does everybody know it? If not, let me tell the people who have not tried it, or those more unfortunate ones who are tried by it, and driven into the depths of newspapers and brown literature, by the steam pressure of mountains, clouds, and river, and that is glorious. Not on a dusty afternoon, but when there has been or is a shower. Not the locomotive, or the tender, or the cars, though the long chain has a sort of grandeur, as its links wind into the bays and round the promontories express. But get a river-side seat, and keep your patience up the lumbered length of 10th Avenue, and restrain your impatience as the train goes at half-stroke along that first bit of road where people are fond of getting on the track. Watch the other shore, meantime, or the instructive market gardens on this, then feel the quickened speed as the engine gets her head, then use your eyes, open your windows boldly. People don't get cold from our North River air. Never mind the sun. Hold up a veil or a fan. Only look. See how the shore rises into the Palisades, up which the march of improvement finds such uncertain footing. How the rising points of hill are rounded with shadow and sunlight, and green from river to crown. See how the clouds roll softly up on the further side, giving showers here and there. How the white-winged vessels sail and careen and float. Look up the river from Peekskill, and see how the hills lock in and part. Think of the train of circumstances that rushed down Arnold's Point that long ago morning, where so different train now passes. Mark the rounding outlines of the green highlands, and as you near Garrison's, let your eye follow the sunbeam that darts down the little Mill Creek just opposite the tunnel. Then on through those beloved hills, till they fall off right and left, and you are out upon Newburgh Bay in the full glory of the sunset. After this, if you are tired looking, you may talk for a while, till the blue heads of this Catskill catch your eye and hold it. The Blue Range was a dim outline, hardly that, when Faith reached her journey's end that night. She could hear the dash of the river and see the brilliant stars, but all details waited for morning. The morning was Sunday. Balmy, cloudless, the very air put Faith almost in Elysium, and between dreamy enjoyment and a timid sense of her own new name and position, she would have liked for herself an oriole's nest on one of the high branches. Failing that, she seemed as her hostess and again an old friend of Mr. Linden's totem. Like a very rosebud, as sweet and as much shut up to herself. Truth to tell, she kept something of the same manner and seeming next day. The house was very full, and of a very gay set of people, of whom Faith's friend, Mr. Motley, was one. Faith met their advances pleasantly, but she was daintily shy, and besides, the scene and the time were full of temptations to dream over the out-of-door beauty. The people amused her, but often she would rather have lost them in the hills or the sunset, and was for various reasons willing that others should talk while she looked. So passed the first 2 days, and the third brought an excursion, which kept the whole party out till lunchtime. But towards the end of the day, Mr. Linden was witness to a little drama which let him know something more of Faith than he had just seen before. It was near the time of dressing for dinner. Mr. Linden was already dressed and had come to the library, where, in a deep recess on one side of the window, he was busy with a piece of study. The window was very large and opened upon a green terrace, and on the terrace, in a garden chair, just outside the open window, sat Faith. Quietly and intensely, he knew, enjoying the broad river and the mountain range that lay blue in the sunlight a few miles beyond, all in the soft still air of the summer day. She distracted Mr. Linden's thoughts from his study. He could see her perfectly, though he was quite out of her view. She was in one of the dainty little morning dresses he had sent her from the place of pretty things. Nothing could be more simple, and it suited her, and she looked about as soft and still as the day. Meanwhile, some gentlemen had entered the library and drew near the window. Faith was just out of their range, and Mr. Linden was completely hid in his recess, or doubtless their remarks would have had a different bearing. The remarks turned upon Faith, who was here as well as in New York an object of curiosity to those who had known Mr. Linden, and one of the speakers expressed himself as surprised that Linden should have married her. "Wouldn't have thought it, would you?" said Mr. Motley. "To be sure, he's able to do all the talking." "She does very well for the outside," said another. "Might satisfy anybody. Uncommon eyes." "Eyes?" said Mr. Motley. "Yes, she has eyes. And a mouth. I suppose Linden gets some good of it, if nobody else does. And after all, to find a woman that is all eyes and no tongue is, as you remark, uncommon." "She's not quite stylish enough for him," said a third. "I thought Linden would have married a brilliant woman." "He'll be a brilliant man if you tell him that," said Mr. Motley. "Coruscations, and so forth. I never thought I should see him bewitched, even by a rose-leaf monopoly." The conversation was interrupted. It had not been one which Mr. Linden could very well break. All he could do was to watch Faith. He could see her slightly bent head and still face, and the color which grew very bright upon the cheek nearest him. She was motionless till the last words were broken off. Then, with a shy movement of one hand to her cheek, covering it, she sprang away, as lightly as the bird she was ever named after. Mr. Linden was detained in the library, where as the dinner hour drew near, other members of the family began to gather. A group of these were round the table, discussing and engraving, when Mr. Linden saw Faith come in. He was no longer in the dangerous recess, but Faith did not come near him. She joined the party at the table. Mr. Linden watched her. Faith's dressing was always a quiet affair. Today, somehow the effect was very lovely. She wore a soft muslin which flowed about her in full draperies, with a breast knot of roses on its white folds. Faith rarely put on flowers that Mr. Linden had not given her. Today was an exception, and her white robe, with no setting off but those roses and her rich hair, was faultless. Not merely that, the effect was too striking to be absolutely quiet. All eyes were drawn to her. The gentlemen whom she had heard speak were among the party, and no eyes were more approving. Mr. Linden watched, as he might, without being seen to watch. Faith joined not only the party, but the conversation, taking her place in it frankly, showing no unwillingness to give opinions or to discuss them, and no desire to avoid any subject that came up. She was taking a new stand among these strangers. Mr. Linden saw it, and he could guess the secret reason. No one else could guess that there was anything to give a reason for. So coldly, so naturally, it was done. But the stand was taken. Faith had not stepped in the least out of her own bounds. She had abated not a whit of her extreme modesty. She was never more herself, only it was as if she had laid down a self-indulgent shyness, which she had permitted herself before, and allowed Mr. Linden's friends to become acquainted with Mr. Linden's wife. But with herself, her manner today was exceedingly like her dress, the plainest simplicity, the purest quality, and the roses blushing over all. It fascinated the gentlemen, every one of them. They found that the little demure piece of gravity could talk, and talk with a truth and a freshness of thought too, which was like the rest of her, uncommon and interesting, soft and free at once. Faith went off to dinner on the arm of one of her maligners, and was very busy with company all the evening after, having little to do with Mr. Linden. She had escaped to her room earlier than he, however, and when he came in she was sitting thoughtfully before the open window. She rose up directly and came to him, with the usual smile and with a little hidden triumph dancing in her eyes, and an odd wistful look besides of affection and humility. She only came close to him for a caress. Without speaking, Mr. Linden took her face in both hands and looked at it, a beautiful smile mingling with the somewhat moved look of his own. "What a child you are!" The color rushed all over Faith's cheeks. "Why?" she whispered, the answer to which cheeks and brow and lips might spell out as best they could. "Do you know why I did not come with your flowers, Mignonette? Before dinner? No? I got some for myself. I was on my way for them and was entrapped and held fast. My little Mignonette, I never thought to have you put your hand to your cheek in that way again." "Again, Endicott? Who told you?" said Faith, as usual jumping to conclusions. "Who told me what, my beauty?" Faith's eyes fell in doubt, then looked up searchingly. "I believe you know everything, but you don't look displeased. How did you know, Endicott?" "I saw and heard, and have seen and heard since," he added, smiling. A question or two found out exactly how it had been, and then Faith put the inquiry, simple to quaintness. "Did I do better today?" "If you are so anxious for me," he said, stroking back her hair. "They did not deserve to have one of my wife's words, but her words were admirable." It was worth while to see Faith's cheeks. "Will you trust me to ride with Mr. Middleton tomorrow?" she asked presently, smiling. "No." "Yes? I will trust you, but not him." "Does that mean you will trust me to go? Not with him?" "But what shall I do?" said Faith, flushing after a different fashion, half laughing too. "I told them I would go, or that I thought I would go." "Tell them that you think you will not." Faith looked a little troubled. She foresaw a charge of questions she did not like to meet. "Are you afraid of the horse, Andy?" she said after a pause, and a little timidly. "No, darling." Faith was pretty just now, as she stood with her eyes cast down, like a generous-tempered horse first feeling the bit. You can see that the creature will be as docile as possible, yet he is a little shy of your curb. Anything like control was absolutely new to her, and though her face was never more sweet, there was with that a touch of embarrassment which made an inexpressibly pretty mixture. Mr. Linden might well be amused and touched and charmed too, all in one. "Mr. Motley asked me to ride too," she said after a minute, blushing a little deeper and speaking as if it were a supplement to her former words. "He wanted to show me the Bell Spring." I had better give them both the same answer. "Has nobody else preferred his requests?" "They are just the two people with whom I do not want you to ride," said Mr. Linden, smiling. "I shall have to ask you myself, or claim you. Mrs. Linden, may I have the honor?" Faith gave him a very bright answer of a smile, but with a little secret wish in her heart that the other people had not asked her. Her denial, however, was perfectly well taken by Mr. Motley, not indeed without a little bantering talk and raillery upon the excessive care Mr. Linden bestowed on her. But Mr. Middleton, she saw, was not pleased that she disappointed him. Within 2 or 3 days, Faith had become unmistakably the center of attraction to all the gentlemen of the neighborhood. To walk with her, to talk to her, to attend upon her, were not a coveted honor merely, but a coveted pleasure. It was found wonderfully refreshing to talk to Faith. Her eyes were something pleasant to look at, for more than George Alcott, and the truth of her enjoyment and gratitude made it a captivating thing to be the means of exciting them. Mr. Middleton was one of those men who think very much indeed of the value of their approbation, and never bestow it but where they are sure the honor of their taste and judgment is like to be the gainer. One of those men who in ordinary keep their admiration for themselves, and bestow it in that quarter a very large amount. Faith's refusal to ride with him touched him very disagreeably. It was impossible to be offended with her, but perhaps all the more he was offended with somebody, and it happened unluckily that some reported light words of Mr. Motley about Mr. Linden's care of his wife, and a special distrust of the gentleman who had asked her to ride, reached Mr. Middleton's ear in a very exaggerated and opprobrious form. Mr. Middleton did not know Mr. Linden, nor knew much of him. His bottled-up wrath resolved that Mr. Linden should not continue long in his reciprocal ignorance, and so it fell out that as this week began with showing Mr. Linden something of Faith that he had not seen before, it did not end without giving her a new view of him. It was a captivating summer morning when the cavalcade set forth from Rye House on a picnic to Alderney, one of the show places in the neighborhood. It seemed fairyland to Faith, the beautiful country over which they traveled in summer's luxuriance of grass and grain, the river rolling below at a little distance, sometimes hidden only to burst upon the view again, and towering above all, unchanged beyond the changing lights and shades of the nearer landscape, the long mountain range. The air was perfection. The sounds of voice and laughter and horses' brisk feet helped the exhilaration, and the lively colors and fashion of caps and habits and feathers made pretty work for the eye. Faith's ears and eyes were charmed. At a crossroad, the party was joined by Mr. Middleton, whose good humor at present, in a loose-jointed state, was nowise improved at the sight of Faith. She rode then, at any rate, and she sat well and rode fearlessly, that he could see, and his eye, keen for such things, noted too the neat appointments of her dress, and saw that they were all right, and fitted her, and she fitted them, and that her figure altogether was what no man might dislike to have beside him, even a man so careful of his appearance as Mr. Middleton. Not near Faith did he come, but having noted all these things were gathering ire, he sheered off to another part of the troop. It was a pretty day to Faith, the whole first part of it, the ride and the viewing the grounds they went to see. These were indeed naturally very noble, and to Faith's eyes every new form of natural beauty, of which her range had hitherto been so very small, was like a fresh draught of water to thirsty lips. It was a great draught she had this morning, and enjoyed almost to the forgetfulness of everything else. Then came the lunch, and that was picturesque too. Certainly on such a bank, under such trees, with such a river and mountains in front, and Faith enjoyed it, and them so far. But it was splendid too, and noisy, and her thoughts went at one time away very far, to Kildare River, and remembered a better meal taken under the trees, with better talk, and only Bob talked to look at them. She stole a glance at Mr. Linden. He was doing his part and making somebody very comfortable indeed. Faith half smiled to see it. Mr. Middleton, at another part of the assembled company, had been getting his temper up with wine and his ill humor with the various suggestions and remarks of some careless gossipers at his side. Finding that he winced under the mention of Mrs. Linden and the ride, they gave him that subject with as many variations as the katydid polka. The simple, she did, or rather, she didn't, skillfully diversified and touched up, which brought Mr. Middleton's heavy piece of displeasure, already primed, loaded, and at full cock, to the very point where his temper struck fire. He left the table and drew towards Mr. Linden, who was talking in the midst of a group of ladies and gentlemen. Middleton knew which was he, that was all. "You, sir," he said, like a sourly bulldog, which term describes both his mental and physical features. "My name's Middleton. I want you to take back what you've said about me." Mr. Linden, at the moment, was in the full tide of German talk with one of his old fellow-students from abroad. His excellent poise and play of conversation and manner setting off the gesticulations of the foreigner. With a look of more surprise than anything else, he brought eyes and attention to bear upon Mr. Middleton. "What, sir?" he said. "Will you take back what you've said about me?" The dogged wrath of the man was beyond the use of many words, to which indeed he was never given. "I have not said anything, sir, which requires that." And with a bend of the head, cool and courteous as his words, Mr. Linden dismissed the subject, and placing himself on the grass with his friend and some others, fell back into the German. Middleton followed fuming. "I've come to speak to you," he said, beginning with an expiration, "and you must get up and answer me. Will you take back what you said?" Stooping down, he had thrown these words into Mr. Linden's ear in a way to leave no doubt whom they were meant for. "I have answered you, sir." "That is to tell you what I think of it," said Middleton, dashing in his face the remains of a glass of wine which he had brought with him from the board on purpose. He was on his feet then, with what a spring! As in the fairy tale, the beautiful princess of a sudden became a sword. Just such eyes of fire Mr. Middleton had never been privileged to see. But Faith saw the hands drop and grasp each other. She saw the eyes fall, and the color go and come and go again, with a rush and swiftness that was starting to see, absolutely motionless. The very breath kept down, so he stood, and even his assailant gazed in a sort of spellbound wonder. The twittering birds overhead, how they caroled, how softly the leaves rustled and the river sent up its little waves. And the sunshine and shadow crept on, measuring off the seconds. the pure peace and beauty of everything, the hush of human voices, were but the setting of the deep human struggle. The victory came. With a face from which at last the color had taken its permanent departure, Mr. Linden looked up and spoke, and something made the very low tones ring in the air. "I have said nothing about you which needed apology, Mr. Middleton. You have been misinformed, sir." And with that same bend of dismissal, Mr. Linden drew himself up and walked away, bareheaded as he was. The trees hid him in a moment. Then there came a stir. "What a coward!" cried George Alcott, pressing forward. "To do that to a man who you knew wouldn't knock you down." The young German had started up, sputtering strange things in his native tongue. "Mr. Linden is an excellent commentator," said one young lady, who took the liberty of speech pretty freely. "How clear he makes it that the discretion of a man deferreth his anger, and it is his glory to pass by a transgression." "I really thought," said Mr. Motley, in a make-believe whisper, "when Middleton first came up, that he had been taking a glass too much, but now I see that he took just half a glass too little." "Sir," said Colonel Rye, stepping forward, a man of most noble character and presence both, "Mr. Linden is my guest and friend. You must answer this to me." Before Mr. Middleton could make answer, Faith had come in between and laid hold of the Colonel's hand. She was white and quiet, but she could not at once speak. All around stood still. "Sir," she said, in words that were well heard, for everybody held his breath, "Colonel Rye, this is Mr. Linden's affair." "I beg your pardon, my dear young lady. It is mine." "No, sir," said Faith. He felt how eagerly her fingers grasped his. "It is in Mr. Linden's hands. He forgives Mr. Middleton entirely." "I don't forgive him," said the Colonel shortly. "Sir," said Faith, "Colonel Rye, this is not what Mr. Linden would wish. Endicott will tell you, sir, that he has passed it by. Don't undo what he has done. No true friend of Mr. Linden will make any more of this." "I am willing to answer it to anybody," said Middleton gruffly, but as if half ashamed of himself. "There is nothing to answer to anyone," said Faith, quitting the Colonel and turning to him. Her face was so white and gentle that it smote him, and those very steady, sweet eyes had a power in them just now that broke his doggedness. "There is nothing to answer to anyone, unless Mr. Middleton," how soft her voice was, "unless you find you were wrong, and choose to tell Mr. Linden, which I dare say you will. Colonel Rye, will you see Mr. Linden's honor, that this goes to no harm?" The extreme gentleness and the steady firmness of Faith ruled them all, and at her last appeal the Colonel's only answer was to take her in his arms and kiss her, an acknowledgment Faith would willingly have gone without. But it was good for a promise. "Mr. Alcott," she said, seeking him in the group, "you said we would go down the bank." Faith did not finish her sentence, but he saw her wish to finish it by action. She went with him till they were out of sight and away from everybody, then slipped her arm from his and, begging him not to wait for her, sat down on the grass. For a while she sat very still. Whether her heart was fuller of petition or thanksgiving she hardly knew. She would have rejoined Mr. Alcott much sooner if she had guessed he was waiting for her, like an outpost among the trees, but all the time had not brought back Faith's color. After a while, other steps came swiftly over the turf as she sat there, and before she had raised her head it was lifted up for her. "My precious wife, what are you doing here?" Very low the tones were, very grave, very tender. Faith sprang, and after an exploring glance into his face, knelt on the grass beside him and threw her arms round his neck, pressing her cheek very close, as if she would take off or share the affront that had been offered to his. that for a minute, and then changing characters, she raised her head and pushing the hair back from his brow with her soft, hurried fingers, she covered that in his face with kisses, with a kind of eager tenderness that could not say enough nor put enough love and reverence into every touch. All this while she was still. She did not shed tears at all, as some women would have done, and she said not one word. Perhaps surprise made him passive. Perhaps the soothing of her caress was too sweet and too much needed to be interrupted even by a return. He let her have her way, nor even raised his eyes. One arm indeed was round her, but it left her free to do what she liked. If Faith needed any light on what the morning's work had been, it was furnished by those few minutes. Only at last, with a sudden motion, Mr. Linden brought her lips to his and gave her back principle and interest. "You blessed child," he said. "Are you veritable angel already? I should have bought you a palm branch, Andy." For almost the first time he had ever heard it so, Faith's voice was unsteady. Had she not done it? Mr. Linden did not say so, as he took grave note at her pale cheeks. Presently rising up, he passed his arm round her, and took her up the bank to the rest of the party, nor let go his hold till she was seated between Mrs. Rye and himself. Then from the fern leaf in his hand, he proceeded to give them both an account of ferns in general, living and fossil, extant and extinct, with his usual happy skill and interest, and except that the lips never broke into a smile, with just his usual manner, and never had the grave depth of eye been more beautiful, more clear. Not Faith alone watched it with loving admiration, but no one any more than she ventured word or look of sympathy. When at last the various groups began to draw in towards a center, and ladies put on their riding hats and grooms were buckling girths again, Mr. Middleton with 2 or 3 others was sent advancing towards Mr. Linden's quarter. Mrs. Rye rose hastily. "I am sorry to find that I made a mistake, sir," said Middleton, with a sort of unwilling courtesy. "I was under misinformation, and I was not aware of your profession. I beg your pardon for what has occurred." Mr. Linden had risen too, and with folded arms and the most unmoved face stood watching the party as they came up. "It is granted," he said, offering his hand, "but permit me to say, Mr. Middleton, that you made a third mistake, equally great if the other 2 had not existed." Mr. Middleton's private thoughts were perhaps not clearly disentangled. At all events, he had no desire to multiply words and turned off. "So, he has spoken, has he?" said Colonel Rye, coming up. "Like a bear, I dare say. Why do you think I didn't fight him, Endicott?" A smile came over Mr. Linden's face then, bright and stirred. "I think, sir, you yielded to Mignonet's power, as I did long ago." "You? Did he?" said the colonel, turning. "No, sir, never," said Faith, laughing and blushing till her cheeks were brilliant. The colonel smiled at her. "My dear," said he, "you conquered me, and I don't believe any other man more invincible than myself. Is this your horse? No. Motley? No. George? She is going to have an old cavalier for her ride home." And much to Faith's pleasure, so she had. End of section 49. Recording by Rebecca Perry, July 25th, 2021.
Section 50 of Say and Seal, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine Rutger. September 15th, 2021, Westford, Massachusetts. Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner. Chapter 47. October's foliage had lost its distinct red and purple and brown, and had grown merely sunburnt, but the sky overhead still kept its wonderful blue. Down the ravines, over their deep shadow, October breathed softly. Up the mountain road, past gray boulders and primeval trees and wonderful beds of moss, went the stage wagon. The travelers were going by a somewhat long and irregular route. First up one of the great highways, then across to that spur of the mountains where they were to live. Mrs. Derrick was to follow in a few weeks with Mr. Stoutenburg. It was late and dusky when the stage wagon transferred the travelers to Mr. Oliphant's carriage, which was waiting for them at a certain turn of the road. Mr. Oliphant himself was there, with extra wrappings for Faith, and muffled in them she sat leaning in the corner of the carriage, tired enough to make the rest pleasant, awake enough to hear the conversation, feeling more like a bird than ever, with that unwonted night air upon her face, and the wild smell of the woods and evergreens and brooks floating about her. At Mr. Oliphant's they were received with warm wood fires and excellent supper, the welcome spending itself in many other ways. But though Mr. Linden did take her to the door for 1 minute to hear a pouring mountain torrent, she could see nothing that night. The stars overhead were brilliant, the dark hill outlined dim. The rushing of that stream, how it sounded! Faith's whisper was gleeful. "Endy, I can't see much, but it feels lovely. I am so glad to be here." The morning was wonderful. Such a sunlight, such an air, such rejoicings of birds and brook and leaves. Mr. Oliphant's house stood on one side of a woody slope. Rocks and trees crowned to the very top. In the ravine below, the brook Faith had heard. She could see it now, foaming along, quieting itself as it came into smoother circumstances. The most of its noise, indeed, seemed to be made in some place out of sight, higher up. This slope was not very high. Other ridges before and beyond it looked down, not frowningly in their October dress. Not much else could be seen. It was a mere leafy nest. A little faint line of smoke floated over the opposite ridge. Glimpses of mountain paths here and there caught the sunlight. Below Faith's window Mr. Linden stood, like some statue with folded arms. Faith hastily finished her dressing. As soon as that was done, she knelt at her window again to look and to pray. Those hills looked very near the sky. Life work there seemed almost to touch the heaven. Nay, did it not? Heaven bent over the glorious earth, and over the work to be done there, with the same clear, fair, balmy promise and truth. Faith could almost have joined the birds in their singing. Her heart did, and her heart's singing was as pure and as grave as theirs. Not the careless glee that sees and wants nothing but roses in the way, but the deep love and gladness, both earthly and heavenly, that makes roses grow out of every soil. So she looked when Mr. Linden first discerned her, venturing from the hall door and searching round for him. "Oh, little sunbeam," he said, "how you glint upon everything! There is a general illumination when you come out of the door. How do you feel this morning? Rested?" "As if I had never been tired." And Faith might have said, as if she never would be tired again, for only her eye revelled in such soft boasting. "Where is our home now, Endicott?" The ridge before them on the other side of the ravine rose up with swifter ascent into the blue air, and looked even more thick and set with orange trees. But where it slanted down towards the more open country, a little break in the trees spoke of clearing and meadow and cultivation. The clearing was, for the most part, on the other side, but a bit of one green field, dotted with 2 or 3 dark objects, swept softly over the ridge line. "Are you in the sightseeing mood?" said Mr. Linden, with a look as gladsome as her own. "Yes, and seeing sights, too. But where is that, Endy?" I shall take you there by degrees. Wait a moment." And he went for the glass. "Now, Mignonette," he said, adjusting it for her, "I wish to ask your notice for a little black spot on that bit of clearing. But first, what does it look like to you, a hut or a summer-house?" "It's too far off. It looks like nothing but a black spot." "Now look," said Mr. Linden, smiling. "O wondrous power of the glass!" The black spot remained indeed a black spot still, but with the improvement of very decided horns, black tail, and 4 feet. "Somebody lives there," said Faith. "It's a cow." "Most true. What cow do you suppose it is, Mrs. Linden?" Faith put down her glass to laugh at him. "It's no friend of mine," she said. "I have a few friends among cows, but not many." "My dear Mrs. Linden, you always were rather quick at conclusions. If you look again, you will see that the cow has a surrounding fence of primeval roots, which will keep even her from running away." Faith obeyed directions carefully. "Andy," she said in an oddly changed tone, "is it my black heifer?" "It is not mine," said Mr. Linden. "But I didn't know she had come," said Faith, then putting up her glass again to scan the far-off black spot and all around it with an intenseness of feeling which showed itself in 2 very different spots on her cheeks. "Put down your glass, Faith," said Mr. Linden, "and look up along the ridge to that faint blue wreath over the yellow treetops. That is your first welcome from my study." She looked eagerly, and then a most delighted bright smile broke over her face as it turned to Mr. Linden. "How do you know it is in your study, Endicott? Who has lighted it?" "Someone. We'll go over after breakfast and see." After breakfast many things were discussed besides broiled chicken, and afterwards there came to the door 2 of the rugged, sure-footed mountain horses, saddled and bridled for the expedition. On the porch steps a great lunch-basket told of Mrs. Oliphant's care. Faith was upstairs donning her habit. Mr. Linden ran up to meet her. "Faith," he said laughingly, "Malthus has just confided to me that if Mrs. Endicott has any things to take over, they would make the way wonderfully pleasant to him." "Who's Malthus?" The shy blush on Faith's cheek was pretty to see. "He is an old servant of mine who has been with Mr. Oliphant and is coming to me again." Faith thought it was good news, as good for Malthus as anybody. An important little traveling bag was committed to him, and the cavalcade set forth. The way was far longer than the distance seemed to promise, having to follow the possibilities of the ground. A wild way, through the forest and over the brook. A good bridle path, but no better. The stillness of nature everywhere, rarely a human habitation near enough to afford human sounds. Frost and dew lay sparkling yet on moss and stone, in the dells where the sun had not looked, though now and then a sudden opening or turn showed a reach or a gorge of the mountains, all golden with sunlight. Trees such as Faith had never seen stood along the path in many places, and under them the horses' footfalls frightened the squirrels from tree to tree. "Is this the only way of getting about here, Endicott?" "This or on foot in many directions. That part of our parish which lies below us, as Mr. Oliphant says, can be reached with wheels. But look, Mignonette." The road turned sharply round a great boulder, and they were almost home. There it lay before them, a little below, an irregular, low, grey stone cottage, fitting itself to the ground, as if fitting the ground to it had been an impossibility. It was not on a ravine. The slope went down, till it swept off into the stubble fields and cleared land below. There was the sound of a great waterfall in the distance. Close by the house a little branch stream went bounding down and spread itself out peaceably in the valley. Dark hemlocks guarded the cottage from too close neighborhood of the cliffs at the back. But in front the subsiding roughness of nature kept only a few oaks and maples here and there. The cleared ground was irregular, like the house, running up and down as might be. No moving thing in sight but the blue smoke and the sailing clouds and cloud shadows. The tinkle of a cowbell made itself heard faintly. The breeze rushed through the pines. Then slowly the black heifer came over the brow of her meadow and surveyed the prospect. Faith had checked her horse, and looking at it all up and down, turned to Mr. Linden. There was a great deal in her look, more than words could bear the burden of, and she said none. He held out his hand and clasped hers speakingly, the lips unbent then, though they went back to the grave lines of thought and interest and purpose. It was not merely his home he was looking at. It was the one to which he was bringing her. Was it the place for Mignonette? Would it be too lonely, too cold? Or was it the whole scene that lay before them in its wild beauty, the roughness covered and glorified by that supreme sunlight? A fair picture of their life together, wherever it may be. So he believed. The light grew and deepened in his own eyes as he looked. The grave purpose, the sure hope, and Mignonette's little hand the while was held as she had rarely felt him hold it before. Presently she bent down so that she could look up in his face, answering him then with a smile. "Andy, what are you thinking of? I am very happy." The last words were lowered a little. Mr. Linden's eyes came to her instantly, with something of their former look, but very bright, and bending off his horse, he put one arm round her with as full and earnest a kiss as she had ever had from him. "That is what I was thinking of," he said. "I was thinking of my wife, Mignonette." "Are you satisfied?" she said in her former tone. "Perfectly." The look made a very personal application. Faith shook her head a little, and they rode on. The cottage door was very near presently. Faith could see all the minor points of interest. Malthus, who had got there by a short cut, waited to take their horses. Then a white cap and apron appeared in the doorway for a second, and vanished again. "You will find another of our old dependents here, Faith," said Mr. Linden. "Who is that?" she said quickly. "There were 3 women in our house," said Mr. Linden, "that Pet and I called respectively Good, Better, and Best. This is Best. Hers was a name in earnest, for we never called her anything else, and it was always the desire of our heart first to see my wife and then to live with her, and I was sure she would please you." "What must I call her? Mrs. Best?" said Faith. "No, you must call her nothing but Best." "That's excellent," said Faith gleefully. "I thought there was nobody here but one friend of yours, Endicott. Now I shall get in order directly." "That is what you thought you were coming to?" he said, coming to her side to lift her down. "How would you like to be taken right back to Mr. Oliphant's?" "Not at all." In answer to which she was lightly jumped down from the saddle and carried off into the house, where Mr. Linden and Best shook hands after a prolonged fashion, and the old servant, not that she was very old neither, turned glad and eager and respectful eyes upon her new mistress, touching that little hand with great satisfaction of heart. "It's warmer in the kitchen study, sir," she said, "and there's a fire in the kitchen, if Mrs. Endicott would like to see that. And shall I make one anywhere else, ma'am?" Beth's white cap and apron were very attractive, and so, on the other hand, were Faith's blush and smile. The hall in which they stood, rather a wide one, cut the house from front to back, with no break of stairway. Through the open back door, Faith could see a dark cliff and hear the brook. Mr. Linden asked where she would go first. Faith whispered, "To the study." He smiled and opened the one door at her left hand and led her in. Not yet in perfect order, the bookshelves yet unfurnished, it looked a very abode of comfort, for there were basking sunbeams and a blazing fire. There were shelves and cupboards of various size and shape. There were windows, not very large, it is true, but giving such views of the fair country below, and the brook, and the ascent, and the distant blue peaks of the range. Warm-colored curtains and carpet and couch had been put here under Mr. Oliphant's orders, and here were things of Mr. Linden's which Faith had never seen. His escritoire and study table among others, her table with a dainty easy-chair, at the prettiest of all the windows, she knew at a glance, unknown as it was before. But the desk which she had had long ago stood on the study table near his. Mr. Linden brought her up to the fire and stood silent, with his arms wrapped about her for a minute. Then he stooped and kissed her. "How does it look, Sunbeam?" Faith was grave, and her eye went silently from one thing to another even after he spoke, then turned its full sunny answer upon him. Faith certainly thought he did too much for her, but she spoke no such thought, leaving it as she had once meant to leave other thoughts for action. "You can put your books right in, and then it will be beautiful," she remarked. "And look down the mountain out of that window, Endicott." She was taken over to the window for a nearer view and placed in her easy-chair to take the good of it. "Do you see that little red speck far down at the foot of the hill?" Mr. Linden said, "in that particularly rough, steep place?" "Yes, that is the best thing we can get for a church at present." Faith thought it would be a very good sort of thing when he was in it, but as usual she did not tell all her thoughts. They came back to her easy-chair and table, and from them to Mr. Linden's face, with a look which said, "How could you?" But he only smiled and asked her if she felt disposed to go over the rest of the house. For a house that was not in order, this one was singularly put to rights. Boxes and packages and trunks there were in plenty. Rolls of carpet and pieces of bedsteads and chairs and tables and everything else, but they were all snugly disposed by the wall, so that the rooms could be entered and the windows reached. The inside of the cottage was, like the outside, irregular, picturesque, and with sufficient capabilities for comfort. The kitchen was in a state of nicety to match that of best. In a piece of ground behind the house, partly prepared for a garden, Malthus was at work as composedly as if they had all been settled in the White Mountains for the last 10 years. Lunch was taken somewhat informally. Then, the riding habit being changed for a working dress, Faith set about reducing the rebellion among boxes and furniture. Best had reason presently to be satisfied not only with the manners but the powers of her new mistress, though she also judged in her wisdom that the latter needed some restriction in their exercise. Gentleness was never more efficient. The sitting-room began to look like a sitting-room. Tables and bookshelves and chairs marched into place. Meanwhile, Faith had been getting into pleasant order one of the rooms upstairs, which, with what Mrs. Oliphant had done, was easy, enjoying the mountain air that came in through the window and unpacking linen and china. Mr. Linden, on his part, had been as busy with some of the rougher and heavier work, opening boxes and unpacking books, and especially taking care of Faith, which last work was neither rough nor heavy. She was amused, edified, too, at the new commentary on his former life which this day gave her. To call upon servants when they were present seemed as natural as to do without them when they were absent. Faith mused and wondered a little over the old habit which showed itself so plainly, thinking too of his life in Pataquasset. The day had worn on and faded, and Faith was still busy in a hunt for some of her wedding presents, which she wanted to have on the tea-table. But Mr. Linden for some time had missed her, and entering upon a tour of search, found her in a large closet near the kitchen, with a great deal chest on one side and a trunk on the other. Between them, on her knees, Faith was laying out package after package, and pile after pile of naperies lay on the floor around her. in the very height of rummaging, though with cheeks evidently paled since the morning. Mr. Linden took an expressive view of the subject. "Mignonette, I want my tea." "Yes," said Faith eagerly, looking up and then at her work again. "Just as soon as I find some things." "I don't want things. I want tea." "Yes, but you can't have tea without things." "I will be quite content with 6 napkins and 10 tablecloths, just for tonight, as we are in confusion." "And no spoons?" said Faith. "Here they are." "Yes, here they are," said Mr. Linden, "and here's everything else. Just look at the state of the floor, for me to walk over." "Not at all," said Faith. "Please keep out. I will have tea ready very soon, Indy." "You shall not have anything ready," and Faith found herself lifted from her kneeling position and placed in a not uncomfortable nest of things. "Now, Mrs. Linden, whatever of those packages your hands may touch shall lie on the floor all night. But as you see, my hands have a different effect." And swiftly and surely the things began to find corner room in the closet. "Endy," said Faith, catching his hands, "please don't. Just go away and leave me here for 3 minutes." "Not for one. I'll turn them all out again in the morning, after the most approved fashion." Faith sat down, the swift color in her cheeks testifying to a little rebellion. It was swift to go, however, as it had been to come, and she sat still, looking at Mr. Linden's work with a little soberness of brow. That broke, too, when she met his eye, in a very frank and deep smile. "Well," he said, laughing and leaning back against the closet door. "Will you let me go and get tea now?" she said, with the same look. "You pretty child. No, I want best to get tea, and you to be quiet." "I'll come and be quiet in 3 minutes, Endy, after I get rid of the dust," she said winningly. "Genuine minutes? If Ariel put a girdle round the earth in 40, you should be able to put one round your waist in 3. I suppose that is included in a feminine getting rid of the dust." Faith's face promised faithfulness as she ran off towards the kitchen, where in less than 3 minutes she and Bess had proved the sometimes excellence of woman's business faculties. Meantime, a strange man lifted the latch of the kitchen door and, carefully closing it after him, remained upon the scene of action. "How do you do?" he said. "Is the new man come?" "Everybody's new here," said Faith. "Whom do you mean?" "Couldn't tell you the first word, but I've been after him better'n 3 times if he ain't." The man spoke as if it was worse instead of better. "Whom do you mean?" said Faith more gravely. "The minister?" "Now that's what I call hitting the nail," said her visitor. "Well, if he's here, just tell him to come up the mounting, will you?" "When?" "Moon sets closer on to 9, and it's lighter afore that." "Where is the place?" said Faith, now very serious indeed. "And what do you want the minister for?" "I don't want him, bless you," said the man. "If I did, I shouldn't be standing here. It's an old soul up our way. He's got to go up to the bridge and over the bridge and to the other side of the bridge, and so on till he come to it. And the bridge is slippy." With which summing up, the man turned to the door, rattling the latch in a sort of preparatory way to give Faith a chance for remarks. "But who wants him there, and what for? You haven't told me." "Why, it's old Uncle Bias. Since he's sick, he's got something on his mind, never seemed to afore, and he's in a taking to tell it. That's all." And he opened the door. "Why won't tomorrow do as well as tonight?" "Wall," said the man slowly, "suppose it might. Nevertheless, tomorrow ain't worth much to him. Nobody'd give much for it." "Why?" "'Tain't certain he'd get what he paid for." "Is he very sick?" "Very enough," said the man with a nod, and opening the door. Faith sprang forward. "Stop a minute, will you, friend, and see Mr. Linden." "That's his name as sure as guns," he said of the mounting. "No, thankee. I don't care about seeing him now. Next time will do just as well, and it's time he was off." "Then wait and show him the way, will you? How is he to find it?" "Do tell," said the man slowly. "If he can't find his way round in the moonlight, better than most people." "Better than most people," said Faith, "but I think he would like to see you." The man, however, chose to defer that pleasure also to next time, and went off. Faith went to the study. Coming up behind Mr. Linden where he was sitting, and laying both hands on his shoulders, she said in a very low and significant voice, "Endy, someone wants you." "Only that you never assert your claims," he said, bringing the hands together. "I suppose it must be the very person whom I want." Her head stooped lower till the soft cheek and hair lay against his, but she only whispered, "Endy, it is someone up the mountain." "Is it?" he said, rousing up, but only turning his lips to her cheek. "Well, people up the mountain must have what they want. Is it now, Faith?" "Endy, they say it's a dying man." "Where? Is the messenger here?" "I couldn't make him wait. He thought he had business somewhere else. The place is, I dare say Malthus knows, up the mountain beyond the bridge. You are to go over the bridge and on till you come to the house, and he says the bridge is slippery." Only a fine ear could detect the little change in Faith's voice, but she knew it was noticed from the smile on the lips that kissed her 2 or 3 times. Then Mr. Linden disengaged himself and rose up. "Faith," he said, "you are to wait tea for me, and in the meantime you must take one of Miss Bezak's cups of comfort and lie down on the sofa and go to sleep. Your eyes will be just as good guiding stars sleeping as walking." She said not another word, but watched him go off and out into the half-dark wilderness. The moon shone bright indeed, but only touched the tops of many a woody outline, and many a steep mountain side rose up and defied her. Faith smelled the wild sweet air, looked up and down at the gleams of light and bands of shadow, and then came back to the study where the fire blazed, and sat down on the floor in front of it, gazing into the red coals and following in fancy Mr. Linden on his walk and errand. It took him away from her, and so many such an errand would, often, but to speak comfort to the dying and tell the truth to the ignorant. Faith gloried in it. He was an ambassador of Christ, and not to have him by her side would Faith keep him from his work. That he might do his work well, that he might be blessed in it, both to others and himself, her very heart almost fused itself in prayer. So thinking, while every alternate thought was a petition for him, weariness and rest together at last put her to sleep, and she slept a dreamless, sweet sleep, with her head on Mr. Linden's chair. She awoke before he got back, though the evening was long set in. Feeling refreshed, Faith thought herself at liberty to reverse orders and went to the forbidden closet again, and to further conjurations with Best. They could not have taken long, for when, some hour later, Mr. Linden was nearing the house on his return, he had a pretty view of her standing all dressed before the fire in his study. The glow shone all over her. He could see her well, and her fresh neatness. He could see more. Faith Linden tonight was not just the Faith Derrick of old time, nor even of 6 months ago. The old foundations of character were all there, intact, but upon them sat a nameless grace, not simply of cultivation, nor of matured intelligence, nor even of happiness. A certain quiet elegance, a certain airy dignity, which had belonged to her only since she had been Mr. Linden's wife. She stood there, waiting now for him to come home. The firelight caught behind her the gleam of silver, whether Mr. Linden could see it or not, where the little chocolatier stood bright. Faith had found that in her last rummaging. Miss Bezak's new trencher and bread knife were on the table too, with a loaf of Mrs. Oliphant's bread, and the fireshine gleamed on Mr. Alcott's salt cellars and on the mignonette tea service. Faith evidently had pleased her fancy, But now her fancy had forgotten it or left it in the background, and for what was well shown by her spring as she caught the sound of the coming step. She met Mr. Linden at the door, gladness in every line and movement, and yet the same grace over all her action now that a minute before was in all her repose. She said nothing at all. "Watching for me, my dear child?" he said. "Faith, you have been on my heart all these hours." She waited till he had come up to the fire, and then softly inquired, "What for no?" he said, smiling, but giving her face a somewhat earnest consideration. "Have you been asleep?" "Yes, and then I thought I might go after my chocolate pot in the closet." "Sensible child. What did you think upon the great question of setting forth to see me safe over the bridge?" Her face changed, though smiling, she whispered, "I did see you safe over it." But his lips were grave instantly, and the eyes even flushed, and Faith could see then that he was exceedingly tired. Gently her hands rather insinuated than pushed him into the chair, and she ran away to give an order, coming back to do 2 or 3 other things for his comfort. Still silent, standing there beside his chair, she presently stooped and put her fresh, sweet lips to his. Roses full of dew are not sweeter, and if roses were sentient things, their kisses could not give sympathy more fragrantly, nor with more pure quiet. Holding her fast, Mr. Linden asked what she thought of her share of clerical duties on the whole. Faith answered somewhat quaintly, "Not much." "You don't? What a triumph for Miss Essie! Were you lonely, Faith?" She was going to answer, then sprang away from him, for Malthus came to the door, and the table was spread with as dainty exactness as if there were no disorder anywhere in Mr. Linden's household. The little chocolatier steamed out its welcome. Malthus was gone, and Faith stood by Mr. Linden's chair again. "It is ready, Endicott." He had watched her from under the shadow of his hand, her soft arranging steps and touches. "Faith," he said, looking up, "is this the night when I am to have sugarless tea, to remind me of the over-sweetened cup of long ago?" Her smile and flash of the eye were conscious as well as bright. "I guess sugar is potent yet, Endy." "You are," he said. "Have you been lonely, my dear child? You don't answer me." She hesitated a very little. "I felt you were away, Endy, but I didn't wish you were here. No, I wasn't lonely." His eyes spoke a full understanding of both parts of her sentence, but his words touched somewhat else. "Those poor people up on the mountain, poor as unbelief could make them. Faith, I must go there again in the morning." "Is it far?" "Pretty far, on the crest of the ridge." "What about them, Endy?" "What were you looking for here in the embers?" "I," she said, the color instantly starting as she understood his question. "I was looking for you then." "I was sure of it. I saw myself distinctly portrayed in a piece of charcoal." She laughed gaily and softly. "Wouldn't you like to have some tea and then tell me what you saw up on the mountain?" she whispered. "Ah, little sunbeam," he said, "I spent some weary hours there. No, I don't want to tell you about it tonight." And so, at last, I came home, thinking of the scene I had been through and of you left alone here in this strange place. And then I had that vision of my wife. She was silent, her face showing certainly a grave consciousness that he was tired, and a full entering into the feeling of his work, but for herself a spirit as strong in its foundations of rest, as full of joy both in his work and in him as a spirit could be. So, till her eyes met his, then the look broke in a winsome little confessing smile, and the eyes fell. "Don't you want something better than visions?" she said. "Is that a challenge?" He laughed and rose up, carrying her off to her place at the table, and installing her with all the honors, and still holding her by the shoulders, asked if she felt like the head of the house. "No, indeed," said Faith. "What then?" "You know," said Faith, coloring, "what I am." "Mrs. Endicott, I suppose I have noticed, Mignonette, said Mr. Linden as he went round to his chair, that whenever you see fit to agree with me, it is always in your own words, which remark Faith benevolently answered with a cup of cocoa, which was good enough to answer anything. The end. End of section 50. End of Say and Seal, Volume 2, by Susan Warner and Anna Bartlett Warner.